Nope, I cannot hear anything. Good morning, good morning. We are live from Boston at the Reggie Lewis Center, getting the race walk underway. What a way to start your morning with a race walk.
All right. So I'm talking to her now.
Talking now. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, and welcome to the New Balance Indoor National Championship in Boston, Massachusetts. We are so excited to get this party started. Yes, the fastest party on the planet with the race walk, of course. I will be joined shortly by my co-host Serenity, and Championship Boys 1 mile race walk is underway. Now, I'll have to be 100% honest with you. I am from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I have yet to see a race walk indoor. So we, and those that are streaming, this might be your first time we are sharing this experience together. We got an early lead. Graham, 49.68 on the first lap, 49.85. And I am joined Good morning, Miss Serenity.
Hello, Candace. I am super excited for this. I kind of want to jump out there myself, get a nice workout in, but they would probably smoke me already.
They would totally smoke me, and I'd be disqualified at the 60-meter mark.
So what's the objective here?
The objective, and I was just very candid and very honest, I have never seen an indoor race walk. I've only ever seen it outdoors.
Outdoors, right.
In Michigan, it is something that is very popular. But shout out to the race walkers that get an opportunity to go indoor. And the objective is, from my understanding, there is a very specific technique. Mm-hmm. There are eyes all over to make sure you're executing that. They're playing no games.
I see. It's very much heel-toe, heel-toe. And what do you think of while you're just, because you have a lot of laps to go. I mean, these guys have 5 more laps to go. So do they ever lose track, or when do they start picking up that pace? It looks like they already are.
Great question, because I'm glad you counted the laps, because I had already lost track. I was so intrigued by the heel-toe, heel-toe. I mean, and then we're talking about a mile, right? So I can't even jog a mile just on some regular heel-toe stuff. So it takes extreme discipline. You see a couple smiles, but one incorrect heel-toe will have you out this game.
Absolutely. And I can see that for sure. There's a method to the madness, but I feel like that's the case for all track and field. There's a method to it. Now, to people who don't understand track at all, it can be pretty hard to like catch on to what's going on here.
Absolutely. And then those that don't are probably looking like, oh, that's the perfect event for me. Not too much training, not too much sweat, not too much. No, this is
But
intense.
They're wrong.
Totally. A mile of race walking, you're a true G. It looks like Graham is still our leader, 3 minutes 27. And you're starting to see, a little bit of work.
You are.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the presence of Jackson Foster on his heel there, right there.
Literally on his heel?
Yeah, right on his heel. Okay, nice little pun there. Right on his heel there. But Colin Graham, a senior right out of New Jersey, So we've been calling the people from New York and New Jersey the locals.
Okay.
Because, Boston is pretty close.
Yes.
And we've been seeing a little bit of those southerners sneak in there, but it's been mainly the locals of, like, those northern parts. And maybe they have the advantage, maybe not, but we're indoors. So,
Now,
maybe.
absolutely. I mean, it can get a little touchy when you get to the boroughs of New York and, calling someone from New York, from Queens, and from
You are right.
But I'm feeling like they're very local. The Newark area and the New England area, I would definitely call locals.
Yeah,
Where are
me
you
too.
from, Serenity?
I'm from Georgia.
Are you?
So, yeah, deep in the South, honey.
I love
Deep.
me some Georgia.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh,
Yes.
So that's up north.
Yes.
I just moved from Wisconsin, and up there in the Midwest and all the olds are definitely interesting.
The Midwest is something
I know about all that.
Well, so I was fortunate enough to go to school in California, which was a nice shock from the Midwest. But I was happy to have my Midwest values. I was a little bit more grounded than everyone trying to be a producer or a model or a
USC, right?
USC, yes.
And USC, you get that a lot up there. I mean, you're basically so close to Hollywood, and it's one of those things. It's what you make it.
It is, absolutely. I didn't get a star yet, but with
It's coming.
With TikTok and Instagram, who knows,
It's
right?
coming. Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like our crowd is getting involved. We should have interviewed them prior to this because they seem to be the actual experts.
I absolutely believe it.
And you can see the ladies warming up on the infield.
Yeah.
I prefer to have other heats go first because you get a feel, you get an opportunity to kind of get your juices flowing. And with the race walk, it's just, it hits a little different.
So I ran the 400.
Okay.
And
Ouch!
I know, seeing those events go before me, it made me more nervous. But seeing the sprinters go before me, I was like, oh yeah, like it kind of got me pumped up. But seeing my event, I'm like, oh gosh, these girls are out here running fast.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing today, you guys. Okay.
No, yeah, I think for the 400, and I dabbled in the 400 hurdles. If I ever saw the men run fast, I'd go out way too fast. So
yeah, I can see that. And Jackson Foster has just taken off as he moves into that bell lap. There's a little side profile for him.
Okay, there
it
is.
I love it. The cameraman should be able to keep up with him, but
He-
still no.
I
These guys are
appreciate that.
fast.
I have seen cameramans hit the dust and bite the dirt real quick, but I think this is a healthy pace for our production team.
It is. As he's coming around that last curve, you wonder, what does a kick look like in the race walk?
Absolutely. It looks like they're getting ready to roll out that.
To roll out the tape there.
Yes. I mean, here it comes. Okay, looks like we got a little pressure to the end. Look, a little adjustment. There we go with the fake, the hands up. All right.
We love it. We love it. My calves hurt.
That's a different type of lactic. You're right. The
It
hammies
is.
and the glutes are burning for the 4, but calf, toe, heel, Achilles, definitely.
And that's actually Rowan McDonald, who just won. Senior out of Maine.
Okay, so he's a local, right?
Yes, he is a local with 7:05. That's just shy of what he came in running his season's best of 6:49. But he is the defending New Balance National Indoor Champion. And here he is again, winning again. And he was definitely happy with that win. How can you not be?
And let's just talk about the level of compassion and camaraderie in the race walk. I kind of enjoy seeing that. You don't get that too much in the sprint races.
And we love the slow-mo.
Oh,
of-
yes.
Loved it. So much passion in that reaction.
I can appreciate our tape holders making sure they got the right runner there.
Yeah. Right, because I kind of got very lost.
I did. I mean, I've
They just keep going around and around and around.
I'm gonna be candid. I'm a hurdler. I'm a sprinter. I've only ever really ran in the middle of the track, so keeping laps. I'm just listening for that bell.
Yeah, that's valid. And that's what I was talking to Kate about yesterday in the broadcast. Do you lose track? And she said you just have to keep zoning back in and knowing what your pace is throughout the race.
Absolutely.
But that was a good one so far. And there
are
are
final results.
Final results. He won by a landslide there.
That is.
7:05 from him.
I mean, a landslide in the heel to toe.
in the hills.
That's going to be my thing all day.
Yeah, I like that.
I hope those that are streaming on, heel to toe is going to be my pun all day.
Absolutely.
At least till we hit the sprints.
And you can see Colin Graham in second place there, out of New Jersey.
A
like
local.
I was talking about earlier. Yes, 7:18 from him.
Turn up for the locals. Shout out.
Shout out to the locals.
They said you sunny states aren't going to come here and dominate our race
Not
walk.
this. This is ours.
And we got the ladies on the track. Okay. Sounds like an eye of the tiger.
I love it.
So were you here last night when they were doing the lights?
Yes, I love the lights.
And
I love the lights.
You had to appreciate that.
Yeah, and you can see them right now. They're dope. Oh, there they go. The women are now out.
I mean, let's just keep it.
I like that they're doing the introductions for them.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a little different energy from a sprinter to a race walker. They got to conserve themselves.
They do. So they're walking up real slow, like you guys are going to go on my pace. I'm not about to run up there.
Nah.
And you know, that's how I was when when the officials would say, get your run out, I was like, I'm not wasting any of my breath before this 400. Not me.
No. And again, I'm seeing just a different level of camaraderie between the race walkers and a 400.
Yeah.
Nobody's shaking hands and holding hands to the line.
No. We're not friends.
No, not at all.
And there's your start list there. This is going to be a pretty good one. And yeah, you're right. Maybe having to see the boys go before you does actually kind of help.
I mean, I don't know everything about race walk training, but I would imagine that a lot of that is done outside.
Yeah.
So coming inside, sometimes people think that's a benefit, but for your lungs and something that's this long, that can be a little bit of a challenge.
For your lungs.
Yeah. So for those of you that think sometimes running indoors is such a luxury because there are no elements, well, for those that don't have sunny weather, like I come from Michigan, we're outdoors a lot, and when we come inside, your lungs literally feel like they're bleeding.
Yeah.
They're not used to that adjustment. So
Well, you know, that's track for you. And we actually have the reigning New Balance National Indoor Champion in this race. She actually held the meet record as well.
whoop, whoop.
From last year. That's Maddie Morgan.
Where's Maddie from?
Maddie Morgan is actually from Houston, Texas.
Oh, so she's
Okay,
coming to
Southern girl.
kind of shake it up for the locals.
Shake it up for the locals, and she's supposed to be wearing hip 8. Emphasis on supposed to be. If anybody knows how
love
track
that.
meets
I love
work,
that.
things move around.
Yes. So yesterday in the middle school 400, 2 girls' hip numbers got stuck in their braids. It was the first time I'd ever seen
Yeah.
that, actually. I'm like, because she's 8. Okay, I'm going to just wait till the official is off.
Absolutely. I would say my problem, I always take it off.
Oh, yeah. No.
So I'm sure, like, whoever was broadcasting back in the day when I was running, they're probably like, who is that?
Yeah, I kind of threw it on my skin with hopes that it would sweat off.
Like, yeah.
'Cause
I'm
it's so
I don't
uncomfortable.
really want this. After they would give it to me, I kind of take it off. But
Yeah.
now we need it.
No, totally.
So, like I said, Madison Morgan, hip number 8, goes by Maddie, out of Houston, Texas, holds the meet record with 7:17. Really hope to see if she could beat it today, but that's something, you know, when you're a record holder, people are always looking for you to beat another record, and that can be pretty tough. Maybe she just wants to come out here and, you know, get her feet under her and feel the experience of New Balance Nationals. I'm sure she loves it from winning last year, but we're all looking for that record, Maddie.
And you know, just gun is up. Oh. That's a little different.
You know, they might be shaking a little. It's kind of hard to false start.
Yeah.
Distance race.
Heels are up.
Heels are up.
Toes are down. And for those of you that might be just tuning in to today, check out those lights. Now, those are pace-setting lights, if I'm correct, Serenity.
Yes.
And that is excellent for someone that's kind of sprint-minded. I don't keep track of the laps. I'm just kind of watching the athlete, want to be in tune. But if you check that light, that is to pace the athletes.
Yeah, and if I'm correct, the pacing lights should be set on Maddie Morgan's 7:14 pace.
Incredible.
Well, she has walked so far.
She's heel-toed.
Excuse my French, but walked so far this season. Now she holds the record with 7:17 though, and she's right there gaining up into third. I imagine that she's trying to just get into a comfortable place because right now we're being led by Taylor Farrell out of Corning Track Club. hip number 19 up there in the front. She's gone ahead and taken that lead and taken that pace out.
Now, I might lose some fans here, but looking at these young ladies, the level of lock-in in their face is a little different than the young men. I mean, and maybe that's because the guys got to get on the track and warm it up, but they look a little fluid.
Oh, no, the women come out here and take this thing serious.
Yes.
We haven't seen it. We saw it yesterday. A national record.
Oh.
So, from Elin Lotta, like, I mean, they're out here taking it serious.
I mean, and the confidence they come out in that first lap.
Yeah.
Like, correct me, it's 8 laps?
It looks, yes, 8 laps.
8 laps. So
You
that
are right.
first lap,
You are
I'm,
right.
I'm in the back.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to let everybody else set the pace. These little girls are looking good.
That first lap is
Yeah,
down.
real nice and smooth.
Yeah, they look so smooth.
I am going to chat with a couple of them afterwards and see about what's the difference between running indoor and outdoor.
Yeah. And you know, in track and field, I ran at the University of Texas, and seeing
That's
what
it.
people are deciding, seeing what people are deciding to
Fix me.
I got you. There we go.
There we
The
go.
hook 'em, yeah.
Yes.
Seeing what people are deciding to get treatment on. You know, you see the throwers, they have the cups all over their back and their shoulders. I do wonder, like, the race walkers, do they have hip injuries, maybe calves and knees, maybe ankles?
I would say a
think
lot of
that's-
Achilles and calves for sure. Definitely the
That's where their
hips.
strength is.
They got to be doing hurdle walkovers, strengthening those hips.
for sure.
But I would love to watch a race walker do some hurdle drills.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they do. Our coach would put us in the sand and make us do sand
yeah.
walks. That was really hard. The amount of control you have to have is very difficult. I
Yes,
think that's where the difficulty comes in.
agreed. And if you're a local, there's not much sand around in between
Absolutely.
December and March. Heck, there's not much sand around ever. You got to get to a volleyball pit or
I
a
mean,
long
not
jump
up
pit.
here in the north.
Now, in the northeast, is that what they
in the
say? Correct.
northeast.
Show me some grace for those on the stream.
Now, we're going to be
Northeast.
getting dragged on Twitter when we look.
I got mad love for the northeast. When I touched down, I knew what I was getting to eat, and that was a lobster roll.
I was going to get one today.
Get one. That boy cost me $39 on DoorDash. It was a burn.
Okay.
But I will tell you, even in that DoorDash, the way that butter sopped up on that lettuce bread.
It was great. It was great.
Yes, it was fantastic. I don't think I've had one in years, so you got to get you one.
And for everyone just tuning in, Candace is telling me about these lobster rolls.
Yes.
Here in Boston. I mean, when in Boston,
You as the
it's either tea or lobster, right?
yeah, and I got my tea.
Period.
Licorice root, keep that throat right.
Yeah. You are
All
not
right,
wrong.
well, our ladies are looking a little flush. They're getting some work in
They
here.
are. And that meet record holder, Maddie, is just staying on her heel. She's staying on Farrell's heel as we head around the back end of that curve.
Is that lap 4? Lap 4?
It's looking like it. It's always really difficult, especially with the lap counters, because they have to. There's so many girls in this race. There was about 20 girls in this race. So to keep track of everybody, like what lap is
Absolutely,
everybody else on
absolutely.
compared to these girls right here who are racing past, going
All right.
into the 600, and Farrell is just not letting Morgan get that lead.
Yeah, let's shout out to the lap counter because he seems very relaxed in that position, and that's a little high stress.
Yeah. But I imagine it's like nobody talk to me.
Yeah.
I'm counting people. I'm counting here.
We got 3 laps to go.
We have 3 laps to go.
Yeah, so get you a lobster roll.
I am. Oh, I absolutely am.
Yeah.
Maybe not off of DoorDash.
No.
I don't think I want to pay
It was
$39.
late. You don't. It was super late, and I just had to do it.
Well, you know, later on in the broadcast today, as we head into some of those later events, like the distance medley relay, David Melly and Kate Buskirk will be jumping on. So maybe that's when I'm going to get a little break and like go get me a lobster.
Oh yeah, I bet you there's one within walking distance of here.
I agree.
And
I need to walk like that.
You can Uber and Lyft back. And I am feeling the DJ. I'm going to have to shout him out because you think you'd want a certain type of hypeness, but you got to maintain a level of composure when you're going 8 laps indoor on the race walk with the heel toe, heel toe, heel toe. And most impressive, I haven't seen one person, they got the paddle to show them what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As you hear that bell lap, we are on the bell lap.
That's Taylor Farrell. She's a senior out of New York. She got 10th last year. She said, I don't want 10th this year. I'm taking it out. And she has pretty much gapped the meet record holder, Maddie Morgan, who is out of screen right now. All you see is Taylor Farrell owning this race as she's into the bell lap already. It goes so quickly.
It does. And let's just keep it 100. Those pacing lights are having trouble keeping up with her.
They are. If I haven't learned anything, maybe the pacing lights shouldn't be on what the girls have previously run. Maybe it needs to be on the national lead, maybe?
That could be
give
it.
them something to chase.
I don't know how happy coaches would be about that, but as an athlete, I think that would be,
I mean, they're exceeding expectations here as she comes through that tape. 7:05.
Ooh.
And that is a huge personal best. Unofficial. And that is a new meet record.
And look at those high fives from the ladies. You know what? I gotta appreciate that. You do not get that in the race, the sprints in track and field. And they're still clapping on the other competitors.
Yeah.
Shout out.
And it's amazing to see that last year she was 10th. This year she is now the champion.
Anybody watching this on the stream know that anything you want to do is completely possible. 10th to first.
Yes.
Typically you come in your top 5 or top 6 All-American and you kind of know the ropes, but to be 10th, those are 2 different races.
Absolutely.
All right, Taylor. We see the sweat glistening.
Right. I mean, I don't think we've gotten a smile out of her yet. You got the meet record, but look, she's still trying to grasp how long that took. That was a huge personal best from her. I know she's tired.
Check her out, though. I kind of feel like she could hit another couple laps.
And there's the smile. As
Oh,
she gets
man, that's got to be your teammate.
Yes.
Yep. Coach has got to be happy. Parents aren't too far behind.
Yeah, that's what she was waiting for. She was waiting for her teammate, and now she's like, okay, I'm happy now.
Okay, I completely ran the wrong event because the love between these athletes right now, the coaches, the parents, it's hitting a little different.
It is. That was a huge personal best.
What was her PR before?
Her PR before was actually 7:14. No, I'm sorry. 7:30.
Jeez!
Yeah, she came in with 7:30.
That's like 2 hours in track and field. 30 seconds?
Yes. And that'll be a national lead. The national record is still held by Taylor Ewert.
And our official results are up. Taylor Farrell, 7:05.14. Huge PR. 7:30 Serenity, is that correct?
Yes.
Madison Morgan, 7:15, respectively. What is that? I could be wrong, but it looks like Madison Tuttle could be her teammate. Can you see that hip from here?
Looks like hip 9.
Hip 9, so
they're just so happy to be around
they are.
each other. Yes.
And I'm sure the Racewalk community, again, I'm not an official, so all you have grace with me, is probably a little bit smaller, tight-knit community.
Oh, absolutely.
They're probably sharing secrets about training and blogging and injuries.
And to your point, they're actually not teammates. But Madison Tuttle, who she was hugging, is out of New York as well.
Okay.
And it's that rivalry. You know, once you get out of your own state, you're
Absolutely.
like, let me cling to somebody I know. They're racing each other all year. So
Absolutely.
definitely that camaraderie there.
Yeah, you're not going to see that in the 60s later today.
Oh, no, you're not.
Unless they're actual teammates.
Absolutely. And speaking of 60s, looks like the middle school boys are out on the track already. There are 9 timed finals. Once again, they are timed finals, not prelims. There is no prelims and finals. It's just a straight final. Get into some sprints in here.
Yeah. But you know what? Those race walkers got that track good and warmed up.
They did. But now the 60-meter guys, they're going to get the middle of the track nice and warmed up.
So, you know, just a little bit of We're going to take you back down memory lane. Girl, the
Please.
last time I was in this track, I made my first World Championship team.
Wow.
Made my first USA team. And in the semis or the preliminaries, I didn't know which line to run through. And my coach was like, why did you run through the line? I was like, and if there's a basketball, there's a soccer, there's a whatever. So when I was out there kind of probing with the athletes, I was telling them, I said, always walk the track. Always know where the lines are. Don't just assume anything. So
That's great advice. I absolutely agree. I mean, me being a 400 runner, I ran the
Let's talk
60
about
and
that.
I literally was like, where's the line? I think, and it was so embarrassing. I ducked at the wrong line.
Yeah.
I mean, I ran through whatever line it was, but absolutely walking the track and just seeing how it feels too. That's what I would do before my race to get the jitters out. I would just walk around the track with my headphones in when nobody's here yet. You know, long before my race, just to get the feel of it.
Well, again, shout out to Serenity for running around the track. Your girl ran the 4x2, which is half of the track outdoors. Indoors. And then I went to USC. Shout out to my Trojans on there. We don't have too much of an indoor season. A bit spoiled on training outdoors all year, so.
You're right. Y'all do not.
No.
From what I've noticed.
No. They're working on that. But coming from Michigan, I can appreciate indoor track. And my kids are spoiled. They came in here and they're like, so are they going to raise the bank? And I was like, what you mean raise the bank? They're used to running at Oregon. They're used to running at University of Michigan, the track at New Balance. I said, this is what the track is. They're like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That little bank.
I
Oh,
know.
okay.
And I'm like, this is original.
Yeah. I've actually never been at this one.
Okay.
When I ran at New Balance Nationals, it was still in New York.
Oh, at the Armory.
And, you know, the Armory is it's historic.
Yes.
And
for
I
sure.
love running there. But this is also fitting because Boston is becoming, at least to the sprinter side, becoming one of the sprint capitals as well. Because they're known for distance races. You know, we've seen the marathons. We've seen plenty of races like that in Boston. But sprinting.
No, absolutely. And you don't necessarily connect Boston with sprinting.
No, you
But
don't.
with New Balance, you got to.
Yeah.
My girl Sydney dropped a line yesterday that was in the retail store. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah. And she's a northerner, straight out of New Jersey.
No, she's
And
a local.
We've seen her high school run out here, Union Catholic. And these guys are in the blocks so far. This is heat 1. Keep your eye on lane 1. Winston Schroeder.
All right, nice drive phase coming up. Looking like we got some front runners. You said check out lane 1.
I mean, IMG has been...
They knew where the finish line was.
They did. But IMG has been bringing out the athletes. Looks like a 742 unofficial from him. 741 official. He came in seated number 6 at this meet with 748.
Really?
So,
Okay.
I mean, that's what New
Out of
Balance
lane
is-
1?
Yeah, that's
Go
what
ahead.
New Balance is all about, is getting to those personal bests.
Absolutely. And anyone that's on this stream that's watching, it's nice to run fast before you get here, but this is where it counts.
Yeah.
So you said he came in ranked what?
He came in ranked number 6.
Okay. Out of lane
Seated
1.
6.
Out of lane
Yeah.
1. Shout out to Winston and IMG. Way to come out of here in lane 1 and make things happen.
And if you're just now joining us, welcome to the fastest party on the planet. New Balance Indoor Nationals here in Boston, Massachusetts at the Reggie Lewis facility. We're heading into heat 2 of these time finals of the middle school 60. You already saw some fast runs. Winston Schroeder holding the top seed right now with 741.
Section 2 of 9. Looks. And we are underway. Oh, knee drive high. We got a clear front runner in lane 3. Those hip numbers are coming in handy, Serenity.
They are. Now that's actually Trey Ford from 750.
Okay.
Good run from him. He looked really confident.
He did. Again, they know where the finish line is with
They
this
do.
60.
And look at that drive from him. The knee lift was ridiculous.
Arms moving
A little
quick.
dip at the end. He didn't even need to, and he still did.
These are middle schoolers?
Yeah.
No typo
That's what
on
I'm saying.
that?
I didn't look like that.
I wasn't doing that in middle school. I was like, where's the finish line? How do I set these blocks?
Oh, and that was a correction. See? That's what I mean. Like, things switch around so much. That's Caden Whiteside, and we actually saw him in the 400 yesterday.
I thought so.
Yeah, 53.3 for him, and he's a short sprinter.
I'm
I mean, but
appreciating
this is the time to do it. You're so young. Your range goes a lot further than, when you're in college, you like to have your specialties. But this is the time to have multiple events. So that was Caden Whiteside with 750 winning the second heat out of 9.
All right, we're on heat 3. I do like to see that diversity between my one of my athletes I train. He's a 400. I was like, oh, we finna run the 60.
Oh.
I don't care if you get dead last, but this is where you get that speed work.
Oh, for sure.
All right. Gun is up and they are out. We see the driveways. All right, we got a little bit of a cluster. Let's see if we can get a true front runner here. Oh, we might have to let the camera sort that one out. Is that our official? Isaiah Christian, 749.
Yeah, because you never know nowadays.
You don't, and please have some grace with us. Even on the in-studio, it gets a bit quiet sometimes, but coaches will be on you if you announce something wrong.
Yo, they absolutely will be.
As they should, because I'm somebody's coach. I'm going to be on
Right. I have been called the wrong name throughout my whole race.
Give me one of those names they call you.
Honestly, I've been called Destiny a lot. And look at him.
Oh,
leaning
fighting for
forward
that
from the
finish
very
line.
beginning.
I like
Yeah.
that.
It was pretty tight there.
That was.
But it looks like it is official. Isaiah Christian. 749.
So our heat leader is still at that first heat, right?
Looks like it.
Again, give us some grace with these results. We want to make sure we're accurate before we're...
Yeah, I don't need anybody biting my head off. Because these kids will get in here and these coaches will get in here and say, actually, I want to put in this guy instead. And then they don't come and tell anybody.
And I
or sometimes the number's upside down. He accidentally put his 6 upside down, and now it's a 9. So now we're calling him the wrong lane. And that heat leader is still Winston Schroeder out of heat 1, 741. As we're moving on to heat 3, now in the blocks.
Clean start. We're all up.
Oh, all 3 of them.
Okay, coming through. Oh, all right. I believe his name is Scott right there with that camera. That don't want to be him.
Teron Lara, unofficial, 755.
That's what I'm going to start saying, Serenity.
Unofficial?
Destiny. I'll be like, unofficial. Give me a second. 756 is the heat winner. Winston out of that first heat. IMG Academy 741 is the time to beat.
And to be putting up a time like that early.
Early. Shout out to a Motor City Track Club. They just came and clipped a pic of your girl. So
Motor City, I was speaking about Motor City Track Club, and there's your winner right there with Teron Lara.
Okay.
But yeah, I was speaking about Motor City Track Club. I've been running against them since I was younger.
I ran against them.
And they were the team that I was getting nervous about racing against.
And kids are still
And I need to make sure I stop the coach and tell him that, like,
Brandon,
shout out to you for having a great program for all of these years.
Brandon Giles, and he gets to be coached, his mentor, Coach Lynch. All right, clean start, gun. All right, they're coming out through the middle. Oh, okay. Looks like a little burst right at the end. 750. Oh, see, look, officially, Terrence Dorsey was 749.
Terrence Dorsey from Southern Sprinters Elite. Yes, he is wearing the Jamaican colors. Out here representing the Jam Rock that are out here to
again?
our left. The Jam Rock.
That was
I
too
know.
That was smooth.
Thank you. I mean, when you're in track and field, The Jamaicans have taken over. They're powerful runners. And I love seeing the younger ones out here, too. And they brought a crew out here.
They always
I'm not
bring
sure
a
if y'all
crew.
can hear them cheering. Literally 2 hours left.
They're getting ready for Penn Relays because you know how they like to show up for
Absolutely.
that.
We're going to keep on moving right along. Heat 6 out of 9. Now, reminder that these are timed finals.
Okay.
Each heat gets faster. It goes
Okay.
slowest to fastest.
You got to go. You got to get it.
Yeah.
There's no
On
survive in
paper,
advance.
it goes slowest to fastest. However, these guys have been muscling it out, and they're out of the blocks now.
Nice clean start. Good push through the end.
We got another Southern sprinter. Looks like Yeshua McKinley. Right off of his seat time. He came in with a seat time of 7:56. He ran 7:57. It's a pretty good one. You can't be mad at it.
Did you provide me with this?
I did.
Bless you.
You know what?
Serenity
You're
get your
welcome.
girl a pen. I was just happy to be here and be on time.
I'm
and get
gonna
on
lose track.
I am.
See, you were on time. I wasn't.
Oh, but
Boston is hard
But
to
I'm a sprinter,
navigate.
you're a 400-meter runner. that just says everything. And also, I need you to give me some grace on here because the coach in me is a loving watching kids execute, loving watching these young kids come out here and get stuff done. So if I get the time wrong, if I get the name wrong, I am so excited about seeing this young talent this morning.
Well, that's why there's two of us. We're good. It's all good. And we have another 400 repeat in this heat. Gideon Newton out of Birmingham, Alabama. He came in with the seat time of 7:39.
yes. And Michael McKenzie, he was in that 400 as well yesterday. I remember.
He sure was.
All right, nice clean start. Good drive phase.
And as you can see, that's Michael McKenzie.
Okay.
Coming across the line. I'm sorry, that's actually Gideon Newton. Coming across the line first there.
That's that 400 getting that speed work.
It is. And honestly, it helps. I always did kind of like doing a 60 before my 400 to get me a little warmed up.
Yes. No.
Or doing like a 4x1 outdoors right before my 400. It would get me warmed up.
And yes. Say that again. So if your coach is putting you in a back-to-back thing, you're used to running repeat reps at practice. So just a little bit of my secret. I got a 400 girl running this weekend, and she's running the 60. And she
Oh.
probably will get drug a little bit. But guess what? She going to be warmed up for that 400.
It builds character.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're not going to catch me warming up in a 400. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm
It
like,
for
is
sure
the
builds
100 or the 100 first? The hurdles, or which one? Put me in either. I'm good.
And there's those final results for Heat 7.
All right, shout out Gideon Newton, 7:44. He did run an incredible 400 yesterday. So his legs got a little bit of lactic on them.
Absolutely. But you're young. It comes
Yeah,
up.
they-
If that lactic,
They can't even spell lactic.
that's what I'm saying. They feel it for maybe 5 minutes, and it's done. They're probably running around the track after they were done running with their New Balance book bags that I've been seeing. If y'all
Oh,
haven't seen them, y'all should go on their Instagram. They're black this year. Everybody, love to see the book bags drop.
Clean start.
Southern Sprinters
And they're sitting right next to me. I can hear them loud. Good. Look at that knee drive through the finish.
representing.
Is that the official?
7:27 from Stefan Lyon, who
Okay.
was also in the 400 yesterday.
Okay, I wanted to make sure my facts were right, but yeah. Shout out to Southern Sprinters Elite. I can hear them right here to my left. They turned up. That's our new leader?
7:27, it is.
A clear
And
leader.
even a 7. That was insane.
He might be able to spell lactic because the boy came back and
Look at him
that.
clearing the
Easy.
field. Okay, Southern
He looked like
Sprinters.
he been watching Usain Bolt come through that finish line.
Honestly, I would not be surprised.
7:27, Stefan Lyon. Impressive.
Come on, Jam Rock.
Go, girl, you threw that in there so smooth. All right, Heat 9 of 9. We're closing it out.
Heat 9 of 9. We are now closing out the middle school boys 60-meter timed finals. 7:27 from that last heat. Let's see. It's supposed to go slowest to fastest. Supposed to. Emphasis on supposed to.
And I like how you said on paper.
On paper. But they've been proving us
Clean
wrong.
start. Nice drive. Knees are up. It looks like we got some movement on the outside. Is that lane 8?
That's Raymar Thomas. 740, but nobody was catching Stefan Lyon, who was already up here in the stands.
He is, and
with his friends and his family.
Oh, and they got the
that
face paint and
727.
everything.
Yeah.
They woke up early to do that.
That's what I mean. They, like you said, they can't even spell Latin.
Nah.
Because he's already up here in the stands. Didn't you just run 727?
And I don't know if he took his spikes off.
He hasn't even taken his spikes off yet.
That was fun.
And he will be your middle school winner as we just see the final heat wrap up there. But
And you know what? I like that you touched on paper. Anyone listening, any coach, any athlete, don't come in here thinking about what's just on paper. It is about coming out here and showing out at the fastest party on the planet. And I want to say we had some nice performances out of like lane 1 and lane 8.
oh, absolutely.
So don't tell me you can't
Lanes
do it.
don't matter. Heats don't matter. Look at the crowd. Mind you, it is 9:38 a.m. Eastern time. And look at that crowd. People have come out. And this has been the same crowd since the race walk, which started at 9 a.m.
There might have been some people left over from that mile. I heard that championship was lit.
Absolutely.
Some
it
records
was
were broken.
lit here until the very end.
So we got the ladies coming to the track. They got, 15 heats. Shout out to all those coaches that qualified for the New Balance.
15 heats. A little reminder, these are all a timed final from these middle school girls.
Just to be 100 transparent, I am sending this free YouTube link to my grandmother so she can hear me in serenity. She sat in crowds for years. She made sure I had everything from tights to spikes to things I didn't know I needed. So it is a joy for her to see me call in track and field. So go ahead and get on that stream and go ahead and copy and paste it. Send it to everybody around. They didn't have that.
Oh no. Oh no, my dad was in the stands with a camcorder.
Oh, he still got that footage?
Yeah, he still has it. Now, if you're wondering where to stream, it's New Balance's YouTube. Absolutely free. You can
what
catch
did you
all
say?
of the races. New Balance's YouTube.
And how much was that?
Free.
Where are they doing that at?
They doing that here.
They're doing it at the
Reggie Lewis.
Shout out to New Balance with, this is just being 100%. Some of the streaming services can sometimes be a challenge. If you don't have a login, you lost that password, but New Balance is making it nice and easy. Go ahead and get on that YouTube, share that link.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we got our first ladies in the blocks.
We have a scratch in lane 1, Raya Cooper.
See that? Clean. Oh. Now that makes sense. We saw some of that in the race walk, which threw me off a little bit.
But these girls are out of blocks. Like we were saying yesterday in the 400, a lot of girls and boys opted out of using the blocks. Because, you can do that in a 400. Not in a 60.
Can you?
Not, when you're at that age, you can do that in the 400.
Okay.
And you can see a little bit of movement.
Let's see.
Looks like in those red bottoms.
Okay. Shout out to the starters, making that a fair, charging it to the field. Mm-hmm. There's probably a little bit of nerves.
And these are kids.
These are you can be 6th grade in middle school. I was not at a New Balance championship. And I wasn't watching it on the stream. I was waiting for the paper results. So shout out to New Balance for streaming this. All right, gun is up. Looks like we have a clear start. Nice drive phase coming out the center of the track. Let's check that hip. That looks like lane 4. 767. Oh, our official 766, Parker Coles.
And that's Parker Coles from Bullish Track Club. Bullish has brought out the athletes time and time again. They are the home to 400-meter runner Quincy Wilson, who has the national lead right now in the 400. We've seen a lot of Bullish athletes. We're going to go ahead and check out Parker once again.
Look at that drive phase, toes up, Dorsey flex, hit.
Oh, yeah.
That's called textbook.
Yeah.
She took us to the clinic.
Oh, absolutely.
And that was heat 2.
No, this is Heat 1,
That
actually.
was Heat 1?
Yeah, the false start.
Right,
yeah.
threw me off.
This is Heat 1. And what a standard that she's setting. 766. I want to say they're out of Maryland. So, not too far from here. Parker Cole's 766 for that first heat. I mean, she had the top seed.
Yeah, just like we talked about Motor City today, Bullis, they are one of those, we will be saying that over and over again. Strong talent, strong coaches, and they're locals.
Absolutely.
Gun is up. Clean start, heat 2 of 15. Oh, looks like we got a little cluster in the middle of the track. Nice pull away. Out there in lane 7.
And that's Cameron Daly.
She was in the 4 yesterday.
She was. The Riley Wildcats, and she's actually homeschooled.
What?
Yes. Now, she came in with a seed time of 7:84, and she just ran 7:68 from Cameron Daly. She looks good. She looks like that was easy.
Because she's a 400 girl. I called that name yesterday out there on the track. Tall and lean. This is lightweight for her. She's like, give me 3 more.
And then we're talking about something.
And we talking about something. I only need 45-second recovery on it.
And we see some more Southern sprinters in the middle of the track there. That's Layla Mitchell. She comes in with the second fastest time on paper. Wonder what they're thinking when they're in the blocks.
Nice clean start. Dry phase is out. Heat winner out of lane 7. Let's talk about those lanes. They don't matter.
No, they don't.
Especially in the center of the track. It's the same distance.
Looks like a 773 out of Stevens from Space City Track Club. She was out there by herself all the way in lane 7. It can be pretty difficult because you don't really, it's hard to gauge from your peripheral how close people are to you.
Completely. And I'm enjoying watching this young talent. They got some good execution beside them. Arms are moving good. And besides that false start, we know, which probably just to get the jitters out, these kids are being pretty composed. We are deep in it.
We are.
Heat 4?
Heat 4. Keep your eye out for Haven Smith.
She was in the 4 yesterday.
She was in the 400.
True?
She actually got 3rd in the 400 last
Overall?
night. Yeah. That was a good one. So she's been feeling pretty good. It's always a good feeling, like, when you do good in your first race, and then the other races are just a breeze.
Absolutely. Oh no. That was a clear. I wonder if there was any movement.
Now, once again, this is middle school, but we're going to see what that movement was about. Looks like, out of lane, looks like 6. Don't want to call it too early.
Thanks for those hip numbers.
Yeah, thanks to those hip numbers. I feel like I need some binoculars.
Definitely. And we're not even that far from the start. This is only 60 meters, girl. If it was 100, we'd be all bad.
Looks like they're going to reset them here.
Okay. I can appreciate that, especially with this age group. I get teaching them a lesson, but here, this might be the one race that you qualified for. You traveled 400 miles. Parents took off work. Coaches out of using PTO to be here.
They had fundraising.
Oh, yes.
For this meet.
Absolutely.
Heavy on that. The meets are far.
They are.
They're hard to pay for.
Unless you're a local. Clean start. Ooh, looks like we got some speedy movement out there in lane 1. Is that your 400 meter girl? All right, Serenity, your 400-meter athletes are showing up today.
Honestly, you love to see it.
And you can tell she's a 400-meter girl because Haven's, she's not breathing too hard.
No, not at all. And that was a new personal best from her. She came in with 788.
Okay.
She's out of St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis Blues?
St. Louis Blues.
Okay, I remember calling that yesterday.
She must be feeling pretty good. Third yesterday in the 400.
You know why she's feeling good?
Mm-hmm.
Because she ran a 60,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a time final. So it's not like the 4 she got to worry about coming back.
Yeah. And we're going to keep on rolling right through. We're in heat 5 of 15 in these middle school 60 meters. They're all time finals. All of the races out here have been time finals.
Clean start. Got a little cluster coming through. Looking like that heat winner was out of lane 8. And what's our time to beat?
On Jonla Akonli.
8:20.
8:20. And I heard some screaming from our left. So she might be representing. Yes, she was representing the club that I saw yesterday, USA Jamaica Track Club.
That's a clear indicator.
Yeah.
There's no confusion. And we'd like to welcome anybody that just joined us on this stream, this free stream from New Balance. My name is Candace Davis Price. I'm with my girl Serenity, 400-meter expert.
Oh, not at all. She's exaggerating, you guys.
We're definitely middle school 400-meter experts and 60-meter experts, for sure. Run is up, clean start.
Heat 6 out of 15. That Southern Sprinters, again, they have brought out the athletes.
You can hear them behind us. You have to.
Mm-hmm. Lila Wiseman, 790. And she's only in 6th grade.
Say it again.
6th grade. I know we were talking about these are young girls. That is young, and she looks so good right
Look
there.
At that.
And she had a lot of scratches in between her and the rest of the field.
Mm-hmm.
Those lanes were open. So it was kind of tough to her to see where she was. But she was just focused on that finish line.
And no pressure.
And there goes those results from Heat 6 with the 790 from Lila Wiseman. Southern Sprinters, a Jamaican team.
Oh, looks like they got some in this next heat as well. Heat 7. Yeah, girl, I might need some binoculars. And that Jumbotron is big. Looks like we got a little long jump action happening over there as well.
We do. Might check in on them later on.
Yeah.
Read off some results, see how well they're doing.
One is up, and we have a clean start. All right. Pushing through. Ooh. Nice little nod at the finish line.
Olivia Akpan from New Jersey. She was seated 12th in this meet.
What's our heat leader? I mean, what's our number one time?
Our number one time right now is from Parker Coles of 7:66.
Was that in that first heat?
She was in that first heat.
Okay.
You can see Jaguar Track in the middle there. We saw them have a lot of athletes come out here as well. But it was Olivia Akpan who ended up getting that one. And as you can see, the final results there, 8:12 from her.
8 of 15.
Almost halfway there.
Almost halfway there. It was definitely a joke when I said we were at 4 deep in it. Uh-oh. Looks like we got some movement down there.
And it can always be very difficult in the 60 because you're starting so close to other girls. And what they do, you know, you might jump as well. It's hard to focus.
I got to shout out this officiating crew. I think they are giving these young athletes an opportunity to learn, but in a nurturing way as well.
Absolutely. So they're still doing that second gun. You know, they're not just letting it slide, but at the same time, haven't seen any disqualifications, so I hate to break any hearts out here.
Yeah, that's tough to see. All right, nice drive phase, good high knees right through the finish line.
Vanessa Waite from Orlando, Florida. And if we don't know anything about Orlando, Florida, it's that they have the sprinters, and as you could see, 760 from her. She now takes the lead from Parker Coles for the fastest time so far. She came in seated number 2 behind Parker Coles, so she was like, I want something good, and you can see that smile on her face because she got something good. 760 from her.
Does her jersey say go?
Honestly, it does. And that's fitting. Look, she had it from the very beginning. She exploded out of the blocks.
Oh, there's a happy coach there. You know, sometimes at practice you don't put it together. Sometimes even the warm-up, you're not getting it. But when a coach can see an athlete come out here and execute what you've been working on since September, that feels good. So shout out to Vanessa. Nice work. And you know, she might have had a little advantage because she's in the deep of the heats now. You get to watch everybody run. Get to see where that finish line is. Kind of get to listen to that gun a little bit. That was always something my coach taught me. Listen to that gun prior to getting out here.
And what you're seeing out of these sprinters, these southern sprinters, they have a lot of experience out here.
Quite a few of them coming from that 400 dropping down to that 60. Got me and my sprinters worried. 400-meter runners don't complain much. Gun is up, clean race. Got a little cluster, pulling through. Oh, right at the finish line. We're going to let Scott short that out.
Yeah, that was a close one. Looks like Jaguar track right there on the end from Maya Witch.
With the smile. You should smile. 799, 804, 806. That is tight right at the finish.
She was 10th in the 400 last night, seated number 7 in this meet at 786. And she had a whole lot of company from the outside there.
Here we go. Low sit lane 7 and 8. Anything can happen. And these 400-meter runners dropping down to the 60. That's why they smiling.
Yeah.
They got...
Oh, yeah. It's like, it's over already? I didn't even break a sweat. She's really happy. Look, her with her teammates there. This is the first time a lot of these athletes have been on camera. But that's what I love about New Balance. Making them feel like stars a little bit. You know, we have the fireworks, we have the lights, we have the introductions. Making them feel good because this is a huge deal to be out here and running this fast.
Well, you know they're screen recording themselves, or somebody is. So they're like, I'm instantly going viral.
They're going to post it on Instagram, as they should. It used to be so hard to find mine. I had to, ask my dad for the camcorder.
It's still hard to find them, girl. Don't play with like, oh, that was me. It looks a little pixelated, Coach. Are you sure that was you? That girl looked kind of like, did you run the 400? No, but I was at the meet. All right, we got a nice clean start. Ladies moving nice and through. It looks like lane 1. I'm following those hips, Serenity, but you got to keep me honest.
It was heat 10, Peyton G. Motor City Track Club, like we were talking about earlier.
Shout out to Motor City.
Yes. She
out
came
of lane
in
1.
seated 16th at this meet with 807. So that was a nice personal best from her, 7:99.
She looked like she thought about getting on her knees, but then she might see her coach, Giles, sitting over there, and she don't want those problems.
Yeah. She's like,
She's
let
like
me just walk it off. Sorry, coach.
I like that arm movement. Nice and aggressive. Pushing right through the line.
She was getting some pressure from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
And these are timed finals, so it's pretty difficult. You're not next to your fastest competitor, always. And there's those final results. Peyton G took that heat 7:99. That was heat 10 out of 15.
Now we deep in it, girl. We heat 11.
Now we're deep in it. We're going to keep on rolling to heat 11. Keep seeing that Jaguar
that
track.
Jaguars?
Yes, that Jaguar track. And Southern Sprinters. But I think we might have a surprise. Olivia Hurd.
St. Louis again?
St. Louis again.
All right. Gun is up. We got a clean start. Nice drive phase all throughout the race. It looks like, ooh, right at the end, dipping that chin. They knew where that finish line was. That's what you were talking about, Olivia?
Yeah. Out of St. Louis, Missouri, with 8:01.
There's no blues in that track club.
No, not at all. It's just shy of her seated time with 7:88 coming in.
Well done. Nice drive phase. She kept that head nice and tucked.
That's what I was about to say. What I liked about this is she focused on her own race, and that was always very difficult. Even when I would jump into a 60, I'm like, oh, well, their head is up. I need to hurry up and get up. I need to stop playing around in this drive phase. Like, let me get up. No, but she kept her head down and focused on what she had to do, and she took heat 11, 8:07. Now, these are all time finals. Keep repeating that because might get a little switched. Might get it a little confused.
And you touched on it. You don't get to run against your top competitors. So you really got to go out here and run against the clock. Gun is up. Nice and clean start. Oh, we got a little bit of push. Okay. Lane 4 coming through nice and clean.
Looks like Jasmine Jackson out of New Jersey.
Local.
She was 4th in the 400 yesterday.
I'm done with y'all. I'm done with y'all.
Yeah.
I'm through.
The 400 runners, it's a nice little workout for them.
It is.
Look at her. She's like easy peasy.
She definitely went on a 15-minute jog before she came in. She might have done a half an A skip. She like 60 meters. What?
It's over already. She came in 791, seated number 9. As you can see, right there in the middle of the track, that's great lane placement for her. She got lucky with that one, having her competitors on each side of her.
And that lane was pretty packed. I mean, that heat.
And there's those final results. Jasmine Jackson out of New Jersey, 8:03. Michaela McCoy, right on her heel with 8:18. We're going to keep on rolling it right through. This is heat 13 of 15. We're on the later half of these time finals.
Gun is up, clean start, nice drive phase from the middle of the track. That looks like lane 4 coming right through. Was that lane 7 sneaking in there as well?
You're going to like this one, Candace. ATL Zoom.
Woo!
ATL Zoom. I like that one. Sanaya Williams.
Georgia, that's your people.
Yeah, you know. Georgia, we're gonna have some sprinters down there in Georgia.
Well, if it dropped below 50 degrees, it's too cold to train outside.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. 796 from Sanaya Williams there. There was a good run from her. What I appreciate about the Georgia athletes now is that I'm starting to see them at a lot more of these meets. When I was younger, you know, with the USA and the AAU coaches, we weren't going everywhere necessarily. We're staying in the South. We're going to Florida, running at meets in Louisiana. But you got to go where the competition is. And that might be here at the Reggie Lewis. It is, actually. Not might be. Here at the Reggie Lewis.
The
Track
fastest
center.
The fastest what?
The fastest party on the planet.
And
New
we in
Balance
here.
Nationals. And we in here.
Girl, we considered still fastest.
Are we?
We are. Because we calling the fastest.
Okay, I think we should go and run. I think we should go pace something.
Just something.
Candace?
The pace lights, I
Yeah.
can handle that.
I can give you a solid 104.
What, solid 104?
Yeah.
I'm a solid 72.
And it looks like this one is getting called back for in Heat 14 and 15. There might have been some movement. I didn't see any.
I didn't either, but again, girl, we need binoculars up here,
Yeah,
huh?
we do. You know, what the officials see is a little bit different. And what we see in a lot of the older, the pro meets, they have the sensors on their blocks, which can be a lot more tedious. I don't see a need for that at this meet. There isn't, luckily. So we're just going off of human eye for the officials.
And that starting crew has been giving some nice grace to
They've
those
been
athletes.
fair. Yeah, it looks like it was on them. It was on none of the athletes here. They gave a green card. The girls just need a reset. Right now they're kind of just shaking the nerves out, which is really good to do. Don't get in your head.
Anyone streaming that might be a grandparent or aunt or uncle that doesn't know track and field, that green card means that they're just going to charge it to the field. If you see that red card go up, that means someone is going to be disqualified.
Disqualified, unfortunately. Heat 14 of 15.
Oh, I saw the movement.
Oh, I saw the
and I think the
movement.
athlete knows too.
And they're nervous.
Yeah.
They're nervous out here.
Gosh.
This is a big stage.
Yeah.
Look at this
So it's
crowd
funny
out
we,
here.
Yeah, we talked about those cards. It looks like they're going to.
And we're going to take a look back at this one to see where the movement was. You might see it in lane 2 there. She may have just anticipated that gun a little bit too much. Yeah, her butt moved right there.
Oh, they're giving a yellow card.
But they're going to give her the yellow card. And we're good.
All right, well, looks like the track gods are in favor of us getting some nice clean starts here.
And
we
they should be.
Yes.
They should be.
At this age group, absolutely. Just enough to be thought about being kicked out the race is enough for you to tighten up.
For
So
sure.
I'm appreciate the life lessons that are being learned right here. Now let's hope these athletes can reset. And we got a nice clean start. Nice strong push through the finish line.
That looks like hip 6.
Mackenzie with 801. Is it IMG?
bringing out the athletes. Yeah, she was coming up on Zion Bullard, who actually had the fastest seed in this out of Augusta, Georgia. She was in lane 7, but it was Mackenzie who got that one with 801. Out of IMG, you can see her right there. What a tall athlete she is.
Look at that arm
She was
movement.
powering through, and she dipped at the line, which may have just secured her that win. We're going to see these results. 801 from her. Zion Bullard right on her heel with 806. Chelsea Williams 813 to round off the top 3 for Heat 14 as we head into the final heat of these middle school 60-meter dashes.
So I was a little bit excited. I saw your name on that board.
You saw my name?
Yes, look at the bottom.
There's a Serenity?
There is. So you had to get it right.
Oh, I love it.
You got to get that right.
Serenity pin. Hey, Serenity girl. Oh, she did not show. Dang it. Serenity, where you at?
Maybe she recovered. Well. Nice clean start. Moving well through the middle of the track. Looks like we got hip number 7 coming through the finish.
Zoe Orlando out of New York.
Okay. Local getting it done.
807.
Those Orlandos know how to sprint. Because they got the sunshine.
Those Orlandos know how to sprint, but she's
Orlando.
actually out of New York, so that's surprising.
I just looked
But
at that
sprinters
last
come from
name.
everywhere, yeah. Sprinters come from everywhere. And that rounds off Heat 15 of 15. We're going to see Zoe one more time. She's out there in lane 7. She was getting so much pressure from Jaguar Track in the inside there.
So I'm loving the dip through the lines. It just gives me childhood vibes of like being in the street, running at the playground, being in the grass field, and like hitting
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Your friends standing there with their hands out.
They're taking it serious out here. That's how it should be. And that is it for the middle school girls 60-meter dashes. Those are the full results. Vanessa Waite takes the win with 7:60. Parker Coles can't think of the fastest time, but will end up with the silver today with 7:66. And Cameron Daly, a homeschooler, 7:68 to round off that top 3.
Cameron Daly was one of those 400-meter runners as well.
She was. 15 heats of those girls. Me and Candace have just been powering it through. If you're just now tuning in, we're at the Reggie Lewis facility here in Boston, Massachusetts. And I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Candace.
Hey, hey, hey.
We've gotten to see a whole bunch of great races so far. We got a start out with the Racewalk, and then the 60 meters. And then next up, we're going to have the freshman boys 60. Looks like we're going to have 11 heats, but not going off just yet. We have at least about 20 minutes for them. We're going to stay on schedule. And look at that crowd out here in Boston, Massachusetts. But we will be right back.
said price, like Price is Right.
And we are back at the Reggie Lewis facility, New Balance Indoor Nationals here in Boston, Massachusetts. We saw some great racing so far. But here on the mic, this is Serenity Douglas. I'm joined by Candace Davis-Bryce.
What's
the
up?
lovely Candace?
What's up? It's your girl Candace. Check her out on Catch Candace a little bit. That's the Instagram. Had to do it.
Check her out.
Had
Catch
to do
Candace.
it, right? Serenity,
Yes.
go ahead and drop the Instagram on there.
Honestly, _Serenity D. But we're going to keep on rolling right through. We have the freshman boys 60. There are 11 heats of it, but they're all timed finals. Emphasis on the timed and the finals. So it's supposed to go on paper slowest to fastest. However, these athletes have been muscling it out. For the girls, we saw one of the fastest times from the very first heat.
In lane one.
In lane one, Candace. So honestly, we should just throw these stats out the window a little bit.
I'm saying, I appreciate this good paper. Girl, do you remember when they used to tape your results on the brick wall?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, and we
Okay.
would run and go see it. To see if we made it to the final.
Somebody on this stream knows what I'm talking about.
That's so
yes.
funny. I forgot about
So
that.
the fact that we have this beautiful jumbotron in the Reggie Lewis Center, we got instant results right here in our face, and you got to give us a little bit of grace. There's a little bit of delay sometimes. We want to make sure we're giving you the official results.
Absolutely. In heat one, they're lined up behind their blocks right now. Christopher Quick in lane one. That's what happens when it's a tying final. You don't necessarily get the best lane draw, but nonetheless, these athletes have been muscling it out regardless. We're going to see how quick Christopher can go. You like that? Yeah.
Ooh,
Christopher Quick.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering, did he change his name for that?
Right. He's out of Baltimore, Maryland, with the number 5 seed of 720. He was 10th in the freshman 400 yesterday. We've been seeing a lot of repeat for the 400 runners, and they're down in their blocks now.
Quick
was
that
out
party
quick.
started early.
Yeah, Quick was out quick.
Quick was out quick.
$713 from him.
All right, Christopher, shout out to your parents. I'm a little bit jealous of that Quick. That's going to look nice on a bib when they put those names on the bib instead of the numbers.
Quick. I like
713 out of lane one.
it. Personal best for him. He came in
PB?
the seed time, of 720. And there's that first heat out of 11. Christopher Quick got it with 713. Alex Dayton, 732. It was pretty tight up in there. Look at that.
That looked like Scott had to break some things down on the
Yeah,
camera.
234. Brian Porter, 732. Jaden Jones, 732.
Serenity, you talked about it a little bit. We saw it in the middle schoolers. For those of you that are just joining us on this free stream from New Balance Nationals, you heard your girl say that. It is free.
Free.
You can't get that everywhere. And as Serenity and I said, they weren't streaming us. Our parents had camcorders.
Yeah.
We saw some 400 runners dropping down to this 60.
Yeah.
The game is changing.
Yeah.
They're like, why not?
Why not?
And I'm like, stay in your 400 because every 60-meter runner cannot go up to the 4.
No. That is a great point, especially not an indoor 400. It's very difficult.
That's like a rapper trying to be an actor. Sometimes it just don't work out.
Sometimes it's not good.
But if you're Mark Wahlberg and you local from
If you're Mark Wahlberg, if you're Ludacris, it works out real good.
Yes.
Now, heat 2 of 11. We got Christian Davis, University Academy Charter, out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay.
Missouri out here representing. He has the top seed with 703 from 3 weeks ago. And he won the freshman 400 meters yesterday with the PR of 49.6. And I'm interested to see what he runs today, but, they're calling them back. I'm not sure if there's any movement. And that's the tough thing. It was kind of a little bit of a slow second gun there.
And
They're already halfway through the 60. But we're going to see what happened there right now. See if there was any movement. Maybe it was on the officials. Not sure. See, it seems clean.
Seems kind of clean. I like that drive phase out of the center of the track. Hey, if I got to send a Starbucks or a Dunkin' Donuts to these officials, they are getting it done. They are teaching these athletes the right way, explaining the process to them. And those of you that are just tuning in or don't maybe even understand that start, a green card is charged the field, yellow, and then red. Once you get that red, you are disqualified. And we haven't seen that today, and I'm hoping that can stay consistent. I'm also hoping the other athletes in the stands are watching and seeing what to look for when they're in these blocks.
Absolutely, Candace. And they're just trying to see what the call is going to be, but still shaking the nerves off because it can still be a little tough because you thought that first time that you started, oh, like, this is the race, but now you're going again. And you're wondering, should I get out that hard again? Was I the one that moved? So having to start with that same adrenaline and that same push can be pretty difficult the second time around.
Absolutely, and you talked about it. We're at 10:21. That is Eastern time zone. You have kids from all over the country. At 10:21, some people are just rolling into work or rolling out of bed to that hybrid job.
Absolutely, and speaking of that, Christian Davis out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, yeah, he's on
so it's
time
9.
zone.
Yeah, it's 9:22. Hopefully he's gotten some time to get acclimated, but it looks like they're bringing them up once again. Is Christian Davis in that all red there in lane 3? Looks like there's some issues with the gun, probably, with the officials. So trying to figure something out. But you said, Candace, that you ran hurdles at USC, correct?
Yes.
Now, you spent a lot of time in the middle of the track there.
Yes.
Now, with so much going busyness, like there's long jump to their left.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's high jump to their right. How do you stay focused being in the middle of the track there and even having to attack the bank after your finish?
That's actually a good question because that's something that is very tricky. It's coming off that straightaway and going up on that bank. Often you're going to see a lot of athletes trip. You see they've moved the bar out the way, and there's not too much time to slow down. But if you're at this age group, and that's saying respectively, those are distractions. You see flags going up.
Absolutely. And you see the officials right now talking to Christian Davis. Okay, he's still going to the back of his blocks. That must be tough for him. You know, these athletes are still so young. These are freshmen in this one, but
they don't even have really that much experience.
Absolutely.
Like you even talked about just being on TV.
Absolutely. He may just be excited. I mean, he won that freshman 400 meter yesterday with a PR of 49.68. And he's looking to add his second title today in this 60. And they're down in the blocks.
Clean start. Nice drive phase. Clumped a little bit in the middle, and
look at that.
Looks like he knew where that finish line was.
Look at that. And this is just in heat 2. Like I said, it was supposed to go slowest to fastest. But Christian Davis said, no, ma'am. It's going to go fastest to maybe faster, but that's a tough time to beat. 7:06. Right off of his top seed.
You said he's coming out of Kansas, so he's at 9 a.m. running at 7:06.
Absolutely. And look at this replay. It was Christian's race from the very beginning. He's just so tall right there in lane 3.
Mm-hmm.
And he commanded that lead. He's pumping those arms, knees high, and he even dipped at the end.
That quick dip.
Yeah.
I like that dip. Takes me back.
And there's the results. Heat 2, once they eventually get pulled up. But that was 7:06 from Christian Davis. There it is.
Wow, that's two different races.
Jacob Peck, yes, 7:28. Michael Perry, 7:29. Rounding up that top 3. This is just Heat 2, y'all.
Heat 2.
Out of 11. Now, these are all the time final. So Christian Davis, Mr. Christian Davis, he's going to wait and see if he got that second national title after all of these heats go. He already got the 400 one yesterday. We're going to see if he gets this one as these time finals just roll out here.
We're Heat 3 of 11. Let's pray to the track guys we can keep these clean guns.
We got a couple fast ones in this one. Out of lane 1, that's Lincoln Shelton out of Maryland. He has the number 9 seeded time, 7:29. And then Aiden Koviak out of Ohio with 7:33, number 12 seeded time.
Clean start, nice drive. Everyone's real good push through the line. That's one of the tighter finishes we've seen.
Yeah. And just speaking of him, that was Aiden Koviak. Huge PR from him. Came in with 7:33. He just ran 7:22. How about that?
Like that. That's how you get the fastest party on the planet started.
Absolutely.
Good drive phase, nice arms moving, good knee lift. Somebody's running over some wickets at practice.
Somebody.
I wasn't running over wickets in 8th grade. I'm jealous. You're gonna hear me say that over and over again. What these young athletes are getting. Shout out to the coaches. Shout out to the parents. I know I understand that sacrifice you're making. You guys are getting it done.
I mean, it's a different breed out here. The things that these kids are doing nowadays is not what we were doing when we ran. There's a lot more mechanics into their running. And it shows. I mean, I don't even think I was dipping at that age, you know? So
I think I was running in distance spikes. Because they look good. I mean, we barely had maybe 2 or 3 different sprint spikes. So I'm like, oh.
Another good one. Heat 4 out of 11. We have 2 ranked times in this one. Miles Theriot, Mustangs, seated number 10th at this meet with 7:31. He's in lane 1. And then LJ Williams, ranked number 11. And they're off to a great start.
We'll let the camera sort that one out too.
Yeah, that one was tight.
They were coming from all lanes, 1, 3, 7, everything.
Right now, the clock is saying Drew Gervais had it with 7:32. Waiting for it to be official. Camera's on Theriot there. He came in with the seated number 10. But it looks like it is going to be Drew Gervais with 7:32. We're going to get that replay for you. All the way in lane 6 there, in that green.
Oh, just mustard. That was a true dip.
Yeah.
And that's tough to do. Let's just keep it 100. That dip coming off of there and running up that bank, that takes a lot of talent.
Let's keep it 100.
Most of these kids aren't running on a bank track. Shout out to the Reggie Lewis, one of the original places I ran on a bank track.
And you know, I have to say, the bank is not that high. It's not vicious.
It's not. And I think it's a great, this is the perfect space for this development level of athlete.
Absolutely.
Shout out to New Balance. They know what they're doing.
They do. They do. You know, I've run on track like Arkansas's. And so high. Love their track. I always ran fast, but just so high. I'm out there in lane 6, all the way up there in the sky. And then Clemson, the same thing. But we're going to keep on moving right along.
And you know, I'm thinking, nice clean start. Looks like we got a race right in the middle of the track. Oh, I don't see his hip number. Definitely came off. I want to say
Heat 5 of 11. That came from Motor City Track Club. 7:26 from Alex Patterson.
He said, I don't need my bib. I mean, I don't need my hip number.
And
you know who I
Candace,
am.
you're from Michigan.
I am from Michigan.
Motor City Track Club is from Detroit, Michigan.
They handle business.
They sure do.
They got the name Motor City. And like you said, they are a historic program.
Absolutely.
Coach Lynch, Brandon Giles, developing athletes all over, getting them out the city, sending them to college.
And you can see it with Alex Patterson right there. All the way out there in lane 7. 7:26, just shy of his seat time with 7:23.
That is a powerhouse with 400-meter runners as well.
It is. Aiden Bly, second place, 7:38. And then Caleb Smith, 7:43, the third. That was Heat 5 for you. Headed into Heat 6, a little bit of halfway now. I'm having fun, Candace. What about you?
Serenity. This unfortunately has set the standard of what live stream is for me.
It is.
After this, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
It's like a winning first date.
It is. It is. It's like we're out here in like a podcast.
Yes. And it's our first date. And
I
want to see you again.
Oh yeah, for
so
sure.
Let's make this a thing.
Absolutely. Dinner was good, guys. Dinner was good. Candace paid.
Oh yeah, I do owe you a lobster roll.
You do owe me a lobster roll.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you just do.
You're not allergic to shellfish or anything.
I'm
right?
not.
Face won't get all.
Oh, girl, no.
Come back on the live stream looking crazy.
At least they don't see me. They just hear me. This is heat. 6 out of 11. Me and Candace just chopping it up here. This is a tight field.
Oh.
But it looks like from that inside lane, Isaiah Rogers out of Massachusetts.
That's a big.
So that's a native for sure. We've been talking about the ones that are like close with New York and New Jersey, possibly even Maryland. But he's a native straight out of Massachusetts. This is his home. Great run for him. 7:25.
He is on paper 7:34.
Isaiah Rogers.
7:25. 7:25.
Yes, he came in. You are absolutely right. 7:34. The top seed in that heat was actually Robert Hobson with 7:25. So Isaiah Rogers not only got that win, but matched the top seed in that heat. 7 Rogers, 7:25.
Oh, huge.
Noah Wood, 7:44. Madden Murray, 7:45.
And these locals are like, I don't care if you got that sunshine in Texas, Florida, and California. We mean business. We train in the wet, rain, and the snow.
Oh, absolutely. And you saw it out of the distance runners yesterday. You know, the distance runners, they warm up outside. Like, you know, they do their mileage outside. And it was a cold, wet, and rainy day yesterday. But just like, so what?
And I will tell you today, when I checked the weather, it said 48 degrees. So I sent a text message to my kids that said, get outside and warm up. You already know. We're used to 32 below.
And Candace, who do you coach?
I coach at Belleville High School in Ann Arbor, in Michigan. And here you'll see the Ann Arbor Youth Track Club, actually, that my coach started in 1970.
Wow.
And nice, clean start. Kind of clumped together. We're going to let Scott at the finish line sort that out. Yeah, so Ann Arbor Youth Track Club, that was a track club I ran in. My coach passed away, and one of his last wishes was that I would continue to coach. And I was like, oh, no. You want me to coach kids? I don't know how to do that. So I appreciate club track because in Michigan it's something special. We don't have the weather to get out and train like the other southern states. It kind of pushes us. You Georgia and what is it?
Georgians.
You Georgians. It's 52 and they're like, it's chilly outside. I'm like, it's 52? Bring the blocks out.
I mean, and speaking of those Midwesterners or those Northerners, we just saw somebody fast time, bullish track. That's Shahid Demetrius, 7:23. And then that second time, Ian Israel was 7:25. Faden Brown was 7:26. That was a blazing.
And you know, it was a little bit deceiving. They were all kind of clumped together. .706 is still our leading time.
From Christian Davis, yes.
And Christopher Quick is up there. I'm going to come and get that name from you. I'm going to come get that bib, Christopher Quick, so don't come close to your girl. That's blazing, too.
That was a fast heat.
Yeah. And we got to, again, recognize our officiating start crew down there. Everything's coming out nice and clean, giving all of our athletes an opportunity to compete.
This is heat 8 out of 11. We have the number 2 seed in this one of 7:13.
Okay. Nice, clean start. Good drive. Good lift. Coming through the finish line. Looks like that might have snuck out in lane 7. I'm reading hips.
Yeah, and he's the one who actually has the number 2 seeded time.
Is his name Jet?
His name is Jet.
Is his name Jet?
Jet.
All right, Jet, I feel you.
What a perfect name, and he comes away with the win. 7:22 from this time final of heat 8 out of 11. Cole Garrison sitting at second with 7:25. And Terrell Council was 7:37, but that was all Jet.
That was Jet.
What a name.
You're predestined for it. You might need to lock that down.
And you see Jet out there in lane 7 in that gold.
Oh, yeah. You don't show up in gold and don't mean business.
Look good. And there goes that
He's a jet with 2 T's, so he
A
means
jet with
business.
2 T's. He's standing on business out here.
Yes, yes. What's our leading time over there still? 7.
Our leading time is still Christian Davis.
Okay.
With 7:06 out of heat 2.
All right.
And he won the 400 yesterday with 49.6. And he's trying to come out here and take it from the sprinters, the short sprinters as
Yeah.
well. And so far he is.
Any 400-meter coach listening to this is going to be able to have some talking words.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to get in that 60 and get that speed work.
I mean, it really just goes to show anybody's competition, regardless of what event that you came in here with. I mean, these are kids. They're all fast.
This is true. Clean gun, nice start. Bunched in the middle of the track through the middle. Ooh. Nice.
tough.
Nice push towards the end.
It's hard to say for that one.
Yeah, I will never be a photo finish person.
Oh, yeah, no. Looks like it was Davian Sullivan for Eagles Track Club. 7:30 right there. Good one from him. He's happy with it. He had a whole lot of pressure up on him.
Talk a little about coach. So I coach football as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and
How's that?
That is, it's different. And I'm gonna. Some people might feel a certain way. I coach women track, and they're a little bit tougher than my
women's
football
track?
players.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, you see how I didn't even flinch?
They got a hangnail
Oh,
and they're
yeah.
ready.
Yeah.
We doing dry phase in the sand.
I'm not surprised.
And I'm like, there's no pads, there's no helmet to hide you. You're all exposed. So
oh, I'm not surprised.
I've enjoyed kind of bringing that back. Any old school football player always ran track in high school. So
Absolutely.
I'd be interested. There will be a couple of athletes I should be able to spot out that they play football or another sport. Well, you ran the 400, so you tough.
Oh, girl.
You bred and built different.
Am I? Asked me to run a 400 today. I told you. Solid 104.
Asked me to train for a 400 today.
Solid 104. And now we're getting to the end of these timed finals here. Heat 10 out of 11. Oh, yeah.
Oh!
That one out there in lane 1. It was kind of tough to see. He couldn't see the rest of his field there being all the way in lane 1. But he won that one with 7:30. That was Ethan Messam.
The Speed Academy.
Love that one.
Yes. I don't know, 8-tail zoom. That was kind of zoom. I'm not going to forget that. So you're from Georgia, but where?
I am from Gwinnett County.
Okay.
Yeah, from Gwinnett County. We have had a couple athletes. We have a couple athletes.
If
out
I'm
of
from
Georgia
the if I'm from the north,
okay,
how far is that from Atlanta?
we're east.
Okay.
Yeah, like far east.
Well, I was getting recruited by Georgia
Okay.
eons ago, and I was so excited because I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna live in Atlanta." I'm in this, and they're like,
Yeah.
it's in Athens.
Yeah,
I was
it's in
like,
Athens.
Like Athens, there's Greece, but there's Athens,
Yeah.
Georgia. Oh, okay. So I appreciate the good country, though.
Yeah.
Always good people in
Nice,
Georgia.
nice, good old country. But it was great going to Texas and being in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
I love Austin. Austin has my heart.
I love Texas.
Yeah,
I love
live
me
in
some
Texas right now.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'm out there. I work for a news station.
Okay.
So yeah, still a sports reporter. So yeah, I get to be around a lot of the football players
Yeah.
as well.
You guys got
to
some
be
good.
around
You
the
got some good
kids.
football in Texas.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
And football is everything
insane.
in
Yeah.
Texas.
Oh, it's
a
everything.
professional
Especially where-
sport.
yes, especially where I am. I'm out there in East Texas, which is home of Earl Campbell. So
Oh,
that goes,
wow,
goes
yeah.
ahead. But look, something I always like to tell the football players that I talk to, they have nothing on the track runners.
Nothing.
Nothing on these guys as we're now in the final heat of
Final
the freshman boys 60-meter dash. Heat 11 out of 11.
Looks like we have a clean start. Good push right to the wire. Ooh.
Now, Candace, you're going to like the name of this track club. You're going to love it.
Let me hear it.
Lane 7. Brandon Cunt.
Ah.
Straight Smoking Track Club.
Straight smoking. I like
Straight
that 8.
Smoking.
With the lane 8, though.
Out
with
of
the number
Michigan.
8.
Out
Straight
of
smoking.
Michigan. But the winner of that one was Jaden McCullum. It was close, though.
That
728.
was tight.
Jalen McCullum out of St. Louis Flyers.
Okay.
Missouri has been representing with track.
They have, and
What's going on with the Midwest?
I would say that I consider that Midwest.
It is. It is.
Bobby Kersey is that part.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Is Bobby from Michigan?
He's from St. Louis.
Oh, he's from St. Louis.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, if you don't know who Bobby Kersey is, I'm not even going to explain it because look it up. You should know. If you're watching track, you should know who Bobby Kersey is.
If you've ever heard of Allison Felix.
If you've ever heard of a thing, Mo, I don't know. Maybe Sydney McLaughlin?
Just a thing.
I mean, maybe. Have you ever heard of Jackie Joyner Kersey?
The GOAT.
And here's those final results from the freshman boys 60-meter dash. Christian Davis.
Wow.
He took it out of heat 2. He won the 400 yesterday, just to give you some context. And he wins today in the 60, 7:06. Christopher Quick, real quick, 7:13. And then
look at
Jet.
this.
Look at that. Like Jet Jewers.
Quick and Jet.
7:22. And then Aiden Koviak just out of the top. Oh, it looks like he's actually tied for 3.
You gotta love
they
that.
They didn't go all the way in the middle of seconds. He got third too, 7:22.
And you gotta see that was out of heat 2, right?
Absolutely.
Man, so just to so you can be connected here. These heats, especially with the freshmen and the middle school, on paper, you have got to run against the clock.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're in lane 1, you're in lane 7. You might not, and then there's been some open lanes and some false starts.
Mm-hmm.
So you're literally out there running against the clock.
The race is against the clock.
That's
only.
tough to do.
I mean, and when you're at this point, these are middle schoolers, freshmen in high school. That's how it is. It's you versus you.
Mm-hmm.
And I always used to look at the heat sheets, sneak and look at the
Don't-
heat sheets, and I
don't
would
do
get
it.
nervous.
Don't
I
do
would
it.
get so nervous. Like,
Me
man,
too. Me too.
Why does she have to be in my heat, man? Like, this is supposed to be a prelim or everything else.
Yes.
Now, there are no prelims for New Balance Nationals. Speaking of that, if you're just now joining us, Serenity Douglas here, joined by
Candace
Davis Price.
Hello. In all time zones.
Yes, all time zones. We're at the Reggie Lewis Track Center here in Boston, Massachusetts at New Balance Nationals. Welcome to the fastest party on the planet. So many great events that we've already seen so far. The girls' freshman 60-meter dash. They're setting up their blocks right now. There's about 13 heats of that one. And look at that crowd here at the Reggie Lewis facility.
Goodness.
And it's one thing to have a crowd to come out, but it's another thing to have space for them. And the Reggie Lewis facility has the space for these athletes. And that's something, no hate on the Armory, but that's something that was really tough for the Armory.
Yeah.
It would get so packed. So it was very difficult to move in there. But as you can see, everybody's still moving around pretty good.
And what if you're a coach? I'm right on that railing. I'm hollering at you. I got access to you. And for these young athletes who just aren't as experienced, their coaches can be down there guiding them. Which foot do I put first to set the block? Which one goes behind?
Absolutely. And this is a wonderful facility to be at.
I mean, they got a nice retail shop set up there. They got uniforms you can purchase. And I walked out, and I could smell some pizza. I said, I know what you're doing with that food truck.
Oh,
it was about to
sure.
be breakfast, lunch, and dinner out there.
I mean, with races like this, and as we're about to jump into the freshman girls 60 meters, with races like this, we've seen so many fantastic times. 2 national records just yesterday, and we're on day 2 now. Of course there's a pizza truck. There has to be. I always used to, before my race, I'm like, Mom, what are we going to eat after? Can I have a funnel cake? And she's like, yeah, you can have my funnel cake. So I would always go out there and try to PR my 400. So I know these kids are out here running for that pizza truck reward.
I'm going to have to get out there. I wonder if it's those big giant slices.
Oh, yeah. Like the New York stuff?
Yeah.
I know. We were talking about the lobster roll. I thought we were supposed to
The
get
lobster rolls. Anyone on this stream close to Boston want to drop off a lobster roll for my girl Serenity? She hasn't had one, so it has to be the best.
Please.
I'm a Google food reviewer.
Oh,
and I take it very seriously. I'll be honest, if I don't have the best service, I typically don't leave a review. My mother was a waitress, and that
It's
really
tough.
that put us through. So
It's tough. And we are in heat 1 out of 13.
And I can see the starters over there kind of guiding the athletes. I appreciate that. I'm going to hug them after this. Clean start. Girls moving right through. Looks like it's coming out of lane 4.
That's Maya Summers with S&E Track Club. She's tied with the number 12 seed at this meet with 8:07, and she just got herself a nice little personal best. She's smiling at the camera. She's happy about that one because she just ran 8:03. She's a little tiny thing, but she did great.
Tiny but mighty.
They got the Black Eyed Peas bumping in here now. These athletes are going to run real fast. If I heard that, it's actually Run It by Black Eyed Peas. If I heard that before I ran, come on, DJ.
Completely.
And you can see her right in the middle of the track taking it.
All she needs is a nod of a dip.
Yeah.
She didn't even need a whole thing, just a nod of it. All right, that was heat 1. These girls and young men are coming out here laying it down early. 8:07?
Absolutely.
8:07 at what? 11?
8:03.
8:03.
At 10:46 this morning.
You know what? Your girl Serenity had to get me right. Okay.
She came in with 8:07. Oh, no. She got a personal best. Put some respect on her name.
Put that respect on it. 8:03. So you said you could give a hot, what'd you give
in
it
the
for?
60? Okay, let's do it. In the 60, I'll give you a good 8:23, maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe.
We'll take that. We'll slide you in that middle school one.
I don't know. Heat 2 is already in the blocks out of 13. Now, reminder that these are all timed finals. Keep your eye seated number 11 at this meet with 8:05. That's Amara.
Uh-oh. Looks like we're pulling them up. I didn't see anything. Oh, this starting crew. Elevate them onto some Olympic trials.
I mean, this is New Balance Nationals indoors. This isn't just your little local meet at home. This is the place to learn. This is the place to grow. This is the place to make some mistakes. You learn a ton. You're running against people from everywhere. You're getting so much experience. But they're back in the blocks. Hopefully this one is clean now, so that these girls don't have to be set again.
Whoa! Right out in front from the gate. Whoop. That's what we're doing?
Oh. Okay.
That's what we're doing?
Oh, okay.
Wowzers.
And that was a Mara Crab, 799.
Wow.
She came in with 805.
Huge PR.
And look at her face, Candace.
Ooh.
She's so nonchalant.
Ooh.
She's like $7.99, whatever.
Light work, that's what I trained for.
Light work, easy work, light work. And let's take a look at that replay. You got to see it.
Oh.
She was right there in lane 5. I mean, you don't even have to point out the lane because obviously you can see her. She cleared the field.
I love how she commanded the race from the beginning. That is a professional lean at the end. Wow. All right, she's setting that tone early. That was heat 2 of 13, Serenity. What will we see later on today?
Honestly, what are we going to see? And speaking of crazy fast times, another athlete out of Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, lane 7, Orrin Wright, seated number 2 at this meet was 786, Candace.
If I'm right, was she in the 400?
I think she was, actually.
I feel like
maybe she just got in a nice little warm-up for this 60. Orrin Wright in lane 7.
Clean start. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me?
788 unofficial. It's going to go down to 787 from Orrin Wright out of Kansas City, Missouri.
The girl's on a different time zone, and she's letting you know she's speeding through it.
Yeah. You see that
Wow.
pink two-piece. She loves that one.
Yeah.
787. Amazing run from her.
You can't come out here in that hot pink and not make something happen.
And not make something happen. We're going to re-look at it because she commanded this race from the very beginning. There were a lot of...
Good drive phase.
Yes, there were a lot of not shows.
Yeah,
so
she's got nobody on her inside. She's still able to push through. Oh, she kind of
Yeah.
just walked through that finish line.
She did. She for sure did.
Shout out to the coach.
Blazing.
787. I definitely couldn't give you that.
Oh, absolutely not. And the fact that was only seeded number 2 at this meet goes to show that this meet is blazing.
Blazing. And we're just getting started. If you're just tuning in, it's your girl, Candace Davis-Price. I got Serenity Douglas. We are at the New Balance Nationals, the fastest party on the planet. These young ladies and young men, these athletes are turning it up. Whoop, whoop.
This is heat 4 of 13. We keep rolling it right out. Heat 4, we have Sydney Taylor for Virginia Pride Track Club. Seeded number 24 in this meet with 8:20. Virginia always has some standout athletes.
Yes.
Actually, a lot of good athletes out of Virginia. Good start from them. Still kind of jumbled up. But you see out there on the outside, she separated herself.
She had that.
That was Lavender. I love that name. 791. Out of Massachusetts. She's a native.
She's a native. How about, that was refreshing,
It
Lavender.
was.
And Lavender, that's a name for lights, and you put it up 791. You getting it started.
That's Lavender Kozeka.
We had a quick, we had a jet, now we got a Lavender.
Now we got a Lavender. 791 from her. Now, she came in 796. It's a fast one from her. She looks great.
I'm liking that. I'm going to just be honest. I feel like the young ladies have got a little bit of an advantage today. They had the boys out here. Yeah. The Racewalk kind of warmed up the track. So they're getting a little bit better feel, a little more fluid. So shout out to our young ladies out there on the track. Heat 5 of 13. Is that lane 2, Courtney Fernandez? I think she was in the 4 as well yesterday. And take note, any athlete watching this, if you get in your blocks and you are uncomfortable, raise your hand. Do not ever come back to your coach and tell them that your blocks weren't right. This officiating crew has been fantastic. You raise that hand and you reset those blocks.
Absolutely. Samantha Pennington in lane 1, Ohio Speed. She succeeded 8th in this meet with 8:02 in that lime green.
Ooh, they're bunching right together. Nice push through the finish.
Ooh.
She had no problem running up that bank.
Pennington faded there. Looks like it was Liv who got this one with 8:10.
That's out of Ohio. Oh, Dragons Track Club, correction. Why am I trying to read it up there? I said I need binoculars. Dragons Track. Okay, I got the heat sheet right in front of me. And I'm hearing the DJ kind of get us warmed up in here. And like you said it, if I'll get them old school, you're going to hear it all day. We couldn't have headphones and all that electronic stuff.
You could
You were disqualified.
Especially not at the Armory. Because, look, it was so crowded at the Armory. If you're in somebody's way and they can't hear you say move, it was a problem. But now, look, New Balance has brought the party to you.
Because what party are you at, girl?
We're at the fastest party in the planet.
We are.
This is New Balance Indoor Nationals. One of the last indoor meets that people are going to be running at this weekend. We also have NCAAs
right
down the street, at the track at New Balance.
The track. You don't need anything else when you call yourself the track.
The track.
Where you at? I'm at the track.
I'm at the track.
So bring your best.
Yeah. And that was Heat 6 that's being called back right now of the freshman girls 60-meter dash. Let's see what's going on with that one. We have another interesting name, Love Thompson. Love that one. We're going to see what was going on with this one. But we have another repeat in this one. Tiffany Garrett, we saw her in the 400 yesterday. She's from Maryland, ranked number 3 with 792. She's going to be right in the middle. She got a good lane draw. And I say lane draw because these are all-time finals once again. Right there in lane 4, right in the middle, she gets to see all of her competitors.
All right, after we call back, nice clean start. Pushing through, that's lane 4. That's clear. I can see that hip from here.
Yeah, that's Garrett. Blazing time.
All right.
7:85 from Riverdale Baptist, Maryland.
Serenity, I'm about done with you and your 400 meters coming down to this
Listen.
sprints, okay? How am I going to tell my 60-meter runners they can't run a 400 now?
Look, you tell them get right or get left.
That's exactly. You heard it right here. Serenity Douglas, University of Texas 400. She said, get with it or get left. We are at the New Balance Nationals. They are streaming for free
On YouTube.
Where they do that
Absolutely.
at?
And I mean, if you want to see racers like Tiffany Garrett in a race like this, right out of lane 4, 7:85, ridiculously fast, New Balance is streaming it for free on YouTube. Tell your friends.
Tell your friends. Send it to your grandparents. Put it on your Facebook.
And we're going to keep on rolling right through with heat 7 out of 13.
So we're deep in it.
We're deep.
T7.
Yeah, we're deep now.
Yeah. Natural. All right, this looks like a full packed heat. I like
Oh, it
to
is.
see that.
Yeah, we haven't seen this a lot. All lanes are filled, 1 through 8 here, or 1 through 8 actually. I know that's
They
right.
give us 8 in the middle of the track, Serenity.
Yeah,
We get 8.
okay.
We get 8.
I'm not used to that in indoors.
I know, right? Looks like we got a nice clean start, moving well, arms pumping, knees high, running through the finish line. I can see that hip looks like 7, but I'll wait for the
Yeah, that's Maya
official.
Bolden out of New Jersey, 786.
Playing no game.
She came in with 8 flat. She's leaving.
That's her PR?
786. That is her PR. And then right behind her, gotta show some love to Jade Maxime with 795.
795. That
was
is
a fast
respect.
one for sure.
Respect. Respect on that. Heat 7 of 13, just getting off the track. 786. 785. Tiffany Garrett is still our leader. That was a repeat, as you talked about. I'm tired of your 400, but I love seeing them come down here and get that good speed work.
I mean, you're going to see it a lot when you're at this stage in your track career because you're still so young. Throw them in anything. Shoot, I did 5 events. And when you get into college, you start to be specializing in something. You know, it's tougher to just go back to back.
Absolutely. Well, everything's happening so much faster. There's not going to be 33 heats or 22. You're going to
Absolutely.
be maybe 24 or 32 semis going straight into a final.
Absolutely. You're also a different type of athlete in college. You know, you can't just eat hot Cheetos and come out here and run real fast.
And Red Pop, this is heat 8 on the track. We got them bunched in. Oh, we're going to let the camera sort that one out right at the finish.
I love that you said pop.
Pop.
Because you're from Michigan.
Oh, it's not soda.
Oh.
Red Pop, Fago Pop.
Who
That's
says pop? Michigan
Midwest
people.
Michigan. Michiganders.
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 Okay.
I'm a good old Michigan. I left and went to California when I was 17. I lived there for a long time. No need to say how long that was. But I did say soda for a while, and I gave up red meat.
Oh.
And now that
you
I'm
know, California would do it to you.
it did it to me. Would you like
California
fries
would do
or
it to
fruit?
you.
Fruit?
Fries or fruit?
Yes. I'm like, that's an option?
Look, that is not a thing down there
Texas.
in deep Texas or Georgia, down there in the deep south. But if you're going to go to USC, they're asking you if you want fries or fruit. And then it makes you feel bad when you say fries.
I was like, fruit. Can I have the fries on the side, please? Can I get it to go? Not in front of my coach, though. Just not in front of my coach.
Absolutely. Now, that was Macy Weisberg with 8:12 from heat 8 out of 13 for these freshman 60-meter dashes.
So I heard some Michael Jackson. They turned me up over here.
Right. You guys might not be able to hear the music, but the vibes are great for these athletes. I love that, you know, at track meets it can get so tense.
Oh, my God.
But this is a fun meet. You know, you don't need to be any more nervous than you already are.
Heat 9 underway. Whoa! We got someone high stepping through the, what the, huh? I'm going to let you take that, Serenity. I want to make sure
Skylar
it's official.
Cunningham, because guess who it came from? ATL Zoom
Ooh.
770. Skylar Cunningham. Amazing.
That's our new leader.
She's the defending champion, and she's the meet record holder.
Okay.
So I expected nothing less.
Look at the face, though.
Now, she won New Balance Outdoors with 1197 in the 100. And look at her. She's completely relaxed because she has done this. And let's look at this race once again. Skylar Cunningham in lane 3.
Excellent execution with that dry face. She stayed low, and look at them knees up and
The
high.
knees were ridiculous.
ATL
770.
Zoom, you getting hill work at Stone Mountain?
Oh, absolutely. What you know about Stone Mountain?
I seen Drumline. I seen him out there.
Skylar Cunningham over there at Stone Mountain. That's 770 from ATL Zoom.
Congratulations, Coach.
The
Skylar
name of the
Cunningham.
track club is completely accurate. I got to see who that coach is. See if I recognize him, because I don't recognize that name.
Well, he knows you because you
Here we go. Anyway,
Man.
we're going to keep on moving right along and ignoring Candace. Heat 10 out of 13.
closing in on our final heats.
Absolutely. And if you're just now tuning in, we're at New Balance Nationals. Me and Candace are having a great time cutting up here on the mic.
Officially. That's not unofficial. We're officially cutting
We
up.
are officially cutting up on the mic. We're going to see some distance events taking off in about 30 minutes. Me and Candace, we're going to hop off the mic, pass it off to Kate Buskirk along with David Melly.
Heat 10 of 13 underway. These girls are bunched through, but it looks like 6 is going to come through that line. I can see them bib numbers from up here.
Okay.
Just not at the start.
Okay, 8 flat.
All right.
Skylar Brittman. Ohio Speed. She was seated number 4th in this meet. She actually tied her personal best. It's a little bittersweet. Tying your personal best. It's like, oh my gosh, okay. Maybe it was just by a hair. Maybe I just need to dip a little bit more. But great run nonetheless. You can't be mad at it.
Yeah, respectively, I'm glad they got some professionals coming in and call them distance races. But now the 800's become a little bit of a sprint. So, all right, heat 11.
Oh, and we actually have a correction.
Correction.
Candace, these are actually all prelims, not time finals like they
in
were
middle school?
yesterday. Yes,
Thanks,
these
Doc.
are all prelims. Shout out to River City Finish for adding me on Twitter. This is not like it was yesterday where they were tying finals. These are actually prelims, and they run the final later on in the afternoon.
Appreciate that. Keep
I
us
love
honest.
that. Okay, so yes, these girls are gearing up. So the fact that this is just a prelim and we're seeing times like 770 and 790 is amazing.
It's incredible. Heat 11 of 13 underway. Oh, I can see that one right there. Lane 3, high stepping past the finish line. Is that Kayla Bing? I'm sorry, 781?
781 from Kalia Bing.
Kalia Bing?
Mm-hmm.
781. This is what my athletes would say. This is all gas, no brakes.
All gas, no brakes. As these are prelims.
These are the preliminaries.
Yes, making that correction once again. These girls are not holding anything back in these prelims. They have finals later on, so they will be side by side with their competitor. That's going to be very exciting to see. It was definitely a lot different with the 400-meter dashes yesterday. They were time finals yesterday, but today these are preliminaries. And we are in heat 12 out of 13 for these preliminaries.
Heat 12 of 13, rounding this out.
Heat 12, Corinne Miller out of Lancaster. Right, number 6 coming into this one.
They're taking this right down to the wire.
Right down to the wire. Corinne was not letting Elena Denise have it.
This is the prelim 799, 780.
And 799, Elena Denise, and this is just the prelims. We have so many great events coming up. After these sprinting events, we have the middle school 800. And we also have the 4x200. A fan favorite, definitely my favorite. Coming up as well right after. And we're going to have Kate Buskirk on the mic along with David Melly to call those distance races. As me and Candace will hop off soon, but not just yet because there is still one more.
Ooh. I am looking forward to the semis of this.
Yeah.
Because these are moving.
Absolutely.
I mean, and it's only fair. You got 13 heats.
13 heats. This one, Hayden Golden. Living my life like it's golden.
Go ahead. You know what? You nailing all the
Yeah.
Jet, Quick, Lavender, and now you Golden. We finna have a whole soundtrack for New Balance.
No, literally. And these girls are down in the block. Keep your eye for Hayden Golden. Lane 4. Seated number 9 at this meet, 805.
We got a nice clean start there. Running and pushing through the finish line.
And that was the final section. It actually looks like it was Caitlin Lai, 783. Oh my goodness. Insane.
Woo! We smoking.
783. Are you guys okay? Dang. I would say relax, but I don't want you to. Top 8 advanced by time. Imagine how difficult it is.
Oh
After we take a look at this replay from Caitlin, look at this 783. All the way out there. Looks like in lane 7, she had that dip. She was powerful. We're going to give y'all the final results. The top 8 is going to make it to the final later on. The final starts off with the middle school boys 60 meter at 3:47. Now make sure you just continuously check back in. And here's the final result. Skylar Cunningham, 770. We saw that early on. Kalia Bing, 781. And Caitlin Lee, 783. Look at that 8. They're all under 8 for the top 8. Matter of fact, for the top 10. The top 8 makes it to the final.
Girl, that final is going to be smoking.
That final is going to be smoking, but it's not time for it just yet.
We got to stay tuned?
We have to stay tuned.
How do you stay tuned?
You stay tuned on New Balance YouTube channel.
And how much that going to cost you?
Honestly, it costs you nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Don't you love it?
In this world, that doesn't exist
In
for
this
anything.
world that hardly exists.
You're already paying for that data plan, so go ahead and get our New Balance. We are at the fastest party at the planet. My girl Serenity kicked it off.
And look at the crowd.
It is packed up in here.
Yes, that came to the Reggie Lewis facility. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Kaden. I said Kaden.
Candace Davis Price, your girl. Catch Candace. Check her out.
I'm still looking at the results.
I got it. That's okay because we're in this. I have to say this. You know, with COVID and they had to cancel New Balance a few years ago, that was so tough. So to see this field house full of athletes, full of coaches, full of parents, everyone, I love this.
Yeah, it's absolutely great to see.
Starting to get a new normal.
Yes, the kids are breaking out and showing that they are so excited to be back because this is their last meetup. Before they go into outdoors, a lot of these kids. Mm-hmm. And if you're also wondering, NCAAs is going on right down the street at the track.
What's it called?
NCAAs. So if any of these athletes would like to go and say hi to their role models, please, by all means, go ahead and check that one out too. But me and Candace, we're going to hop off. Kate Buskirk is going to jump on for these middle school boys 800.
Shout out to Kate, though. She got some strong notes for us today. So for to be a distance girl, she kept us right. So thank you, Kate. We appreciate you.
Absolutely did. For the boys 800, supposed to take off at 11:26, but keep checking in because, you know, they've just been muscling it out, starting a little bit early.
A little bit too
these
efficient,
kids out.
if you ask me. We're not running behind.
Absolutely. We have a lot of heats. But thank you so much for joining us.
Signing off.
Right back.
Welcome back to day 2 of action here at the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships at the Reggie Lewis Center here in Boston, Massachusetts. If you're just joining us, we are kicking off our mid-distance action for the day here at day 2 with our middle school boys 800 meters. There are going to be 4 sections of this, and they are timed finals. In section number 1, we have Alex Armstrong, Leaf Briggs Lind, Peyton Hauser, Alex Kelly, Jack Klein, Benjamin Larson, Charlie Lair, Schlock Prabhulshetter, Kai Robinson, Smith Rossander, Jack Siklandaski, Drake Hamilton, and Eaton Goldberg. Several of these athletes returning from yesterday's 400 meter or mile. We've already seen a few national records go down in this meet, including the 4x1 mile championship relays yesterday on both the girls and boys side. And off to the early lead here. This is Trent Fregala of Tiger Racing. I apologize, I believe that's Peyton Hauser off to the early lead here. And he's gone through the quarter mile mark in about 1:04.18. So he comes in with a 2:21 seed, and this is on pace to blow that right out of the water. Now he's got some company after that very speedy start. He's now being overtaken on the outside there by Kai Robinson, and a battle developing with Benjamin Larson. So again, several of these names returners from yesterday's 400 and mile. That's going to be Ashton Dwayne, I believe, now into the lead. And he's only a 7th grader, so he's one of the youngsters in this group. But now the taller figure of Kai Robinson, once again overtaken, going under that red New Balance arch and powering for home. It's going to be Kai Robinson taking section number 1 in 2:16.29 unofficially, and he is pumped about that. Bit of cat and mouse at play here with these middle school boys 800s, but nice congratulations there. That's Hamza Saladuhin. But Kai Robinson taking the win there, 2:16.29. He came in with a 2:21.69 seed, so about a 5-second improvement on his season's best, and that's a great way to kick things off here for day 2. Again, he timed that kick really well. And look on the outside there in the red, the smaller figure there of Salahuddin, who ended up coming through for 2nd. Bit of a sneak attack on the outside. Also looking really pleased with that performance. So again, we have 4 sections, timed finals, I should say, of this middle school boys 800 meter. Worth noting as well, any time set, the top time set today will be the meet record, because this is a new event this year here at the New Balance National Indoors. So underway with heat number 2 and a fall right away. And it looks as though there might have just been some contact there at that initial turn. Again, these tight turns on an indoor track can be difficult to navigate here. We'll try to get some more information as we look right on the inside there. The figure in the red that goes down, that might have been Daniel Edwards. And it looks like he went down hard. We hope that he's all right. He's back on the line. So good job by the officials to recall that. So away cleanly at the second time of asking. Again, section 2 of 4 of this middle school boys 800. time to beat so far, 2:16. Out of heat number 1, courtesy of Kai Robinson. Seeds in this section certainly capable of that on paper. A few 2:15s. All times ranging between 2:15 and 2:20. And you can see at the top of your screen there those green pace lights. You'll see those throughout these mid-distance races. Those pace lights are set to the pace of the fastest seed in each section. So anytime these athletes are well ahead of those pace lights, it means that they are tracking down seasons or personal bests. And in fact, all of these runners right now are ahead of those pace lights. So again, 2:16 the time to beat, 2:15 the fastest time on paper of this section. And this appears to be Bryson Kaganap, who does have one of the fastest seeds coming in, and that's a great opening lap for him, 62.2. So 62.2 there as an opening quarter is very quick running. Of course, puts them at about 2:05 tempo. That would be a sensational improvement for all of these athletes. So Bryson looking strong now with 1 lap to go. And just behind him, I believe, is Cass Kerzinski of the Palatine Pack Track and Field Club. And then the chase is on for third. It's still a great gap up front with about 100 meters to go for Kaganap of Chino Hills Flash. And he's hoping to hold on here as he rounds the final bend and makes his way under that New Balance arch. Powering for home now, and keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be fast. Again, came in with a 2:15 seed and ends up clocking 2:08.26. So that is a fantastic performance for the young man out of Chino Hills. Great close there as well by Kerzinski to take 2:09.45 in second. Again, these athletes benefiting from those pacing lights and from, of course, the incredible competition here at New Balance National Indoor Championships. Kerzinski closed the gap on Kaganap, but it wasn't enough. He ran out of track, still rewarded with a nice season's best. So after 2 heats, 2:08.26 is the time to beat. Good fight on behind our leaders, all in 2:13 to 2:15. On track now, getting ready for section number 3 of 4, and I should welcome my co-host today, David Melly. Nice to see you.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Happy New Balance Nationals.
Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. We'll have to celebrate especially during the girls'
During
800s.
the girls,
Yeah.
for sure.
This is a real blast from the past for me because this is, in a way, this is my home track growing up. You know, grew up in Boston. Back in the day, Nationals was always either here or the Armory. So
Right.
it's a great tradition continued to have the folks, the old and the new. They get their taste of the Reggie Lewis, and then they get to head over to the track and New Balance in a couple days.
Well, we could make all kinds of puns about the passing of the baton between the old and the new, but yeah, great to have that piece of history here at the Reggie Lewis Center. So away cleanly for section 3 of 4 of this middle school boys 800. Again, time to beat 2:08.26. And again, on paper, we are running slowest to fastest by seed time for these sections. So seed times in this section ranging from 2:10 to 2:15. And very packed up early on here, David. They're really kind of jostling and bumping around. It's different from what we've seen in these opening 2 heats.
Yeah, and it's great. You know, we just saw in the last heat people really, 4, 5, 6 guys getting way under their personal best. And for a lot of these folks, this heat alone, I see people from New Jersey, from Ohio. If you're a middle schooler and you're, just getting into the sport and finding out you have a talent for it, this is probably by far the biggest and best meet that you've ever run at. And so getting the chance to race people just as fast as you is not common on this level as they come through 462.48. They're also on PB pace for this heat too.
Yeah, that's very similar time to what the second heat ran, I should say. That is Karanveer Patil, and we saw him yesterday in one of the other mid-distance events. Of course, the 800, the great meeting point between the 400 and the mile, and we had both of those races happen yesterday, and Patil really starting to crank things down here as he approaches about 250 to go.
Yeah, he looks really strong, but it looks like coming up on his heels with 200 to go, that's maybe Nathan Zanko from Cleveland Youth Running Club. And as these guys get into their kick, they have a target on Patil's back as they come out with 100 meters to go. Patil looks strong, and he's running great. But that looks like maybe Bryson Anderson coming on his heels, coming through the arch down the straightaway, but it's going to be Patil all the way to the finish here. Also in a big personal best.
This is huge.
206.15, 206.13 they just corrected to. That is quite the time.
So 206.13 for Patil of Lake Zurich, Illinois.
And with the top 3 under 210, that's a really strong heat.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, a brand new event, this middle school 800 here at the New Balance National Indoor. So we are going to see a meet record today. Just depends on how fast it is and which section it comes from.
We've seen a bunch of meet records already. Every heat's a faster time.
Yep, absolutely. And we see Patil dipping at the line there. I love a good mid-distance dip at the line, even when you don't feel the threat of anyone behind you.
It's good practice. You never know.
It is. Well, and of course, you never know how fast or slow the last section's going to go. So you got to try to get every ounce out of yourself, regardless of your seated section. So Karen Vera Patil, 206.13, takes that section as we prepare now for our 4th and on paper fastest section of this middle school boys 800. Times here ranging from 2:09 down to 2:02. So could we see a couple sub 2-minute performances here today?
It's certainly possible, and one thing to think about is, the seeds are spread out much wider in this heat than the previous, and that can be a blessing and a curse. You can get dragged to a really fast time, or you can get pulled out a little too fast, and got to judge your effort, judge your pace over 4 laps.
That's a great point, and we're sort of seeing that right now. A little bit of cagey tactics at play as everyone jostles for their position.
28:47 first 200. These guys are not messing around, that's for sure.
That is cruising, and Sean Reed, who is at the lead right now, we should say won the middle school mile yesterday in 4:24, a new meet record. So he wants to add not only a second victory to his resume here at the 24 New Balance National Indoors, but he wants to add another meet record, and if he wins, that will happen automatically.
And he looks really strong. No sign of fatigue in the legs going into 500, 300 meters to go, but he's got company. That looks like Caleb Niset right on his tail, actually moving into the lead now with 300 meters to go. And how he can collect himself, stay in contact as they come up to the bell lap. We're going to see a real test of these young runners.
Absolutely, and a push forward now by Niset, wearing that USATF singlet. And Niset of the Cleveland Youth Running Club is looking to put his mark on this event. He's left the others in his dust.
And as they come up on 100 meters to go, they're still right around that 2-minute mark. It looks like Niset might be tying up a little bit, and it looks like Reith is coming back on him. Will he get him in the final stretch? It's going to be 2 for 2 for Reith with a 2-minute 41 finish. 2 minutes 40. And that'll be the mark to beat next year, because that is our new meet record in the boys 800.
Phenomenally timed finish there by Reith. That shows a lot of maturity for a young man of this age to be able to let the competitors go a little bit and then to be able to come back.
And is that the state flag of Ohio he's got there?
Well, we do know that he is homeschooled in Ohio, takes a bow to the crowd. Great to see these athletes really soaking up the environment and appreciating all of the support. It's really challenging down that home stretch. And for a guy who ran a 4:24 mile yesterday, you got to think he's not necessarily on fresh legs. So this is a very impressive performance, and he wants to get
He's
the
hyping
crowd
up
going.
the crowd, that's for sure. We're going to get LeBron to give this guy a shout-out. Pride of Ohio right now.
So Donald Wright, 2:01 flat, and then Marshall Brown, 2:02.38. Those are your top 3 times. Incredible performances. We had 6 of these athletes get under 2:06, so very close to a sub 2 minute. Sure, we'll see that down the pike in years to come, but a fantastic way to kick off this brand new event here at the New Balance Nationals as we prepare for 5 sections of our middle school girls 800 meters, again timed finals.
And this is a about as crowded as a field you'll see for an 800 meter race. There appear to be 19 girls on the starting line, and that's going to be a challenge as they cut in and beat that break after 100 meters. It's a tough thing to race in a big crowd in the middle distances.
You know, I set my personal best more years ago than I care to say in the 1500 in an outdoor 15, and there were 20 girls in that race, and I thought it was a lot at the time. I can't imagine running an indoor 800 with that many bodies on the track, but luckily it looks as though they are away cleanly. And again, keep your eye on those pace lights. That light is set to the pace of the fastest time in this section, which is a 2:35.64, and that belongs to Alexandra Smith of Chino Hills. So these girls all ahead of that early on, as you would expect in a crowded opening 100 meters of an 800, and now they cut in under that arch. And Alexandra Smith, we should say, with the fastest time, is only in 6th grade. So lots of running left for her to come in years ahead. But an opening lap there of 33.88 for Ariana Henry.
And they're real strung out now as they go through 300 meters. Henry leads, followed by McCrae and Rutherford.
Again, I love middle distance running because you get, of course, a wide range of ages, but athletes who are in different stages of athletic development. So real sort of size and power differences here. And now it is
Senna McCrae, also a 6th grader.
Yep, absolutely. So we've got a 6th, an 8th, and a 7th grader in that top pack. You know, I was talking about this yesterday with Serenity on this show about how this is such a fantastic experience. You alluded to that right off the bat, that regardless really of the time or the placement, this is, for many of these athletes, the first time that they're coming to what is truly a professional level meet, having in many cases to fly here, get the nerves out, deal with this kind of, you know, the call times and the excitement and the rules, and just for so many of these youngsters, it's going to bode so well for their future careers.
And also a great opportunity to race on a really high-quality track. You know, a lot of I was lucky growing up in Boston. We have bank tracks to spare, but, you know, a lot of, you know, my college teammates, they got to you know, the NCAA level, and they had never run on a bank track before. They never, you know, had the opportunity to really see what a world-class facility is like as a racing atmosphere. As McCrae, not afraid to set the tone early, coming down the home stretch, the 6th grader, Sana McCrae, is going to take this first section in 2:28.00.
And we should say, for those at home, the crowd here at Reggie Lewis Center was on their feet giving this young woman a standing ovation, really appreciating that a youngster had not only the physical ability but really the guts to go and take that race against girls who in many cases are 2 years older than her. She came in with a 2:37.49 seed and blows that away with 2:28 flat. And this girl, I think, you know, if she wants it, has a bright future. Look at how composed she is. Unafraid and unconcerned about the threat coming from behind. Going to the arms, dips at the line, arms go up. That was a clinic.
Yeah, and the top 9 finishers in that race finished under 2:35. So, again, just the performances have been elevated across the board in this fantastic championship racing atmosphere. Now in the second section, we have seeds ranging from 232 to 235.58. And they're off.
So again, these athletes start in the 2 boxes, one group on the inside of the track and one on the outside, and they run approximately 150 meters in those boxes before they're allowed to cut in under the red New Balance arch that you'll see coming onto focus in your screen in just a moment. And that's to avoid having, again, all 17 of these girls trying to collapse into lane 1 right off the bat. Still a lot of traffic at that cut-in, and that is Chanel Jefferson who goes to the early lead. And a 34.75 opening lap for her, and she's being stalked in good company, it looks like, by Danica Reeds behind her.
And I always say one of the best things about the New Balance Nationals meet is that a lot of these runners are competing, not for their schools, but for their clubs or for, local groups. And that means you get to wear some really fun kits. And it's all the new colors, all the new styles that is just like, I remember that being one of the biggest excitement for me as they come through 400 meters blazing fast, 70.25, that's 2:20 pace.
Yeah, again, that's Danica Reeds who's taken to the lead with great confidence and pulling lots of the other runners in her wake, but she's got a good gap right now, running solo up front. And that's so true, running for your club, and often it's for your school as well, but you get kind of either, like you said, a new kit or sort of a boost that way, with it being a little bit more special at the highest level of championship.
And as we come around with one lap to go, it is the Danica Reeds show as she has gapped this field. She comes in with a 2:32 seed, but she is well on track to get under that.
Well, she's been really consistent too. 35.01, 35.27, 35.54. To have splits that even running completely solo is really difficult to do. But it also speaks to the fact that she came here knowing what she was capable of and just said, I'm going to do it. You can come with me if you want, but I'm laying things down the way I know I need to. And
look at Madeline Garguilo closing like a freight train coming up on the home stretch as well. That's going to be a huge personal best for Danica, 2:22.05.
Yeah, over 10-second improvement on her season's best, and she looks very happy with that. You can tell right away the emotion involved.
And Garguilo got under 2:30 as well, 2:27.25.
And she had a great last lap because she came from pretty far back, I think, to close really strong on our leader. But Danica Reeds, she's from Michigan.
Yeah, look at those splits. I think Garguilo might have negative split that one. Doing some quick math here. She was either even or a slight negative split, and that is hard to do in an 800, that's for sure.
Danica powering to the line there. Great arm carriage, really strong runs through the line. That's something my coach always reminded us of. You've got to get through that line, even if no one's on your heels.
Well, especially with these indoor tracks, the dimensions can be so different. The finish line here at Reggie is in a totally different spot than it is at BU or at the track at New Balance, all these different venues. And so part of it is just, running strong and running all the way through the finish line, but also just being able to judge your effort as the laps click away and as you try to position yourself against the field.
That's such a good point. I'm thinking back to last year's New Balance National Outdoors, of course, at Franklin Field, and that track is another piece of history, but has some lines that can be confusing about starts and finishes. And we had lots of people just saying, I thought I was at the finish line and I wasn't quite there. So good reminder that get through it, get a couple meters past, and then you can relax. So away cleanly in section number 3 now of our middle school girls 800s. Another heat of 18 on track, times from about 2:29 down to 2:32. So as you mentioned earlier, really tight seed times. It's actually been interesting to see how many athletes have won by large margins given how tight the seed times are on paper.
And you also, you never really know where folks are coming from in their indoor seasons. My sister's a senior in high school, and she wrapped up her indoor season like almost 2 months ago at this point.
Right.
And some of these folks, they don't even really have indoor seasons if their schools don't have a track program. But, for some of these guys, it's their 12th race of the season, and some of them it's their 3rd. So I think that you see a lot in the difference in racing. Some people know exactly where their effort is, and some people are really just feeling it out, especially, as middle schoolers, the improvement curve is so steep.
Absolutely.
And they're coming up on 400 meters, looks like 68 seconds. That's a really great tempo for some of these girls trying to get, under that 2:30 mark or even closer to 2:20. And they are looking really strong. It looks like that's Carissa Woods leading Janelle Goring, coming up on 400 meters to go. But the chase pack is not too far back as they come up. And they hit the bell right around 145. That's around 220 pace. And it looks like Woods is opening up a little bit of a gap on Goring now. With Mia Rent from Emerging Elites, that's a Massachusetts-based club, so she's probably raced on this track before. Closing hard, looks like she might move from third to second, but right now up front it's all Carissa Woods coming around that final turn one last time. And as they come through the arch down the home stretch, Carissa Woods is in store for a big PB. Is she going to get under 220? She does, just under 219.76. What a run.
She was one of these athletes that came in with a no-time seed, and that can really leave things wide open because you never know what they're capable of. It probably means she hasn't raced one yet this season, and what a way to, if that's true, open up her 800-meter season with a 219.76. You know, I remember being around this age, and that 220 barrier was such a magical thing to get under. You were gunning for it for so long, I remember, and to finally break it meant a great deal. And she probably had that in her mind. You can see her eyes looking up to the clock as she comes across, and immediate happiness and relief, emotion pouring out of her. Glad to see her rewarded with that time. 219.76 for Woods, Goring 222.64, and Mia Rent rounds out the top three at 223.26.
How about sixth grader Molly Mako, 225? That's a great run for a sixth grader, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And we got the sections coming fast and furious here, as this one is going to be section 4 we got, right?
4, yes.
The seeds are ranging from 225 to 228. In this one, top seed is Gracie Ray of Liberty Creek. We'll see who takes it out first in this first 200 meters as they kind of jostle for position here. And as they come up on 200 meters, around 33 seconds.
And that's Madison Brown, I believe, in the lead, wearing hip number 5 and 33.21. Again, she's only a 7th grader. And now
as soon as they said it, it looks like Avery Thorell, who maybe has moved into first here, and they're still pretty packed up in this one. There's a good group coming around through 400 meters now.
Well, and we can all remember what it was like to run an 800 or a mile on an indoor track and not want to be stuck in lane 2 or 3 going around those turns over and over again. You have so few opportunities to make your move on those straightaways and get closer to the rail. So now they're starting to string out a little bit. You can see those pace lights. Again, those will be set to 225, and our leader is just behind the front of the pace lights. So a little bit more of a tactical race unfolding here.
Yeah, and they are really running strong, and it looks like that's perhaps Melina Santi coming up on this curve here, moving from third to second. And they're going to be, once again, sort of right around that 220 mark with 200 meters to go.
So it's Avery Terrell and Melina Santi battling it out, stride for stride, with Santi being pushed to the outside there, but now she makes a move trying to get into the rail position. Again, they've fallen off the pace lights a little bit, but striding for home with just over 100 meters to go.
And Santi came through 200 meters in 6th place, so she really judged her effort well and measured her pace really effectively to take this coming down the home stretch.
And the fireworks go off, which
with the
is so
sparks
fun.
going. 222.91. The pretty close group in there at the end. That's Melina Santi takes it. Liliana Griffin, 223.24 for second. Madison Brown, 223.32 for third. And Avery Terrell, 224.12.
Well, we talked about the importance of running as fast as you can no matter what in some of these on paper slower sections. Carissa Woods, who was the winner of section number 3, has a time that's faster than anyone ran in that 4th section, in great part thanks to that final 50. and then that dip at the line. So you got to take advantage of it when you can. Here you see the grimace on the face of Santee as she strides towards that line. Little shoulder check, but she stays composed. And hands go on the hips immediately. I hope she's able to get some water and some good rest.
And we got a 2:12.27 seed, Grace Smith, in this one. That is quite the time to shoot for as an 8th grader. So looking forward to see what our winner is going to run in this one.
Yeah, so the national record here is 2:08.76. That was set by Paige Shepard of Union Catholic High School. She's actually running in the high school championship 800 on Sunday. But as you mentioned, a hugely stacked field here. So Grace Smith, 3rd in the mile yesterday. And then we've got Janae Coleman as well, who won the 400. So that is Grace Smith off to the early lead and a sub-30 clocking for that opening 200. She is getting after this, and she knows, I think, because she was in that mile and she's up against a top 400 runner, she's got to take the sting out of the legs of Janae Coleman if she wants to beat her. This is smart tactical running by this girl.
And, you know, it's so interesting with the 800, right? You see such a variety in styles and strengths, and she has really taken this thing by storm, going out hard and hanging on. She is coming through 400 meters in 61 seconds. That is a brave time to send it. And, you know, as an 800 miler, you know, she almost looks like a 400 meter out there. She's on her toes. She's driving her arms. Great mechanics. Shout out to her coach for really driving the form in.
She's on pace right now for that national record of 2:08 and change. Starting to slow just a little bit, which you would expect given the lactic of a 61 opening quarter setting in.
And I see Janae Coleman in 2nd place there with her eyes on the back of Smith's jersey. This could be a close finish as the runners come around one last lap. Coleman looks really strong and composed here. And as Smith starts to tie up a little bit, this is really going to play to her advantage with 100 meters to go. This is still anybody's race, and the real question is, you know, when Smith feels Coleman on her shoulder, is she going to be able to respond? So we're about to find out as the crowd gets to their feet and comes down the home stretch. They are stride for stride. It's Coleman and Smith all the way through. This is anybody's race, and it looks like Smith might have held on to that one. Let's see what the photo finish decides. That was a close one.
That was thrilling.
And it's Smith, 2:11.74, hanging on. What an effort. 2:11.76 for Coleman, so 0.02 of a second between the first and second finishers there.
That was such an exciting race. Personal best for both of these girls, and again, we talk about the 800 being the great meeting point. This couldn't have exemplified that better. Winner of the 400 and a top miler up against one another through the fireworks, fighting stride for every 100th of a second, and that's what it came down to in the end.
And you would have never guessed it by the way they ran the races, too.
No.
Coleman really ran that like a distance runner.
Well, that was great to see. Grace Smith, 2:11.74, Janae Coleman, 2:11.76, and then 2:14.53 for Adriana Pettinelli. And those three will be your top 3 overall. So exciting action to kick things off in these half-mile races. We're going to move now to our boys 800-meter freshman races.
And this, at least for me, this was when I really fell in love with the sport. You know, I did middle school track, but I wasn't into it, you know, and I was a swimmer who was really only running to stay in shape. And once you get in that high school environment and you just get that team atmosphere, and you get to these bigger stages, you get the opportunity to race, you know, harder and faster than you ever thought before, and it's so exciting. And one athlete who was certainly excited at the start of this 800 is Griffin Bratton, who came through 400 meters with quite the gap on the field here. At 400, he's going to be right around that 2-minute mark. Looks like 61. But oh, my apologies. I believe that was Hudson Adizadi who was leading the race. followed closely by Bratton and Friesch. Right on his heels, closing the gap now as they're going to come up to 600 meters. That's Edizati still holding the lead there, with Friesch right on his tail. Whoop, Friesch got tripped up a little bit there, as that looks like Charlie Gallaudet coming around the home stretch now. And that's Gallaudet across the finish line. But did he get beat? He did. Jaden Larizano with a very close close at the end there. 1/10 of a second, 2:05.60 over Gallaudet, 2:05.70. Anything can happen in the 800, that's for sure. Now as they line up section 2, we're going to get runners seated between 207 to 208. 16 runners, all pretty close together, so this is going to be a tightly packed race, as we have Colin Reeves, Cougar Elite, is the fastest seed, followed closely by Evan Hedlund and Gavin McCaffrey. As the runners get called back, everyone stayed on their feet, so not quite sure what the issue was there. It might have been a technical issue with the timer. And that's a great, chance to practice all of the unpredictable elements of track and field. The having to reset after a false start, having to kind of mentally readjust yourself, not let that adrenaline get to you. I think especially as some of the distance runners coming down in the 800, it can be really stressful to have to feel like you're sprinting right off the line, and sometimes just getting the jitters out in that first start, if you do get called back, can be a good thing. And they're off again. Cleanly this time. A little stumble on the outside stagger there, but everyone is off and running as they come around through 100 meters. For those of you just tuning in, this is the boys freshman 800. 4 laps of the track. 2-turn stagger as they fall into line and cut to the inside. And it is a closely contested race at this point, with a little pushing and shoving there coming around the first turn. And it looks like David Eaton from Fork Union took him out sub-30. But with a long line of closely spaced runners right behind him, this could be anyone's race coming into the final 400. And as they're coming through now, still pretty close, slow down a little bit, but right around that 2-minute pace. That is Eaton still holding the lead. And that looks like Ian Rosenberg now moving up right on his shoulder and right past him into the lead with 300 meters to go. Rosenberg looking really strong, marked closely by a couple other runners as they come down the home stretch, the penultimate time. And we're getting another lead change in this one, as that looks like Noah Mulinix coming to the bell. This race has been all over the place, but now Mulinix looks full of run, as the slowest seed in the race is now in first place for this one. And he might have been dogging a little bit because he looks really strong coming around the turn. With 100 meters to go, it is Mulinix at the front, followed by Rosenberg. And it's going to be all Mulinix all the way through, as he is in for a big PB. 2:02 at the line. Noah Mulinix, 2:02.10 from Christian Brothers High School, followed by Ian Rosenberg, 2:03.95. And And as he comes down the home stretch, he clearly knew that 300 meters to go was going to be his time to move. And once he moved, he did not look back. What a strong finish there. That second half is so critical in the 800. And if you can time your kicks so you get the best out of your performance on the day, you can really do some damage. As we're lining up for section 3 of 6 of the boys 800.
And all of these athletes have splits in the 207 and change range. In fact, there is only about 7/10 of a second separating these guys on paper. So again, it could be a pretty thrilling race. 16 guys on track. Again, this is 3 of 6 sections. And this is always interesting to me as well. If you start in that outside pack, do you like to get out fast like that so that at the cut-in you don't have as many people to contest with? Or do you sit back so that you can have a better eyesight on gauging where everyone is? What do you think?
I think it's good to kind of, split the difference a little bit. I think it is an advantage to be on the outside because you can kind of pick and choose where you slot in the field. And it is interesting how, some runners, if you're really going after in that first turn and you're kind of running blind, right, because you don't see where the guys inside you are until you're cutting in. Some people will just completely overshoot it, and then you're really out in no man's land.
Right. Absolutely.
As they come up on 400 meters, 59.62, that looks like William Basha from Finger Lakes Running. Ithaca, New York, I'm going to root for them. That's where I went to college.
And he's really throwing things down here, trying to hold off that charge from behind. He's a taller figure, and he's ahead of those pace lights right now. So again, a quick opening quarter at sub 60. They are definitely on pace to contest those 207 marks.
And Basha is the top seed in this race, and he's racing like it as well as he comes up on the bell. Right above 130, so they're right close to, but not quite under that 2-minute mark. And it was, you were saying, with the 2:20 mark with the girls, for high school boys, 2-minute 800, that is the dream right there. I remember my first 1:59.9 relay split. I was like, count it, baby, sub 2.
And it doesn't matter what the points were. It could be 1:59.99. You got under 2.
And as Basha comes down, almost wire to wire. Really strong race, 2:01.93. The Ithaca, New York, Finger Lakes runner, happy with his performance there.
That's going to set him up really well for probably a not-so-distant future sub-2 run. I love the reactions, especially from some of these younger athletes when, the big performances come more frequently at the younger ages. And he's in total focus here driving for home, unfazed by the challenge from behind. But look at how happy he is when he sees that time.
And
you can
Riley
get these
O'Rourke
big jumps, right, in performance at this age. And sometimes it's as surprising for the athlete as it is for us.
Yeah, and Riley O'Rourke there in second did really well for himself to get around Merriam in that last couple strides.
So section number 4 now on track, another 16 athletes. We've already seen pretty close to 2 minutes, 2:01.93, courtesy of Basha in that last section, the time to beat. Times on paper here from 2:05 mid to about 2:07 flat.
And they're off. Really strong tempo for this one. I think one of the big challenges of the 800, right, is that it is tough to really realize, what is fast but not too fast. Generally speaking, professionals will run the 800 with a slight, 2-second positive split.
Right.
But if you just get right on the other edge of that and spilling over a little too fast of a start, you can really get in trouble in that last lap.
Well, we see Maddie Duke up front there. Maddie Duke was 9th yesterday in the freshman boys 400. So he's coming back off of, I'm sure, a lactic-inducing performance less than 24 hours ago and running well to be strong up front like this. The blocks are flowing. I love it. Well under sub 60 clocking for that opening quarter mile.
I was going to say, I like Frog Lake Track Club that he's representing here. You always wonder, there's a million backstories of these long traditions and the clubs that folks represent.
Well, not far behind him is Cam Cuss, who was 5th in the freshman boys mile yesterday. So Another example of an 800 versus or a 400 versus a miler. And these two really duking it out here, pardon the pun, with Matty Duke up front, still continuing to lead, but it's the Capitals' Cam Cuss hot on his heels and almost a little bit of a bump there.
And look at Todd Smith in third for Tsunami Track Club. He has really opened up another gear, and he's going to swing around both Coos and Duke with 100 meters to go. Talk about a well-timed kick. He comes around the final turn under the arch down the home stretch, and it looks like he is going to come across the finish line. Sorry, that is, I believe, Cruz Aquino, 2 flat 98. What a performance.
And just 0.05 of a second slower than the time put down by Baja out of the last heat. Oh, I'm sorry, a second.
Yeah, he's the new leader here.
He's the new leader, yep.
Made his trip up north from Virginia all the worth it.
Like you said, a perfectly timed kick here. He went around on the outside, which is not advantageous in terms of running the shortest distance, but he knew that he had the momentum to carry him through. I think that Matty Duke did really well to hold on for second after being passed by the cruising Aquino, but great finish by him there. 2 minutes, 0.98, 2:02.18 for Duke, and then Cam Cuss, 2:02.44.
All right, as the penultimate section of the freshman boys 800 lines up and gets ready to kick off. We'll see seeds from 2:02 to 2:05 in this one.
So again, away cleanly here. And this is the other advantage. All these guys are standing on the infield of the track, the next heat, waiting anxiously for their turn to take to the start line. But that gives them the advantage of seeing exactly the tactics that play out and the times being run by the athletes ahead of them. So all of these guys will know exactly what they need to do here. Many of them hoping, I'm sure, to get under that 2-minute mark. And off to the very early lead here for that opening lap in about 28.6 is Brooks Mello out of Rhode Island.
And he's going to have plenty of company as this race is also pretty packed up, and it seems like we got a couple runners moving on the outside trying to find their position as they come up on halfway. It looks like it'll be stride for stride. Mello with a big pack behind him. 400 meters to go. 59.49. That's a solid tempo, and with some of these guys, running the best at the end of their races, keeping that target of that, essentially acting like your own pace lights as the leader takes it out right at 2-minute pace.
Little shoulder check there by our leader. He's rocking and rolling through the shoulders a little bit, just trying to stay at the front of those pace lights. And he'll hear the bell here and get a boost. He knows he's being stalked behind by Acapco and Ledford, but doing well to hold on, and now, in fact, increasing that lead a bit, I think invigorated by that bell. So 1:30.55, and now he's approaching the 100-meter to-go mark. He'd do well to just focus on those pace lights and try to stay with them as long as possible.
And Mello is the 14th seed in this race, so if he takes this thing tape to tape, it'll be quite the overachievement. As he comes down, it's going to be the Brooks Mello show. The Rhode Island freshman taking it in 2:02.80, followed by a veritable army right around that 2:03 mid-mark.
That's such a tough way to run an 800. From tape to wire, but well done there by Brooks Mello. Holds off the charge from behind, ran his own race. And again, as you said, a veritable army swinging wide into lane 3. Some of these athletes trying to get their position, jockeying, and a big move on the outside there. I think that was Olivier Beaulieu who came through for second in that section, and it was all in the last 50 meters that happened. But 2:02.79, 2:03.30, and then 2:03.36, your top 3 marks into our fastest section of the day. And this heat is going to be a very fast one, I think. We've got both the 4th and 5th fastest ranked athletes in the country this year. That's Isaiah Davis and Ryan Duffy.
And it looks like we got a couple Canadians in the race, so your country is well represented in this international championship now.
Absolutely, yep. So our top seed is Charles Matarese, and he comes in with a 1:58.92. Again, fastest time so far is 2 minutes, .98. That is the time to beat.
And that's Levi Layden, who takes him through not a blazing fast time, 3 minutes 75. It looks like they're playing it smart in this one. The time to beat, 2 minutes 98. They're going to be right around that mark, so this could be a very interesting, this could be a winner from the non-fastest section if these guys don't get their racing wheels on.
Well, again, lots of traffic here as athletes are just bumping back and forth. They're right on those pace lights, but clearly no one wanting to do too much of the work up front. And now as I say that, I think the nerves have been shaken out, and now the anxiety is setting in as we get, I think that was Matarese coming to the front.
You can see them chasing those pace lights and not trying to let them get out of the way too much as they come up on the bell.
And that is Ryan Duffy actually now to the lead. And again, Duffy ranked 5th in the country so far this year as a freshman.
But he's not getting away from everybody because there are still 5 runners in contention with 100 meters to go. This is anybody's race.
Well, and it's good that they have a pack going because they're going to have to run a sub-30 final 200 if they want to get under that 2-minute barrier. It's going to be awfully close.
It looks like Duffy, and I think that's Davis coming around. And they are just under 1:59.74. What a finish. As Duffy takes the second half of that race by storm. 1:59.72 officially. Our first sub-2 of the day.
And he's happy with that. That was great. Really strong final 50 there to hold off that charge. So many athletes end up tying up when they feel the pressure coming beside or behind them.
And look at that negative split.
Yeah, that was huge.
Duffy closed in 58.4 for his final 400, and you can tell he is full of run there at the end.
Pumping those arms. I think anytime you get the fireworks going beside you, it's going to give you an extra boost as well. So only one athlete sub-2, but Isaiah Davis, 2 minutes .15, and then 2:01.05 for Levi Layden, meaning that I believe our third fastest time of the day came out of section 4.
And Duffy and Davis with those negative splits, if I'm their coach, the first thing I'm telling them after the race is if you can run an 800 like that, you can run 1 or 2 seconds faster just by evening out the effort a little.
So once again, full results here. That means that Cruz Aquino out of section number 4 takes 3rd position overall. It's Duffy, Davis, Cruz Aquino, Layden, and Wilson, your top 5 athletes, and very close times here in positions 1 through 10 to conclude our freshman boys 800s. And moving now to the girls freshman 800s. We're going to have 6 sections here as well of these timed finals. And this first section all at 2:29 and change.
Be able to throw a blanket over this field based on their PRs. It's 2:29.13 to 2:29.95. The meet record is 2:12.63. They'll probably be taking a look at that in the later sections here as they come through 200 meters, excuse me. And we have, it looks like Ella Guerin is in the lead from the Durham Dragons.
And that's a Canadian team as well, not far from where I grew up. I remember racing the Durham Dragons in lots of events, so great to see them represented here.
More teams should have dragons as their mascot.
I agree.
The Drexel University, they're the Drexel Dragons in Philadelphia, but it's a great, talk about a fearsome jersey, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And Guerin hangs on to the lead, but she's got quite the pack forming up behind her as a whole bunch of women come through 500 meters. It looks like we have a new leader here. Try and get a name check as they come around 600 meters. She's really opened it up in the field. That looks to be Noah Yirmiyahu. Oh, excuse me, Kate Scooter. Kate Scooter, who has really opened up a gap. About maybe 20 meters now with 100 to go. This is her race to lose. Kate Scooter from Rogers Track Club. And as she comes through the arch one last time, Kate Scooter is going to take this one, holding off a hard charge in second. And a big new PB for her. Clock stops at 2:23.21. Erin Tynan in second, 2:24.90. We got the top four under that 2:27 mark. And I'm going to make an educated guess that Kate Scooter and Elizabeth Scooter, both freshmen in the same track club, are probably twins.
Great name for runners, too.
Finishing first and fourth in that heat. As we line up section 2, we'll get another closely contested race. Top runners in this one have 2:27 seeds. And they're off. $16 runners in this one, seated between 2:27 high and 2:29 flat. And we got at least one runner here who's really wants to lead as she comes around 200 meters. Looks like Samantha Richardson hits the front. 31.72. That is a fast first 200. She's closely followed by Emily Lewis. We got Richardson representing the SPSG Gators and Lewis from Maryland right on her tail. And right now they've got a decent gap on Kara Whiteside in third as they come through 400. The pace is slowed a responsible bit as they hit 400 in still a pretty quick 66, 67 seconds there. Still Richardson in the lead. 66.47 through that first 400. This is going to be an interesting last 300. We'll see. We're going to get some folks either hanging on for big PBs or really hurting in that second half, or both. And it's still Richardson and Lewis, although now it looks like Whiteside has reattached to the front here. And this race is far from decided as they come up on 200 meters to go. At the bell, Richardson has held this thing from the gun. Can she hold on to the finish as Whiteside moves into second now? Excuse me, that's Lewis in second. And now is moving into first here. That's Lewis with 100 meters to go. Lewis looking really strong, but Richardson has not given it up yet. But Lewis is powering through, going to the arms, driving home down the home stretch. And that's Emily Lewis who's going to take this one. 2:21.7, 2:21.69 officially. Samantha Richardson really holding on strong after taking it out hot. 2:22.39. And that's Cayman Hamilton, Mountain Brook Track Club, who comes in third, 2:24.56. And you can really see that focus and determination coming down the home stretch there. You know, it's so easy in these closely contested races to just get a little too cocky and then you ease up, 5-10%, and all of a sudden the win is taken away. So having that determination to get to the line first and hold your position, hold your form as the lactic acid starts to set in is so critical.
Well, and as we said, especially at a meet like this where there are so many potential distractions. And I think, the athletes who are probably faring best are those who can use all of this energy and excitement and noise, frankly, to their advantage rather than having it be overwhelming for them. So section 3 of 6 now of our freshman girls 800s. Again, tight times here from 2:25 to 2:27. But again, we've already seen a 2:21, so bodes well for these sections that are on paper increasing in tempo. Another heat of 15, timed final, I should say, of 15 athletes.
Looks like we got some Massachusetts locals in here from Algonquin and Wachusett and Needham Track Club. Always got to root for my Massachusetts OGs. And that looks like Elizabeth Mumm from Bullis, who's hit the...
Yeah, a great opening 200 for her, 32.88. And already stringing things out, really establishing some dominance over this field. Again, you know, I can't help but think that so many of these true milers, or even, you know, some of the girls who know that they're stronger rather than fast, are employing this tactic of getting out hard and really having to make the rest of the field work, knowing that maybe they can't match the raw foot speed of maybe some of the 400-meter competitors behind her, but knowing that she needs to do a lot of that work early on, and another excellent lap of just under 35 seconds. So 67 through a quarter mile, and still well ahead of those pace lights, and a solid 15 or 20 meters up on our next competitor, which is Izzy Daniel out of Delaware Elite, which came through about 3 seconds back at that last split.
And it looks like Mumm was ready for a breakthrough on this one, as she still looks strong and composed with a lap to go.
Slightly slower, though. You can see the effort starting to sink in. That was a 38.21, and this is such a tough position to be in, where you're, again, running blind. You know that the charge is coming from behind. You just don't know when it's going to happen, and doing everything you can to keep that form really strong, keep yourself up on your toes, as you mentioned earlier, fast turnover. And now we're seeing, just falling behind those pace lights is Mumm, as the charge comes into that final 50 meters. Mumm might be able to hold on here, but that is Maida, who is charging fast and just dips at the line to take the win in section number 3 in 2:22.91.
1/10 of a second between first and second in that one, and that was quite the well-timed kick. You know, it really goes to show one of the fun things about indoor track is what looks like a lot of real estate can really be disappeared in a second, because it is not as far behind as you think to see an athlete, you know, halfway across the curve. That's a couple seconds in indoor track land.
Absolutely, and you see that Maida just really leaned forward at that line, a good dip. And I think Mumm might have just been, you know, the fatigue setting in, easing off of the pace ever so slightly, not realizing how close Maida was behind her. So the fastest time so far, still out of section 2 at 2:21.69. Section 4 on track now, 2:23 to 2:25 on paper.
And speaking of hometown heroes, we've got Isabel Monahan representing Newton Center Athletics. That is the club for Newton South High School, my alma mater. So,
all right.
Shout out to the Lions in this race.
Absolutely. And a good opening lap there. That is Irie Scracy to the early lead out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. But all these girls packing up behind her are all ahead of those pace lights, so running strong times, but swinging wide into lane 2 or 3, which again on a banked indoor 200 track just takes the sting out of your legs if you do it often enough. So our leader doing well to position herself ahead of this pack. 1:07 approximately through that opening quarter, so 67 flat. Again, puts her, of course, on about 2:14 tempo, which would be almost a 10-second improvement on her best. And she looks really smooth up there. Again, focused on running her own race. She's got good arm drive, a tall athlete, and nice quick turnover. But she's got some company coming fast and furious.
Yeah, it looks like Teresa Albertson there is eating up the real estate behind her. And as they come into this final lap, and the runners start to unleash their kicks, this race is far from over. And that's Monahan, who's moved into second now, but not for long as another athlete swings around.
And they're all queuing up in this backstretch for the final time, trying to get their positions before they get to that final turn. Pressure on for our leader.
Well, Scrazy has held on to it. Will she be able to take it to this home stretch as she unleashes her kick, trying to hold off the challenge? And it looks like she will take this thing tape to tape. Let's wait for the official result. But yes, Gracie hangs on over Laura Mellenklug. 221.31 to 221.32. Talk about a close finish.
Incredibly close, and both of those times just a hair under the fastest time so far, set out of section number 2. A couple tenths of a second improvement on that. Another race where, as you mentioned, it came right down to the wire, and you've got to think that Scracy is just absolutely full of lactic at this point. That's a tough way to run an 800, a 67 opener.
And of course, I'm seeing in third place here, Anna Scooter, also from Rogers Track Club. So I got some questions. Is this cousins? Is this triplets?
Well, we had 4 sisters in one race yesterday. So we've got 3 at least family members, we think.
It's a family affair.
Absolutely.
For all we know, the entire stands to our left is just the whole Scooter family here to cheer him on.
They bought all the tickets.
And as Section 5 kicks off, 220 to 223 seeds. It looks like we have Haley Williams, not the Paramore lead singer, who is leading the first 200 meters of this one.
Williams looking pretty calm and collected up in the front of this pack. Focused on getting the job done. 32 flat. Opening 200 for her, and she's got a 222 seed.
And appears to be from Ontario. So the Canadians have really come out in force for this one.
That's true.
They're going to rename it New Balance Internationals.
Well, we've seen lots of that so far, and I know a lot more on tap over the next couple of days. She's got a good challenge behind her with Abigail Turner. Just less than a second separating those two at the quarter mile mark. So 66.55 for Williams and Turner 67.30. And now Turner up on the shoulder of Williams and falling into her slipstream, trying to take advantage of chasing our leader, letting her do the work as they come into the New Balance arch and the home stretch for the penultimate time.
And that's Turner into the lead at the bell. 143 representing the Jets. I really hope there's another club in that same town called the Sharks. And Turner has really opened it up. She looks really strong. Full run with 100 meters to go, as that's, I believe, Madsen moving from third into second there. But right now, Turner looks like she's got this thing in the bag.
And Madsen had a great run yesterday in the freshman girls mile, finishing 5th. And she's trying to turn it on, but I think Turner is going to hold off.
What a performance. Really just, as soon as she goes, she's gone, because Abigail Turner took that one in 2:18.62, a new fastest time on the day.
And a fastest time of the season, if not a PR for her. So again, 2 athletes under that 220 mark is a big deal. 2:19.90 for Madsen, who had a great final lap, passing several runners to put herself in good contention for the win. But it was all Abigail Turner.
Who is from Kentucky, which is a fantastic state with a fantastic tradition of track and field high performance.
And this young woman is adding to that tradition. 2:20.42 for Braylon Cornell for third there, as we get set now for our final and fastest section of our freshman girls 100. Only 13 in this section. 2:14 to 2:20 the range, but it should be a showdown between Chelsea Cornelia and Alexandra Jackson, both at 2:14 and change this season. And that is absolutely incredible running for some 9th graders.
The meet record as I mentioned earlier, 2:12.63. So if these girls time it right, it's certainly within the cards that we could see a new meet record today. As they come through the very recognizable Bullis uniform out in front. That's Destiny Frug, 32.90, followed closely by Layla Beasley. And it looks like they're pacing this one maybe a little more responsibly than some of these other races that have gone out really hot.
We seem to have seen that in some of the faster sections of these mid-distance races, a lot more tactics at play. I think a lot of these girls knowing what the top entrants are capable of and just wanting to do all they can to stay with them. A good move here on the outside now, and I believe that is Chelsea Cornelia in the purple shorts, who slips into second just past the halfway mark. So 67 for Frug and Cornelia, and it is those two asserting themselves at the top of this pack.
And this is, everyone's here for a new PB, everyone wants to run fast, but this is a championship, and they're racing like it is a true winner-take-all victory here. As they come up on 200 meters to go, the crowd already on its feet. Frug has held that inside, but once again, Cornelia comes around. Not afraid to make this thing a race from 200 meters out.
Cornelia fourth in that freshman girls mile yesterday, and I think just bided her time a little bit, not wanting to go too early, but she is increasing that tempo very well. But there's a threat on the outside. This is the Durham Dragons' Alexandra Jackson, and bumping and shuffling around here into the final turn. All three runners still very much in contention, as Jackson, the fastest seed of the meet, puts her dominance on this race.
2:16.83.
She
what
takes
a performance. Frug gets a well-deserved runner-up finish after doing much of the early leading. And that's Cornelia in third, 2:18.44.
So we have 6 girls under 2:20 out of this final section.
And that seemed like anyone's race until those last couple strides there.
It did, but you could also see Jackson eyeing that clock in those closing meters, not distracted by the fireworks, really focused on the time. It's not an improvement on her best, but again, a win is a win, and a nice improvement on her 8th place finish yesterday in that mile. So full results here. Alexandra Jackson takes the win. Destiny Frug, 2:17.44 for second. Cornelia in third. Turner in fourth. And Forrestek in fifth. Again, 7 girls under 2:20 in the composite results of the girls 800-meter freshmen. And that is great depth and bodes really well for what's coming down the pike for these girls as they move into their next few years of high school.
And what's coming down the pike for us here at New Balance Nationals at the Reggie Lewis Track Center is it's relay time.
I love relay time.
And nothing's more fun than a 4x200 because those things can get messy and they can be fast.
Well, and again, these are just the prelims. So we've got the boys and girls championship 4x200 meter relays coming up. We have, I think it's 16 heats of the boys, which is absolutely incredible given that only the top 8 times out of those 16 heats are going to make it to the finals. So it's going to be tight races across the board.
And it really goes to show, the advancing on time versus place is one of those things where it really is anybody's race and you can't decide it until the finish.
So we're a few minutes away from the start of that championship boys 4x200. Just getting the athletes set and ready to go and calling a couple of awards on the infield. That race set to go off at 12:39 local time. That's in about 5.5 minutes, and we will be back with that action momentarily. Welcome back to action here at day 2 of New Balance National Indoor Championships here at the beautiful Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm joined by David Melly. If you're just joining us, it's already been a very exciting day and a half of action here in Boston. Of course, NCAAs are taking place not far from here, around the corner at the track at New Balance. We'll be shifting over there for our final day of action on Sunday. But before any of that, we have relay galore on track. We got the 4x200s championship to start. These are the prelims for the boys, and there is a whopping 16 heats of this championship boys 4x2, and only the top 8 times make it to the final, which will take place tomorrow evening at 8:05. So this is going to be a very competitive 16 sections for these young men.
And by my quick math here, that means we have 80 teams vying for 8 spots. So every single hundredth of a second counts in these sprint relays. Every baton handoff, every lean at the line. The teams are working together for a spot in that final and a shot at that championship. And in Heat 1 here, we have Westfield Track Club, North Brunswick. We got Parrish, Livingston, and West Springfield getting into the blocks here, and they're off.
So on paper, the fastest time of the bunch belongs to Livingston with a 1:28.59 seed. This is Brandon Dong with their leadoff leg. He'll be handing to Chase Wade and then Chase Kaufman. I like that Chase will be chasing Chase. Say that 5 times fast. And then finally, Luke Petrina will anchor for them, and very close at that first handoff. Looks clean across the board. It is in lane 5. Livingston moving very well, but so too on the inside. I believe that's the North Brunswick team out of Jersey.
And one thing we should say for folks is that we have the lineups here on the paper, but things change, orders get shifted around, legs get subbed in, so apologies in advance if we do get anybody's name and ID slightly wrong, as that looks like West Springfield with a strong lead going into the final exchange.
And for West Springfield, I believe that's Max Engelart will hand off to AC Ross.
And they just got very lucky with that exchange zone, because I think they were right up at the end of that.
Yeah, that was within a whisper of being disqualified, but look at this charge for the lead runner, or for the anchor runner, I should say, for West Springfield.
And they're going to come around and take this first section, setting the bar at what qualifying will have to take. 1:28.70 for the West Springfield team to take section 1. And because we have only 8 teams advancing to the championship, just winning your heat does not guarantee a spot in the final. You have to run fast enough as well.
Well, this was a 3-second improvement on their season's best as a team, so not sure you could have asked much more of this quartet in the orange shorts. Great arm action, really powerful stride by this anchor leg. And a little glance to the clock, he's happy with that. 1:28.70. The mark to beat after one of, get this, 16 sections. So Livingston second in 1:30.64, and then 1:31 and change for Westfield and North Brunswick.
And as they get set into the blocks, we should note the Reggie Lewis track, really fast track, but it's a pretty shallow bank as far as indoor tracks go. And for the 200 runners, that can be a little tough. It's great for the distance races, but it certainly does adjust a little bit your stride pattern, how you're approaching the turns, and particularly as you're getting that first handoff in, and there's, all the chaos of having to get around to the break on that second leg. It can really throw you off your pattern if it's a slightly different curve and angle than you're used to.
That's such a good point. These athletes not having had much chance to get practice on this track. Now, on paper, this should be an incredibly fast section. This features Bullis in lane 5, which on paper has a 1:26.65 seed. That is very close to their own national record. A different quartet set that back in 2019 of 1:25.60. Bullis, of course, known for dominating the sprints
and
at New Balance Nationals.
That is 400-meter star Quincy Wilson in that first leg, handing off giving his team a big lead coming around to the halfway mark of this one.
Well,
as a fall in the back of the pack takes out at least one team.
And I don't want to jinx it. I was just going to say, barring disaster, as long as these 4 guys stay on their feet, it does seem like they should have it wrapped up. But we know, as you mentioned, anything can happen in a relay. So this is Bullis continuing to extend what looks like about a 30-meter lead over the next fastest runner here.
And as they come into the final exchange, it is all Bullis all the time. A really strong handoff there.
Yeah, nice clean exchange.
You'll notice they've been doing open handoffs versus blind handoffs, which is typical of the 4x4 versus the 4x1, but is certainly considered a little bit of a safer move.
Absolutely. Makes sense on these tight turns, this tight track. Big final leg here for Bullis, cruising across that line. And they are going to take the win in this heat easily in 1:27.89. That is the time to beat now. All by themselves up front. The Cavaliers come through in second in 1:31.59. The Carolina Cavaliers with some very strong performances yesterday in the middle distance relays and those 4x1 mile relays. But this was Bullis from start to finish. This is going to be a really exciting final, and I know we're only two heats through our prelims. That was Green there anchoring for Bullis, and about 4 seconds ahead of the next team, the Carolina Cavaliers.
And it's always hard to judge a little bit what the cutoff time is going to be, but it's safe to say that there's going to be a lot of folks around that sort of 127, 128 mark. And it really, as I said before, it could come down to hundredths in terms of who makes this final. We've got a couple seeds in this race under 127. We have one very bold 124 seed in here, but generally speaking, for a high school team to put 4 guys in that 128 range, that's a really strong performance.
Well, again, as we mentioned, that 125.60 national record set by Bullis back in 2019 could definitely be under threat tomorrow evening in that final. Potentially even today. Sometimes, you see these incredible times coming out of the prelims as we get ready now for Section 3 of the championship 4x200 meter.
Yeah, the time qualifiers will keep folks really pushing hard throughout the prelims because you just don't know what's going to happen in another section.
Fastest time in this section on paper belongs to the Spokane Speed Academy at 1:28.48. They are in lane 5 in that all red.
And as they come around to the first exchange, it does look like the Speed Academy will hand off with a slight lead, but it looks like on the inside there, the Flying Angel Track Club will be the first to the break.
Flying Angels of Ontario, Canada. Got to give them a shout out. One of the preeminent sprint development programs. And a fall there, unfortunately. Oh, and he went down hard. That was very unfortunate. Back up on his feet. And now it looks like clean exchanges here into our third leg, but really difficult outcome there for, I believe that it might have been Union Catholic who went down. We'll have to get confirmation on that.
Yep, but it is the Flying Angels out front who have the gap and have nothing but clear track in front of them going into the final exchange. As they come around, that is Spokane Speed Academy in second, followed closely by Lexington Elite, but up front it is the Flying Angels taking it to the finish line with a really strong 129.44 winning performance that puts them third in the qualifying so far, but we'll have to see how those times hold up over the rest of these heats.
Excellent power down that home stretch. Going to the arms, grimacing only slightly at the line.
And it is such an advantage to get a little gap on the field in these tight races, because having to hand off with no traffic in front of you is just so much easier than having to do it in a crowd. And once you can. You'll see oftentimes, unlike some of these 4x1 races where you want, your strongest runner on the anchor, there's a real advantage on these heats of the 4x2 to put your fastest runner up top, because just having that lead gives so much less risk, so much less chance of a fall or a drop baton.
That's such a good point. And again, we did see that fall on that third leg in our last section. These heats, most of them have, only 4 or 5 teams, but that doesn't mean that there isn't still a ton of traffic. In our fourth section now, we've got 5 teams on track. They are Hartley, Paladins, Woodsworth, Steel City, and Revolution Track Club. Fastest time on paper belongs to Steel City in lane 5.
And as they come around, it looks like that Steel City that will hold the pole going into the second exchange, but that's right on their heels. That looks like the Paladins.
And this is exactly what you were talking about.
We got a fall and a drop. Oh, geez.
Just a ton of traffic at that exchange, and it was almost a bad omen, what we were talking about earlier. So hard to stay on your feet, navigate not only getting the baton properly from your teammate, but then also avoiding the person who's handing off for the other teams.
And it is really hard. We did see the yellow flag up there, so there will be a review and a potential disqualification in this one, but one of the hardest things in the entire sport of track and field to do is to get off the track without getting in anybody else's way.
And oftentimes the best tactic is just to stop where you are and don't move until everyone's gone by, but that's not always possible when you're full of lactic. And speaking of lactic, a battle onto the line here between Revolution and Paladins. And Paladins given the nod at 129.94. Unfortunately, it looks as though Revolution Track Club will be the subject of a DQ, so that's Wadsworth Grizzlies taking second then in 131.78, but the Paladins psyched up with that sub 130 performance.
And they came in with a 130.97 seed, so it's likely that that's probably the first time that group before it's gotten under 130, and that's a big barrier in this event.
Well, again, you saw that it was a battle to the line, but with Revolution being disqualified, it ended up being a bit of a non-issue. Paladins now with that 229.94, fourth in the compiled results list. That means the Carolina Cavaliers with 131.59 are on the bubble as we get set for heat 5 of 16.
And if you're following along with us online as you watch, these live results here at the New Balance Nationals are second to none in how quickly they're updating and how much information they're giving you. So you can see that yellow mark there, that's the team that is the last qualifier in any given moment. And if you're looking to see where your team's going to fall, that's what you want to keep an eye on. And as we have Heat 5 on the track now, top seed IMG Academy, 126.28. If we see something like that in this prelim, that's going to be really, really impressive.
IMG, the team to beat in this fifth section of 16 in these 4x200 meter prelims. And they will start in lane 5 in that blue and white kit. Leading off, this is Dylan Woodruff. And he has already more than made up that stagger as they come into the home stretch towards the first exchange. This is going to be a huge lead for the IMG team. Hands off cleanly to Kane Stanley, who will take the baton around for his leg. And almost a little bit of a dip here at the cut-in. Does well to stay on his feet.
Yeah, and for those not used to watching the 4x200, it is a 3-turn stagger. So the first exchange happens actually up on the curve as IMG hands off to the third runner. That's Ian Edwards there, looking really strong with a good gap on second and third in this one. It is the IMG show all the way around as they come through the arch for the second to last time. Can we get one last clean exchange in? We can. And IMG will hand it to their anchor leg, Denver Tucker. With 100 meters to go, it looks like Tucker is going to take this thing all the way to the finish line.
IMG set this record last year at 126.06, and they are clear and away from the rest of the field. An enormous run for them. It's going to be 126.84, and that is by far the new lead here after 5 sections. That was, even with a bit of a slower final exchange there, that was a really incredible time.
And you know who's going to be looking really closely at that is the Bullis team.
Absolutely.
Because as we see now, the IMG runner taking it across the finish line, looking, very relaxed, very comfortable. No one seemed to be breaking a sweat on that one.
Well, that was Denver Tucker, and I got to say, he looked like he was out for a jog in those closing meters, so clearly saving something for tomorrow's final. We're going to see some fireworks literally and figuratively going off tomorrow evening.
And as we line up, it looks like we do have a couple scratches in this one. There will be 3 starters, the Franklin Track Club, the McNamara Mustangs, and the Solon Comets in Heat 6. You do kind of like to see that as one of the teams that is starting. That's 2 fewer bodies to have to navigate on those turns.
Well, that really is just the luck of the draw in terms of relay start position, but one of those teams in lane 5, the McNamara Mustangs, comes in with one of the fastest times on paper at 127.42. So they're going to be also in the hunt for this title. We would imagine come the final, they have to get through this heat first, but running very well their opening leg. I believe that's Isaiah Pryor, who hands off well ahead of the other teams. Again, our relay list may have changed, but it is Pryor on paper handing to Steed. But fast closing here by our team in second as we approach the third exchange. That is Steed to Miles Dorsey for the McNamara Mustangs.
A little bit of a bobble there, but they did get it off cleanly. And they are offering a nice target for the chasers there in second and third as they take it around with 1 lap to go, 1 more exchange. They want to get this thing around closely. The Mustangs, not the smoothest handoffs in the world, but they are getting the baton around as they come through. 100 meters to go. The Mustangs will be well favored to make the final as they get under 130 with a 128.85. 128.84 official, which puts them at number 4 among the qualifiers, just under halfway through these qualifying sections of the 4x200.
Well, and again, as you mentioned, safe to say that these teams are going to have to run sub 130 to get through to that final. Great close there by the Mustangs, but bubble time right now sitting at 130.38 by St. Peter's Prep. And like you said, we still have 8 heats of this thing to go, so there's lots of running left to happen.
And I will say, if I'm the Mustangs coaches, I'm looking at that race. There's going to be some words about those handoffs because they were a little shaky there. And as you really try to push that, that extra 1% in the final, the last thing you want to be worried about is, can I get the stick cleanly around? You want to be worried about your form and delivering the fastest possible time.
So 7th of 16 sections on track now. The team to keep your eye on here, again with lane 5, is the Lions Track Club, and that is a quartet representing Archbishop Carroll High School in D.C. They come in with a 125.79 seed, so I think about the second fastest seed time of the bunch. And they're ranked number 1 nationally, so they've got the target on their back, and not a super clean exchange here.
And actually, they're going to have to fight for that lead in the second leg as that's right on their inside, the Halo Harriers. But it is Carroll that takes it to the second exchange. Really strong. Whoa, almost ran him down in that exchange. But it's the Lions with a decent-sized lead coming into the final leg of this 4x200. But the Harriers have not quite let this thing get completely out of reach.
And this is Demille Bostic for the Lions taking the anchor leg here. And after a bit of a shaky start, they are cruising towards victory in this heat. An enormous margin of advantage over the rest of the field. The anchors and the other teams closing well, but this is the Demille Bostic show right now for the Archbishop Carroll Lions. And it's going to be another very fast time, 1:27.48, making it look easy.
And that is, a skill as much as anything else in the relay is, not letting what happens on the previous legs inform your performance. When your race starts, you got to focus on your race, your form. As you see the anchor come through here, eyes on the finish, trying to stay cool and composed. The last thing you want to do is, get yourself hurt and too injured to run the final. So you're also thinking about, am I keeping it within myself? Am I staying on my feet?
Well, a nice smile there from our team out of the Archbishop team for the Lions. And into section number 8 now of 16. There's only one team currently at 1:30 or slower, still in the top 8 on time, and that is D4 Training. They sit on the bubble with 1:30.28.
And we'll see if this South Dade team with a 124 seed can live up to that hype, because that is quite the mark to put out there to have to chase down as this section gets underway. South Dade Express does appear to be making up a little bit of the stagger on Ann Arbor.
Well, and an interesting tactic to put a seed time in that's that fast. Again, it puts a real target on your back. They're moving well.
Really strong exchange there.
And a blind exchange, so that means that they've been practicing for a long time as a quartet.
But Ann Arbor is not letting this thing come too easy, as, wow, a little jostling there. There's going to, probably be the officials taking a look at that one, but I don't see any yellow flags yet as they come to the third leg. And the South Dade team now in second behind Ann Arbor, but with very little space between them. This could get to be a very messy final leg of this 4x200.
Well, the pressure is going to be on, and as we come into that home stretch for the second to last time, they are almost neck and neck, and clean exchanges, but again, the nod given to Ann Arbor Youth Track. Ann Arbor, this is Elijah Dotson who's going to anchor for them, and swinging wide on the outside now, the South Dade Express track anchor leg having to run the further distance around the outside at the top of this track.
And is it going to be enough? It's anyone's race. It looked to me like Ann Arbor held them off, but we'll have to go. No, and it's South Dade that gets by 0.04 of a second, 128.79 to 128.83. Doing well to get that come from behind win. And there are few things harder than racing a 200-meter race against someone in lane 1. That is a really, really tough thing to do indoors. And the South Dade anchor did well to stay composed, to really just keep that form late in the race and time that lean perfectly to get that heat win.
I was going to say, that's Curtis Bain, and you could see how relaxed he was compared to the strain on the face of Elijah Dotson. And I think, when it comes down to hundredths of a second like this, just that little bit of relaxation while keeping the foot to the pedal to the metal can really make all the difference. So tight finish there between those two. And we are officially halfway through these preliminary rounds of the Championship Boys 200-meter relay. And officially under 1:30 in terms of getting into that final. Flying Angels Academy on the bubble right now in 8th at 129.44.
And Ann Arbor, though they may not have won that heat, they beat their seed time by 2 seconds, so they're probably pretty happy with that performance there as we get into Heat 9. Looks like we've got one scratch in this one as 4 teams start the race. Oh, I'm sorry, there are only 4 entrants in this one. That's Hayes, Danbury Track Club, Cleveland Heights, and Zavarian. Coming around the turn to that first exchange. It looks like we have Cleveland with a slight lead, but pretty close as, Zavarian botches that a little bit and is going to have some work to do.
Yeah, that was a really tough exchange there. I'm
I
hoping
am
they still
seeing
got it in under the
I see a
exchange
yellow
zone.
flag
Yeah.
from the official, so I think there's going to be potentially a DQ there with this variant team. But up front we have the
That's the
very
A's
close.
team.
Oh, another tricky handoff here. There's going to be, I think, a lot of reviews on this one. A lot of shuffling of the places here as folks get tripped up in that exchange zone.
And I didn't want to jinx it, but this is the tightest grouping on paper. These 4 teams come in with just a hair separating them by time, so not surprising to see this much traffic.
Oop. Yeah, we got all sorts of tough handoffs here. A couple late handoffs, but still within the exchange zone. And now it looks like Zavarian, though they might be in trouble in terms of their performance, are at least on track to cross the finish line first.
Absolute motor across the line here by their anchor. It's going to be about 1:30.77 for Zavarian. Now we'll have to wait to see, because I saw at least 2 yellow flags go up at those exchange zones. Zavarian giving the nod at the moment. But almost every exchange here had at least a bit of drama. Zavarian looking happy with that. This is the first exchange that we're taking a look at here.
And it looks like see, those red triangles there are what you need to be inside. And as we can see with the Zavarian runner, just missing that first handoff. And the results, it look like, are going to be updated to, unfortunately, have a disqualification for the team. But there is a luck of the draw in these races. And all it takes when everyone's moving so fast and you're trying to get 4 people's performances all aligned. There's bad luck. There's, stuff just happens. And the relay is an art as much as it is a contest, that's for sure.
That's a great way of putting it. And finding that perfect combination of focus and relaxation, especially when you're straining right at the exchange. You want to it's counterintuitive, but you want to relax through that process as much as possible and try to make it as seamless and smooth as you can. 5 teams on track now for section 10 of 16 in these prelims. Another closely matched grouping on paper, with the exception of lane number 5 here. That's DeMatha Catholic High School. They come in with a 127 seed. And after the first exchange, it's still very tight here.
That looks like Joshua Virgil for DeMatha coming around here. Oh, we got a little contact in the exchange zone. They've been watching the Belgian team, it looks like.
Oh, and a drop baton, unfortunately. So that's going to eliminate our early leaders. It's now a 4-team race with
It looks like
Haverford out front, I think.
see as they come around here.
5.
It is DeMatha that has held on to it, but Rancocas Valley is moving to the lead now. This has been a crazy relay so far as Rancocas Valley comes around the final turn. Have they done what it takes? And it looks like they have. Coming across the finish line first in 1:31.04.
So one of the slower times we've seen in a few heats here. But again, not surprising given all of the bumping and jostling around on track.
And one of the things to keep in mind, I'm looking at these entry lists here, and I'm seeing, a bunch of sophomores, a bunch of juniors, and for these teams that, might not advance, part of it is just getting the experience and, knowing that so much of the relay and being able to execute is just practice. And whether you're coming back for New Balance Nationals outdoors or coming back next year with the same team, just being able to get on the track and have this experience can be such a valuable learning opportunity for these runners.
And I think the second piece of what you just said there is the key. You can practice all you want in training, but it is an entirely different beast to have to practice those handoffs, like we said, fast but smooth in a loud, raucous, high-pressure championship environment. So great experience for these guys to take forward through the rest of their season and into outdoors. 5 teams now contesting heat 11 of 16. We're working our way through, and fastest draw is for Westalk in 5. Westlake Village Lions, I should say.
I was gonna say, we got a maybe a typo on the entry list here, but Westlake Village comes in with a 127 seed, but they're gonna have company here, as it looks like this is everybody's race at this point. Look out for a tough exchange zone here, as it's the Lions and the Run Fast crew neck and neck. The Louisiana-based Run Fast Track Club is really doing a great job to stay right on the Westlake Lions as they come around to this final turn.
Well, that's Devon Benjamin up front for the Lions, and he's doing a great job of holding off the charge from behind. He's going to have a slight advantage for his Westlake team, handing off at the final exchange. Let's see if it's a clean one, and it is for both of our top two teams. So Chase Hansen taking the baton for the final time and turning this thing on with 100 meters to go. He is continuing to open that gap over the Run Fast Track Club of Louisiana. It is going to be Westlake taking the victory in this 11th section in another very impressive time of 128.19.
And that'll put them in the qualifying bubble, and really strong anchor-like performance by Hansen there, just shutting the door on the competition, even with that Run Fast runner, at least getting the baton pretty close. And you can see as he comes down, the front side mechanics, he is wise beyond his years in terms of staying upright, keeping the knees driving, keeping the arms in check.
Total relaxation in the face. You're right, he looked like a runner far beyond his young age. And it'll be exciting to hopefully see this quartet come back on Saturday evening and test their mettle against the other best runners in the nation.
As this is, I believe, Heat 12 getting into the blocks here. We've got Spokane, West Orange, Riverdale, Motor City, and the Panthers lined up. The fastest seed in this one is 128, but they're pretty tightly grouped here, so the Motor City Track Club crew will want to get out and get a lead if they can, but they're going to have to fight for it as they come around to this first exchange.
Well, and the pressure really is on, because 128.84 is what it's going to take to get into that final, so the exchanges have to be clean.
Ooh.
And it looks as though they're not, unfortunately, for Motor City out of lane 5. That was a jumble.
Tough. Yeah, we got a white flag. They were in the zone, but that was, I saw 1, 2, 3 attempts before they actually got the baton into the second runner's hand. And as a result, it's the Spokane Speed Academy crew that will hand off in first going into this. Excuse me, it is the Panthers that have the lead on the third leg here.
And the Panthers have completely blown this thing open just in the last leg or so. On paper, again, this is Aaron Henderson for the Panthers. They come in with the second fastest seed of the bunch, but far and away clear of the rest of the teams at that final exchange. This is Jacob Martin anchoring for the Panthers, and he is running all by himself, approaching 100 meters to go. He knows the time that they have to beat. Great form, good power here from their anchor. He's just got to hold it together down this home stretch. Eyes on the clock.
Wow, really relaxed time there.
But it won't be enough, unfortunately. 129.11 given to the Panthers, and although that is a very impressive time, it's not going to do enough to get into that final.
And it looks like Martin, the anchor leg there, is the only non-senior on the Panthers relay, so he'll certainly be the center building block of that team as they regroup and rebuild for next year.
Yeah, great stepping stone for this group of young men, with Riverdale Baptist and Motor City taking second and third in that section. Getting closer to our final heat here as we move into heat 13 of 16.
4 to go, and the time to beat is 128.84. That's going to be, I think, pretty hefty ask of this heat where the top seed is 128.62, but anything can happen as they get underway here with above expectations. Track Life University, the Gonzaga Eagles, North Track Club, and Windsor Track Club. We got some DC teams, we got some Ontario teams, folks coming from all over North America to come compete here at the New Balance Nationals. Fastest party on the planet.
Fastest party on the planet, indeed, and it is a very fast opening leg for our team on the outside of Windsor Track Club, and they're going to be in the advantage position moving into the cut-in here.
And that's Windsor coming around the turn to the second exchange, looking really strong. Fantastic handoff. That is a clinic. Really smooth, tight, no wasted energy.
Again, on paper, this is Damian Sparrow on this third leg. Good fight coming from behind with our North Track Club. So it's Ontario versus Ontario right now, and there's under some pressure here. But Windsor is going to hold on to the advantage heading into the final exchange, and another very solid handoff, continuing to put the Windsor Track Club in position to run away with this thing.
And Windsor looks strong, although North is closing really hard. That's Mamani Dewara from North Track Club trying to eat up that gap, but it won't be enough as Windsor takes this thing. 128.87, oh, just outside the automatic qualifying. 128.85 official. So they will be, as of right now, the 9th team, the unlucky first team out, with 3 heats left to run. Still a really strong performance for the Canadian quartet.
I was just going to say, I don't think they could have done a whole lot more to improve on that, and not to say that they won't in the future, but, you know, as a compliment to this group, to have exchanges that were that clean and to have each runner really look so smooth and powerful and controlled throughout their leg, that's a really good sign of things to come for this group.
I've never run a 4x2, but I did the sprint medley when I was in high school, and there is nothing more terrifying than being an 800 runner, really a distance runner coming down to the 800, having a 400 guy coming at you full speed, trying to get that baton in your hand. And as Heat 14 gets underway, we have real training. The Central Bucks East, Fairfax, the HC team, and the Knights. And we'll try and get you a relay order on this HC team entering with the fastest seed at 125.99. The group in
this
lane
looks
5.
like it's a team out of New Orleans, Louisiana, is the Holy Cross team. That's HC in lane 5.
Although it looks right now like out in lane 6, the Knights are really putting a challenge into the Holy Cross team, and with a bit of a bobble on that first exchange, it's going to be the Knights. Kamir Jones taking them around to this second exchange with a solid but not insurmountable lead in the second half of this race.
And a really clean exchange there. Again, like you said, once the teams get a little spread out, there's room for folks to be able to really get in position well for these exchanges, and that's been true of the last several heats now. The Knights still powering away, but they are having their advantage eaten up from behind with our closing teams of the Central Bucks and that Holy Cross team into the final exchange now. Another clean handoff for the Knights, but they are being stalked down by a very fast close here from Holy Cross. Holy Cross is Josh Brown.
The New Orleans team has taken it to the line and are going to hold on for an incredible heat win just outside the qualifying, but still coming off that frankly, a really tough first exchange. To keep your composure and execute like that is really impressive. 129.34, the official mark for the winners of Heat 14 here, the Holy Cross Club.
And a good reminder that even if, it's not the time that you want or necessarily exactly the execution you want, anytime you win a race, you have to see that as the win that it is. This is a battle here between our Holy Cross team and the Knights, who closed really well, actually, after having been gapped significantly on the last leg. So Holy Cross holding on for the win, 129.34 to the Knights, 129.93. As you mentioned, not enough to get through to the final. And with 2 sections remaining, The McNamara Mustangs have been holding steady to this 8th position on the bubble at 128.84.
And ironically, the Mustangs, different club, same name in this group, have the fastest seed time at 127.61. So they'll probably be looking at that 128.8 as the mark to beat in this penultimate heat of the boys 4x200 prelims. And they're off and running. Brockton Track Club, Massachusetts team, the Crusaders, House of Sales, Mustang Track Club, and the Union City Soaring Eagles towing the line here in Heat 15 of the qualifying round of the 4x200. As the Mustangs get a strong first leg and have a big lead coming off the break and running that second leg here. It looks like they are executing pretty dang well so far in this race as they come up on the second exchange. 2 down, 1 to go. As the Mustangs keep the baton moving, looking really strong, really composed.
Mustangs out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They have about a 20-meter lead over the rest of the field. Again, clean exchanges thus far. That yellow and white really looking like a lightning bolt as they come into the final handoff. Another open but clean exchange.
And it is the Mustangs taking this last leg and really pushing with everything they can, knowing that it's going to be pretty close to qualify for this final. As they come through the arch and down the home stretch one last time, they're going to be right there, but will it be enough? Ooh, and it is 129.21, a really strong Heat 15 winning performance just outside the qualifying, but still a really good run from the Mustangs out of Winston-Salem.
You can see the disappointment at not having qualified through to the final. That was Jalen Bacote II, who was the anchor on that team. And again, these guys ran great, did everything they could, I think, to put themselves in the best position. A little bit of strain on the face there. You can see the eyes to the clock, knowing that they just missed it. Should mention that Antoine Hughes Jr. was their lead leg, and Antoine Hughes Sr. is actually the coach of this team. So a couple of great sprint phenoms out of Winston-Salem.
And one thing we got to acknowledge here is that part of what we have is a problem of our own making, in that New Balance Nationals has attracted so much talent and so much high-quality competition that there are some really, really fast, talented teams, state champions, folks that have, really dominated their local scene, come here, run really well. It's not even like you have a bad day. You go out and you execute and you put down a strong performance, and that's still not enough because the level of competition we have here in Boston is just so high and getting higher every year.
That's a great point. It's really an embarrassment of riches in terms of the depth here. And with just one heat remaining, the McNamara Mustangs have got to be sitting with bated breath on the infield watching these heats, because for about the last 6 heats, they've been sitting in a position to either make it or not by about one spot, 128.84, the Mustangs. And that is the time to beat with one section remaining. No one on paper has bettered that in this section.
I would say if they're still in the infield, there's going to be an official yelling at them any second, because they better be cooling down right now and out of the way. But we have one last go-around. We have another Carroll team here with the Lions making up the stagger and handing off in first for now. They already have one team safely into the final. Are they going to have an A and a B competitors in the championship? We will find out in a couple short minutes as the Carroll Lions hand off a second exchange looking really strong, followed closely by LaSalle. And Delsea Regional in third, but it is the Lions Track Club bringing the DC Heat all the way up north as they come into the final exchange looking controlled and strong.
And another really nice exchange here, opening that advantage to about 15 meters with 120 to go down the backstretch. Battle on behind them for second, and a really fast close here by LaSalle Academy in the all red. Have they left it too late? into the home stretch here. Lions holding on for the win, but it is not probably going to be enough. No, 129.5, not enough to get through to that final. So great set of legs there with those 4 200 runners, but it will be the McNamara Mustangs out of heat number 6 who hold on time to get through to the final. And what a final it's going to be.
Talk about a culture of excellence, being able to just send 2 full relays of the Archbishop Carroll crew, win both their heats, top 10 performances, it's just quite something to see. And as we will get the final qualifiers up, we have the Lions winning this one in 129.49, but are advancing to the final crew as the girls 4x200 gets underway is IMG Academy leading the way, followed by the Lions, Bullis, Westlake Village, West Springfield, South Dade Express, Ann Arbor Youth, and the McNamara Mustangs advancing to tomorrow evening's 4x200 championship final.
Well, and as you can see on track, we waste no time at all here. This is one of the most efficient meets I've ever been to, and to your earlier point, that's in great part because there are just so many athletes here. This is like a well-oiled machine ticking away as we get ready for our championship girls 4x200 meter prelims. Still 11 sections of the girls' race.
And as a competitor, it can be stressful to feel like you're being rushed onto the track and you don't want to miss check-in and you want to get lined up and hipped and ready to go. But it's also, these meets that are just run like a Swiss watch. It's so nice to have that stability of knowing that, you can time your warm-up properly. You have a good expectation of exactly when you're going to race. Time your food.
Yeah.
Time. The whole process is really important. I remember like some of the smaller races in high school, they'd be running like 20, 30 minutes behind schedule, and you're like, I have no idea when I should warm up because who knows what this schedule actually means versus what's executed. And they've been, on track or even a little ahead of schedule here at Reggie Lewis this weekend.
That's a good reminder just to give, a virtual shout out here to all of the folks working behind the scenes, the staff here at the Reggie Lewis Center, and of course all of our officials, our timers, our starters, our volunteers, our med staff, and then of course the coaches on site to provide excellent support for the athletes. It really does take a village to make this ecosystem function effectively.
And the officials here, let me tell you, I'm old, but I'm not that old, but I haven't been in high school in a while, and a lot of them are the same folks that were, have been doing this for
lifers,
decades.
Yep.
And they do it, not for the hefty paycheck, it's for love of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, big thanks to them. So section 1 of 11 on track now in this girls 4x200 meter prelims. And we should mention that the national record and the meet record both belong to Bullis Track Club. We'll see them in the next section, but 2 different times, in fact. Meet record set last year, national record set back in 2018. But on track right now, we have 5 other very capable teams, including the USA Jamaica team, Algonquin, Windsor Track Club, Westlake Village Lions, and the DWC Track Club, who are up front at the moment. And the Lions and the US Jamaica team running tight together as they're trying to stalk down the leaders right now. Good exchange there up front for our team out of Jewett Clinton from the Bronx, New York. But under some pressure now by the third leg from USA Jamaica in that purple kit. This is the tall figure there of Ricardine Cadet, and she's going to just overtake our early leader into the final exchange here. Hands off to Milani Vaughn, who is now having to swing wide to try to stay with Windsor Track, who has retaken the lead.
And they'll be pretty tightly grouped coming around into the final stretch here. But it is the the Windsor Track Club, 141.67, who crosses the line first.
And a nice improvement on their season's best, courtesy of Paige Wilson on that anchor leg. She looks really happy with that. Did a great job of regaining that lead after it was lost just ahead of the final exchange. So Wilson getting the Windsor Track Club to the very front of the pack after section 1 of 11 of these preliminary rounds. Arms go up. She looks pretty happy with that.
And similarly to the boys' races, 130 being kind of that barrier to really aim for these girls, aiming for that 140 mark. Some of them, even just getting under 142 is a real accomplishment, but that's a good sort of guide for where they're going to be looking for that qualifying, as they also will only advance the top 8 times to the final. It looks like we have a couple sub 41 141 seeds. Of course, the Montvale Academy on here with their 130.78 seed. That's probably going to be a high target for anyone in this field to track down. But
well, if anyone can do it, it'll likely be a team out of this heat, and that, of course, is Bullis starting in lane 5. Bullis, as I mentioned, set the meet record last year at 135.62, and they've seated themselves at 135.25, even faster than the meet record. And they are far and away the team to beat in this section on paper. Every other team over that 140 mark.
And they're off and underway. Heat 2 of the girls 4x200 qualifying round. We've got the Hornets, we've got Max V, we've got Bullis, Union Athletics, and Motor City coming around to this first exchange. If folks are just tuning in, they do run 3 turns on the stagger, so you won't see the athletes cut in until the second leg.
So Bullis with the advantage at the handoff, but running really well out of lane 4 there is Max Velocity. And it is Max Velocity trying to hold off the charge by Bullis at the cut-in, but they are not able to do that, denied by the speedy team out of Maryland, and Bullis in a clear lead now as they approach the halfway mark of this race.
Not taking any chances with those open handoffs, just getting the baton cleanly around with nothing but daylight in front of them and a long shadow to cast among these chasers, as they've got almost a full home stretch lead coming into this final leg.
Well, and this is Kennedy Brown, at least it should be on paper, for Bullis, and she's almost impossible to beat in any scenario. Doesn't need to worry about that. They are in a complete league of their own right now. Hands off to Kennedy Flynn for Bullis.
And she's going to take this one all the way to the finish line, comfortably laying down what I suspect will be the mark to beat for quite a few heats coming through here.
The crowd at the Reggie Lewis Center is on their feet into the final 30 meters of this race, and keep your eye on the clock, 1:36.96. A stunning time for this speedy quartet. That corrected down to 1:36.95, so great work by the two Kennedys. That is Kennedy Flynn and Kennedy Brown, of course, the last 2 legs of that relay, who really opened things up, and these ladies are smooth operators. This looks like just sort of a day of hard training for them.
And Brown is a freshman too, so talk about, keeping the poise and composure to execute under the brightest lights and the highest pressure that you've ever competed on.
Such a good point.
And so that will be, I suspect, one of the top 2 seeds headed into the final, unless something crazy happens. But it really goes to show just how elevated some of these favorites are, that they're competing against, a field of also the best runners in the country, and winning a 4x200 race by 6 seconds. As Heat 3 gets into the blocks here, we have the Panthers, the Patriots, the Lions, the Louisiana Run Fast crew, and it looks like we got another Bullis team out on the outside. They brought the B team as well.
Well, you mentioned that earlier with one of our boys' teams being able to field both a really strong A and B team, and Bullis is able to do that in spades as well. Their depth is pretty much unmatched in the country when it comes to junior development in the sprints. We'll see what the quartet on the outside can do for Bullis. They have the lead so far. Slight advantage coming into the home stretch, contending with the stagger. And a clean handoff for Bullis.
And it looks like the Run Fast crew is going to be right on their heels as they go for the break, with the tight grouping behind them. And now Run Fast second leg runner is not messing around, as she will swing around and into the lead coming into the second exchange.
That's Sadie Gray making the pass now on Bullis and giving her team the slight edge into that third handoff.
What a leg. That was really fantastic as Run Fast takes the lead and tries to hang on to it coming into this third leg here. They are looking really strong, marked closely by the Bullis team. With one last exchange coming up, this race is not yet over, although Run Fast Track Club is trying their best to shut the door on the competition. And that's what looks like Sincere Wilson.
I think this is Canaria Cotton against Nala Wise. We've had updated relay cards, so it's Run Fast Louisiana really taking Bullis to school, but Bullis is not out of it yet. It's going to be a battle into the final 30 meters.
Wow.
And Bullis time it well, and they do, looking smooth and composed across that line and taking the victory. Their B team running 140.66 and immediately congratulated by her teammates. What a final leg there for Nala Wise, really keeping herself in it and not concerned at all, not losing focus or panicking when she found herself fairly far behind at the final handoff.
And what the viewers can't see here is that we are posted up right next to the full Bullis cheering squad, and they are going crazy these last couple heats for their teams. What a finish there, just holding on, timing it right. The patience and confidence, a 200-meter race is not a long race, but it still takes a little planning and measuring your effort to know that you can execute like that and put your team in a position to make that final.
Well, to come from behind and still win by a tenth of a second over Run Fast, I'd love to get a clock on that final leg, and we'll try to do that tomorrow heading into the final in what I'm sure will be an even faster race. 4 laps around this track. Well done by Run Fast to hold on for a quick time as well. Heading in now to section number 4 of 11. Fastest time on paper here belongs to Track Life University out of lane 5.
And as they get set into the blocks, we'll also have Riverdale, the Paladins, South Fayette High School, Track Life University, as we mentioned, and Lancaster City, all contending for a spot in this 4x200 meter final.
Track Life University out of Detroit. Got a lot of Michigan representation at this meet. And they've already had several successful individual results this weekend. But their leadoff leg is going to be Shelby Sanders. They start in 5. And a very fast opening 50 meters for the team in blue there. Shelby Sanders making up the stagger almost in the first 150 on Lancaster to their outside.
And the Track Life U crew is going to hand off in first and have a bit of a lead going into the break here.
Well, this is Jayla Dace running the second leg here for Track Life University. And very fast moving second leg here as well by Lancaster. They're not letting the gap open up too much, but it is Track Life University with a bit of a reach in the handoff here, but it is clean. So taking the stick around now is London Johnson.
And she's maintained a bit of that maybe 5-10 meter lead on Lancaster City, but it has not grown that much in it. As we learned in the last section, the race isn't over till it's over, as anchor leg Jayla Graham prepares to take it around one more time for the Track Life crew. It's
one of those situations where it looks as though Lancaster has been running almost as fast as track life on each of the last few legs. They just can't make up any of the difference, any of the gap. Running very strong in second, but this is all Jayla Graham now into the closing meters. Look at the arm action here. Fast carry, fast turnover, high carriage, and comes across with a 1:41.35 to take the win in section number 4.
And that puts them 4th fastest on the day so far as we come up on section 5.
Look at the focus and determination here on the face of Graham. Again, almost punching the air in front of her, willing that finish line to get closer with each stride. Total focus and composure. And there you see 1:43.69 for Lancaster City. It's a very strong close by their anchor leg as well.
And as section 5 lines up, we've got the Naugatuck Club, the real training crew, Lafayette Track Club, another Carroll Lions Track Club crew, and we will have a scratch in lane 6, so there will be 4 competitors in this one, led by the Lions A team with their 136.89 seed. And they look really strong already with a big lead going into the first exchange. Oh, we got a drop baton and a little,
And again, this is some of the inexperience showing for some of these athletes. Really unfortunate to see some of the runners go down. I didn't see a yellow flag. We'll have to keep our eyes on that, but unfazed by anything happening behind her right now is our second leg runner for Archbishop Carroll. This is the Lions handing off cleanly to their third leg, and they are in a race by themselves right now, but a 40-meter advantage over Real Trainin.
and the
Naugatuck, I'm sorry.
The Lions coming around one last time. Woo!
Oh, and a hard fall there just after the exchange by that third leg.
Lions runner there doing well to get that baton off cleanly, because that was a high-risk situation there. And then, well, it didn't take any out of the anchor leg. That's still a scary sight to see as they bring it home. And they will quickly become the second team on the weekend under 140 with a 138-21 huge victory in Heat 5. They will almost certainly advance to the finals with that one, the Archbishop Carroll team.
You mentioned earlier about really finding your composure no matter what happened in the legs before you. And each runner, you know, it's again that balance of having to have the team mentality, but also realize that each of you has to do your individual best, both in terms of performance and focus, to make this magic happen for all four runners. Again, great focus, excellent arm action, really high drive here by the anchor for Carroll. All by herself, gets across the line in that very fast time of 1:38.21. So as you mentioned, 1:36.95 for Bullis, the fastest time of the day. 1:38.21 by Lions, the second fastest. And bubble time right now belongs to Lions B. Talk about depth. Their B team sits at 1:43.64 at just about the halfway mark of these girls 4x200 prelims. Heat 6 on track now. And it looks as though all five teams are in their blocks.
We've got the classical crew, the Raider Nation, Conestoga Track Club, South Dade Express, and WETC in lane 6. The fastest seed in this one is the South Dade crew with a 1:41.28 seed time. And as expected, we do see lane 5, the South Dade crew eating up the stagger on the outside there. Not quite passing them, but still strong leg. The South Dade crew will actually be in second place behind that WETC team.
And that's the Deptford team out of New Jersey, holding their own right now. doing well just to stay ahead of South Dade. Under some pressure, though. They're going to remain in that order coming into the second handoff here, and a little bit of a fumble. Looks like they're able to get their hand around that stick safely.
Yeah, we got a clean handoff, but they certainly lost a bit of time there. And, actually, I think...
That's Raider Nation, it looks like.
And it also looks like they might have lost the baton in there somewhere. There was some contact there. And I think...
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. I think we are flying without a baton. And the South Dade team will take this home, hopefully safely, but that's a real shame from Raider Nation, who I think got bumped on the backstretch there on that third leg. And the South Dade crew takes it around one last time through the arch and down the home stretch, looking really strong and crossing the line in 1:40.28, the third 27, the third fastest qualifying mark so far.
Looking really happy with that. And again, like you said, it's not just about the exchange, as was exemplified in this heat. Unfortunately, sometimes just that contact, you have to have a good hand on the baton in order to make sure that you have control over it throughout the entirety of your leg. Great focus and power. Sort of exaggerated dip at the line serves them well to get that third fastest time of the day. Raider Nation still in the results here at 1:44.67. We'll have to wait and see what the DQ situation is like there. But clearly South Dade with the win as we go into our 7th of 11 heats. Another, I think maybe 4 teams on track here. We have Motor City as a late scratch, so it's going to be the DC Cadets, Valley Central Track Club, the Carolina Cavaliers, and the Chargers Athletic Club. And Motor City did have the fastest time on paper of this bunch, so not turning into the blocks today. That means that the Chargers on the outside are on paper the team to beat. Again, the time to beat right now is 1:42.47, courtesy of the USA Jamaica Track Club. Just a bit of a delay on the start here. There's a yellow flag in the center of your screen there being held up by an official.
And that can sometimes mean there's just, an issue with the start, or they're just trying to make sure the track is clear and everybody can get the race underway safely.
Well, it looks as though actually the Chargers have pulled out at the very last minute. They were on the track in their blocks and have just chosen to walk off the track, so I'm curious as to what happened there. But it's down to a 3-team race. So in lane 2, it's the DC Cadets. In lane 3, it is Valley Central. And then the Carolina Cavaliers round out this very small field in lane 4. And tightly packed on paper. A fast start in lane 3 there by Valley Central in the pink kit. Neck and neck with the Carolina Cavaliers in blue, and they remain stride for stride at that first exchange. Working hard to try to take the advantage at the cut-in, and that nod will go to the Cavaliers. Really powerful running up front by their second leg. That slight forward lean. On paper, again, this is Alexandria Pearson, who's extended that lead by a pretty noticeable margin heading into this third leg. So this is, again, on paper, Marissa Watts taking this third leg for the Cavaliers, and she is opening up all kinds of daylight on Valley Central. Again, time to beat is 1:42.47. And into that final exchange. Nice clean handoffs here. It's blue versus pink. But the Cavaliers look as though they are going to be unbeaten here. Coming up on 100 meters to go. We have Marissa and Marinda Watts, both listed as seniors. You got to think that these are twins out here putting in some work and taking home a win in this 7th section in 1:44.95. So not enough to get them into the final, but a really clean, strong run by this group of 4 women.
And it does look like Carolina Cavaliers are happy with that performance.
Again, we've seen them in a few relays so far this weekend. I'm sure we'll see them in some more, and great camaraderie there.
As we see them coming down the home stretch, really making sure to execute from start to finish. You know, each piece of the race is so important, from the handoff to the lean. And as you prepare for, you know, whether it's the next relay or the outdoor season or whatever you have coming up next, you know, making sure that you just get those reps in and just really execute as best you can time in and time out, making it become a habit and not an effort is really important.
So another late scratch here in lane 8, or in section 8, pardon me. That's Union Catholic not taking to the track. So our 4 teams will be Lowell Track Club, Rapid Track Club, Fairport TC, and Guilderland Track Club, another team we've seen quite a bit from so far in the last few hours in the last day.
And as they get set, they will once again have only 4 competitors in this one. And that can be tough sometimes if you're running in that outer lane with no one on your inside, not quite knowing, you know, where the rest of the competition is and just trying to execute as best you can. But they seem to be doing a great job so far, as that's the Guilderland Track Club, who seems to be handing off with a bit of a lead, although they're pretty evenly matched right now.
Yeah, that's Fairport in the light blue, trying to hold off a charge on the inside from Rapid Track, who is rapidly eating away at that advantage. Rapid Track moving very well, but it remains Guilderland in the lead. And into the 3rd exchange. It is clean. Looks clean across the board, actually.
And I think that is that Fairport that is now moving up into 2nd there. Not out of this thing yet. This is still anybody's race as they go into the final exchange, and even the Lowell Track Club crew moving up right even with 3rd right now.
This is going to be a very bumpy final exchange.
Everyone gets away cleanly, but the race and the win is up for grabs as Guilderland gets the jump coming off the curve, but will they hang on to it? We shall see as they come around 100 meters to go. It looks like the Guilderland ankle here has just enough space to bring this thing home.
Very strong run by her. You can see her just leaning towards that line. Added about 15 meters of daylight between her 41, their time. So again, not enough to make the final, but really great execution by all 4 of these teams. Did well to stay on their feet, run strong legs across the board, and rewarded with a win here. Look at the power with which she strides towards the finish line here. Like I said, that forward lean in the upper body. Almost trying to dip across the line before she gets there. So well done by Barnhart to anchor her team to success. Fairport takes 2nd in 1:45.29. Tight finish there, about a half a second separating the last 3 teams.
And it looks like we've got the teams lined up for this heat. What are we on? Heat 9. And of course the Montverde Academy, the team to watch both in this heat and in the whole championship competition. We will have collegiate record holder Adasia Hodge on the 2nd leg here, it looks like. as the Borough Panthers line up on the inside in lane 2, Rams Elite Track Club, Ohio Speed, Montverde, and the Vikings get into the blocks here as Heat 8 gets underway. Excuse me, Heat 9.
Well, just a reminder that championship record is 135.
And
under threat with this Montverde team for sure, both the national record and the championship record held by Bullis, and you know that MVA wants to take that down.
And they get that first handoff, not the smoothest thing in the world, but for Deja Hodge, that does not matter as they get the baton and just open up a gulf of a gap back to the Rams in second place. As Hodge brings it around to the third leg, about as reliable as anybody on the track to deliver a strong performance.
Well, this is a real treat to see this quartet in action. A bit of a reach for the handoff there, but gets the job done. And they are in a league of their own, and they are basically running their own race here.
It's Olivia Williams for the third leg for Montverde, and they are bringing this thing home in style. With really strong handoffs across the board, just clean, well executed, controlled.
I was going to say, nearing the end of the exchange zone each time, but that's okay. They've obviously timed it that way. They know exactly what they're doing. They've all been clean. And Michelle Smith, the tall, fast figure of Smith, bringing home what was started about 90 seconds ago. Keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be a very fast time. 1:36.22. Rounded down to 1:36.21 for Montverde, so they are going to easily get through to that final.
The top seed here, just 0.7 of a second ahead of their Bullis rivals, and we are going to be set up for an absolute throwdown in that final between those two teams. Just an incredible matchup between these really strong programs. A lot of, tradition of winning, tradition of developing talent and just executing. I mean, you look at the professionalism that these girls bring.
You used the term culture of excellence before, and I think that's really what it is. Again, you spoke about the tradition, you spoke about the legacy building, and that's what we're seeing unfold here. And as just a little side note, that they've got to feel good about, even though it wasn't head-to-head, having run a faster time than Bullis going into that final. That's going to give them a little bit of an edge, I would think.
And it goes both ways, too. It's like on one hand, it's as the Montverde team, you got that confidence of knowing that you ran the fastest, but as the Bullis team, you also got that motivation of having that little chip on your shoulder, feeling like the underdog, feeling like you don't have a target on your back, and that can be an advantage as well. As we gear up for two more heats of the 4x200. Right now, the bubble time is 1:41.67, and it looks like we've got a couple teams. We've got two teams of the next two heats with sub 1:42 times, so it's gonna be close. In these relays, there's so little room for error sometimes with advancing to this final and getting the chance at that championship, that the pressure is on here in Reggie Lewis.
The pressure's on, and as we've seen, those seed times aren't always indicative of what a team can run. You show up at your very best here at New Balance Nationals, and we've seen that time and again. So with two heats remaining, as you said, Windsor Track Club sits on that bubble. And we are underway with Heat 10 with Livingston, West Orange, Westfield, Lady Chimera, and Urban Youth.
And Lady, I'm guessing it's
Chimera.
Yeah, Lady Chimera with the top seed in this. That's Kayla Spate, who will be taking her around the first time. Looking really strong. Getting the baton off cleanly. That's Urban Youth in lane 6, actually, that gets the pole position over the Lady Chimera team, and we'll see if they can hang on to that going into the second half of this race. As the second handoff gets away cleanly for the leaders and for the chasers. And the Urban Youth Elite team has a gap on the field with 300 meters remaining in the race. Can they hang on to it with the West Orange crew and the Lady Chimeras closing hard?
This is Maya Coleman now, handing off to the anchor. Their exchanges have been a little bit slow on the pickup, but then once they get going, boy, do they move. On paper, this is Maya Flowers perhaps taking the final leg here. She's got 100 meters to go, and closing hard behind her are the Lady Chimeras, but this is going to be Urban Youth taking the win in a very speedy time of 1:40.96.
And we just talked about the pressure being on. They delivered under pressure because that is their best time of the season by about a second and a half. And dipping under that 141 mark, they should be pretty safe to make that final. And they are now the 7th seed with one race remaining, and that is a huge, huge win for the Urban Youth team.
Another great close there by Murphy. He's grimacing, I think, in sort of desperation to the line more than anything, and it worked out beautifully for her. 140.96, the Chimeras 142.78, and then West Orange out of New Jersey 144 flat. So as you mentioned, Track Life University at 141.35 on the bubble as we head into our final section of the girls 4x200 meter relays. We have one scratch here with Sky's the Limit, so they were set to start in lane 4. It's now a 3-team race. Lane 4 track, which is actually starting in lane 6, Radar Running in 5, and Roadrunners in 3.
Having lane 4 track club in lane 6 just seems wrong. I don't know about you.
You know, they could have done us a solid and actually put them in lane 4. So fastest time out of this bunch belongs to Radar Running, and they are starting in lane 5 in that black and pink kit. But a great opening leg here on the outside by Kennedy Myers of lane 4 track. And I think even with the stagger, she'll have a slight advantage over the rest of the field at the first exchange. She'll be handing off to Paris Coleman. And they remain in that order at the cut-in. It is Radar Running trying to hunt them down, and moving very well for Radar Running is Harriet Healy.
Yeah, this is going to be a close exchange at the end of the second leg here, with Radar Running in lane 4, stride for stride, going into the closing half of this race. Lane 4 holds the pole, but it is still a closely contested relay here, as lane 4's team opens it up a little bit. We think this is Ricky Carver here, handing it off to the anchor leg. Getting a little bit of a gap.
Oh, and a little traffic there as the anchor for Radar Running gets interrupted by the third leg for lane 4 track. So that increases the advantage here.
We did have a white flag on there, so there won't be a protest.
But look at how quickly Radar Running's anchor is closing. I don't think it's going to be enough, but an incredibly powerful final 200 for the Radar Running team. 141.85, the nod given to lane 4. So again, not quite enough to make it into that final. But
top 10 performance in the country is still an incredible run, and
got to be happy with that.
The lane 4 crew, really executing well.
You can see again what it's taken out of these runners. We've seen a couple of athletes this weekend just sort of sit down on the track and smile. See the effort really building here between these two. It was a hard-fought battle right to the end. Radar Running's anchor leg must have run incredibly fast to make up that much of a deficit, but again, it is lane 4 holding on for that win, and the top 10, that was Ray taking the win for her team. Roadrunners completes that field in 144.72. So Track Life University holds on to their 8th place finish overall in the compiled results, they will be going to the final. And you see here the other teams that will be joining them there. That is MVA, Bullis, Lions, South Dade Express, Bullis B, Run Fast Track Club, Urban Youth Elite, and Track Life University. That final is set to go off tomorrow evening at just about 8:15 p.m. local time here in Boston. It's going to be a showdown on both sides between the girls and the boys. We're going to keep relay action rolling here with the championship DMRs coming up next on track. Those races set to start any second here, so I know that the various legs are getting organized, but if you're just tuning in, we are doing full coverage today of day 2 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center in Boston. It's been a thrilling day and a half of action. We're going to keep all the excitement rolling. Be sure to tune in throughout the rest of our coverage today and tomorrow here from Reggie Lewis before we move over to the track at New Balance Boston, which is currently playing host to the NCAA Indoor Track and Field Championships. So, we'll forgive them for denying us entry over the last couple of days, but we are certainly going to have a party, the fastest party on the planet on Sunday, so you won't want to miss any of our coverage of all the great action.
And I will say, I have to express a little bias as a Boston boy, but one of the nice things about Boston, Massachusetts is that we have no lack of high-quality indoor tracks, and we don't take that for granted, to say the least, but being able to have these, concurrent overlapping, just super high-quality meets in the same city at the same weekend, and, not just give the athletes a chance to shine, but give the fans a show, too. I'm sure there are folks that are booking it right over to Brighton after this to watch the collegians throw down for their championships as well.
Absolutely. It is track and field city here in Boston over these few days, and we're going to keep the party going here with the boys DMR. We're going to have 4 timed final sections, so we're going to run from slowest to fastest on paper. Huge fields here, between 12 and 14 teams in each heat. So this is section 1 of 4, again on paper, the slowest of the bunch. And just a reminder, this relay, being the DMR, is a 1200 leg handing off to a 400, handing off to an 800, and then to a 1600 to close it all out. And I gotta say, this was, as a collegiate, this was one of my favorite events. The 4x4 gets a lot of love. I gotta say the DMR was hands down my favorite event.
I love the DMR, Kate, and I will say, when I was a junior, I competed at nationals at this very track.
Hey!
I guess it would have been 2010 in the DMR, anchoring my team. Did not run nearly as fast as probably half of this field is going to run since they've gotten so speedy in the long time since I've been in high school. But it's so fun, and I always loved the opportunity to get to run a 1200 because, I was
the 1200 leg too.
2-mile guy. I would often have to anchor, and then actually in college I got a couple opportunities to run the 12, and it's such a fun, unique distance. You've got the 800 guys moving up, the milers moving down, as we do see a couple of athletes out front here coming through in like 62, 63 seconds of this first leg. We'll get you guys the leaders on this one shortly. That looks like the Jackalopes, I believe, who are out front.
Well, we'll get some splits after each leg, I believe. But again, 14 teams contesting this first section, times ranging very tightly from about 10:36 to 10:38. So again, this first leg is the 1200 meter leg. They will do 6 circuits of this indoor track, and you can see those green pace lights lighting up on the inside rail. Those pace lights are set to the tempo of the fastest seed time for each section. So if you are ahead of those pace lights right now, that means that you are setting your team up well to run under 10:36.19, which is the fastest time, courtesy of the Jackalopes.
And that actually is the Winchester Track Club team that's out in the lead right now, followed closely by Top of the Hill Track Club as they come up on 800 meters. With 400 to go, 2:07. That's a pretty quick tempo for the 1200 in this first section here, and it's been the Winchester team out front the whole time. But now there's quite the queue forming up behind him, with about 300 meters of racing. And as we see the Lower Merion team moving into second place, that's the Pennsylvania-based group that is now actually going to go right from second into the lead coming into the last lap of this first leg here. That's the Lower Merion team, followed closely by Top of the Hill, who's marked that second place position for this whole race so far. And it looks like those two are starting to separate a little bit from the field here as they go into the first exchange as the 1,200 runners hand off to the resident sprinter of the group. We'll see what the Speedy Boys have.
And this was always the difficulty of the 12 to the 4 in the DMR, because you know that the 12 is not coming in nearly as fast as a 400-meter runner is used to taking off for an exchange. So you know that the coaches have probably had a very stern conversation with their athletes.
Do not run away.
Exactly. Do not take off before you have the stick in your hand. And that was a great exchange there by our opening handoff there for Lower Merion, and ahead of those pace lights right now. So running a very quick second leg. So too the team behind them, which is Top of the Hill Track Club. So 2 laps of this circuit, with Merion holding on to a noticeable gap over the rest of the field.
And that gap is big in the 400, but it can bunch up real quickly once you get to that anchor leg. So you can see some real accordion effects over the course of a DMR oftentimes with teams that have different strengths on different legs will, put open a gap that disappears almost as quickly as it appears as they go into this third leg, the 800. Lower Merion maintains the lead with what looks like 5 teams all kind of chasing that leader there. And the most dangerous place to be in an 800 is out in front with a target on your back.
That's it. And, we talked about gauging the handoff between the 1200 and the 400. It can also be tough as the 800 runner, and I've also been an 800 leg on a DMR, getting the stick from a 400 runner, and you have to fight the inclination to take off like a bat out of hell, because it's really easy to get wrapped up in that excitement. But as you mentioned, you kind of called it, that gap is narrowing by the second, with Top of the Hill putting some moves on our leaders, Lower Merion.
And the dangerous thing you'll see from the chasers, too, is you spend all this energy tracking down the leader, getting back into contention, and then you got nothing left for the kick, and then the troubles begin all again. So being able to judge your effort in these races that get really strung out in these long relays, it can be a real challenge, and it's a learning experience for a lot of these younger runners.
Well, Lower Merion still in the lead, and it looks as though they may have a team to use to their advantage to chase as they are about to start lapping runners. Gives the officials a nice piece of work, too, to keep track of who's where in these races. And we're approaching 1 lap to go here for the 800 leg of Lower Merion. Again, on paper, that is Alex Gunwarden.
And it looks like East Lyme has been the team that has held on to that third position behind Top of the Hill. But Lower Merion has maintained its gap, and if anything, lengthened it a little from the 400 leg. So we'll see what their anchor has with a little bit of solo running in front of him, which can also be a real challenge in the distance races. As they come around here, it's always a little hard to get the splits off, but they cross the finish line right around 6 minutes, so we'll have a good sense of sort of what the mile pace is based on that as they come around. It looks like that Top of the Hill anchor leg is doing some yeoman's work in the first 200 here to try and reel in that leader from Lower Merion, and if he's able to burn the fuel just the right amount to get in contact without hitting it too hard too early, he'll have a good shot at this heat win. But right now the leader from Lower Merion looks very comfortable. 6:01:53 at the exchange, so we can do a little split math on here to see what the pace is as they come around for the milers.
Well, Nicholas Mazzio, the anchor here, is a 4:13 miler in his own right, so that bodes very well for this team. We've seen him in action already this weekend and running really strong all by himself up there. When you have a 4:13 guy with an advantage already going into the last leg, I should say, it's a tall order to try to overtake them.
Yeah, and that's he came through around 63 seconds, so kind of well within himself in terms of his PR pace, which is a good sign that you don't get too excited once you get the baton and go out a little too hot. So we'll see sort of, for now, this maybe 40-meter lead has stayed pretty stable in the gap to the top of the hill crew, but a lot can happen in the anchor leg of a DMR. The Lower Marion crew is from the main line, suburban Philadelphia, so go Eagles if you're tuning in as a multi-sport fan. And we have Mazzio continuing to lead. He's going to hit halfway. Pretty darn spot on for his PR pace. He hit 8:07, so something like a 2:06 first 800. Just a reminder for folks, the anchors of this do a 1,600-meter race, not a full mile, so it actually is about a second and a half, 2 seconds faster than the mile counterpart.
Also, depending on where you got the baton, it can, with that running start, it can make a difference too. We should mention that for this Lower Marion team, they are bookended by the Mazzio twins. That was Alexander with the lead leg and then Nicholas with the anchor leg. And they're only sophomores, so I got to say this is very mature running for our leader right now, being able to have this sort of self-possession to be able to get the stick around the track in great form, still with a couple years of high school running ahead of him.
You gotta love that as a coach, right? You get 2 for the price of 1 talent-wise on the team, that's for sure.
Yep.
And as he's coming around, he will be closing in on 400 meters of racing remaining. Still just out there by himself, looking really strong. The Lower Marion team has a 10:37 seed, and they are going to absolutely obliterate that as they come through 9:16 or so with 400 meters remaining, and they will be really in the mix with some of these top teams. We're looking at the heats 3 and 4. There's a couple teams that are knocking on that sub-10 door, but if they're in that 10-20 range, they're a top 10 caliber team, and that's really impressive.
Well, it is, especially having done all of this work by themselves. They've opened up that lead even more in this final leg. So this is going to be bell lap for Nicholas Mazzio, and he takes off when he hears that, a complete injection of pace. It's like he woke up and decided to really put on the burners. It was sub-10 with 200 to go, so this is going to be well under that 10:30 range, I think. Coming up to 100 meters to go, and we're only 10:06 on the clock. It's going to be a great time.
And that's Mazzio for Lower Marion coming under the arch one last time and bringing this first section of the boys DMR home, setting the mark for everybody else to chase. 10:21.09, 10:21.08 with a 4:19 1,600-meter split. That's a really strong run out of the Lower Marion quartet. They're going to be happy with that. Big season's best. And, they've sent a message to the rest of these heats that, just because you're seated in the third or fourth heat does not mean you're going to walk your way into an All-American finish, because and as you can see here, as he comes down, almost lapping the runner in front of him.
I
really
love the arm
psyched.
going up like that. Like you said, get every 100th of a second that you can out of yourself and your team. So there you see the Mazzio twins, again, bookending that quartet. But each of these runners really brought their all today. And as you said, sends a message, a full 9 seconds ahead of Revolution Track Club, who in their own right ran about a 5 or 6 second season's best at least. So these other teams are certainly not slouches. You can see how tight things were in teams 3 through 5. But Lower Marion putting their mark on this thing and telling everyone else, take note.
I like the purple kit. I want one of those.
It's a good look. Kind of like that maroon. So heading into section 2 of 4 of these timed boys DMR championship finals. Again, we are going on paper slowest to fastest. And there are 12 teams set to take to the track here for section number 2. It appears as though they are all present. That's Brothers Track and Field Club, Bridgewater, Edison TC, Torch TC, Guilderland, Real Trainin, St. Johnsbury Track Club, I-270, 252 Elite, Abington, Wolfpack, and Good Night Track Club. And I should note that Good Night is spelled with a K. Love that. Good Night Track Club.
And as these guys run the break and pack up, it looks like we've got the St. Johnsbury crew in front for now, but It is still pretty tightly contested, as it looks like there's a little group of 5 that is separated a little bit, but early racing for these 1,200-meter leggers runners in Section 2 of the Boys DMR Championship. And unlike if you were tuning in for the 4x2s where they were in the qualifying round, this one is a final. This is for all the marbles, so their standings at the end of this competition is going to be the standard for heats 3 and 4 to chase.
So a pack of 5 with some separation here. Still early days, but a noticeable gap back to the rest of the field. And really strung out. So again, those pace lights, if you're keeping an eye on them around the track, are going to be set to 10:30 flat. And the top pack well ahead of that mark right now. As you mentioned, this continues to be St. Johnsbury leading. Andre Thornton Sherman, at least on paper. Again, there may have been some last-minute switches, but that's less likely to happen in a DMR. If anything, maybe the 12 and the 1600 would get switched. It's unlikely that you'd see the 400-meter leg change after the relay cards have been submitted. So they are being followed closely by Vasquez of Bridgewater.
And this 1200, you always got to ask yourself, there's kind of two opinions. You run like a long 800 or a short mile, and you can see that in the tactics and strategy of some of the folks racing that they, are saving up. Some of them are saving up that last 400 kick. Others are sending it and trying to hang on. And right now it looks like this pack of 5 has separated a little bit from the field, but nobody seems to be making a move just yet as to challenge the lead of the St. Johnsbury runner here with 200 meters of running for the first leg remaining.
And he's really starting to press. You can see the string out continuing to increase here. And, again, the 1200 being a race that really is only ever run on a DMR, it's great that it's the first leg because you can focus just on racing rather than trying to figure out your splits, your time. You're starting as a bunch. So that if you're ahead, that's a good sign. And that's exactly what we've seen here from the St. Johnsbury team. Andre Thornton Sherman holding on here for the advantage into the 400-meter leg. He is going to be handing off to Wilder Thomas.
Chased by the Brothers Track Club in second, although not for long as I-270 swings right around. They clearly have a strong 400-meter runner compared with the rest of the field as they hit the track and are 100 meters in, already eating up the gap on the St. Johnsbury lead. The I-270 crew.
That's from I-Jamesville, Maryland.
Maryland-based track club is reeling in the leader and looks to swing right around a really, really strong leg out of this I-270 400-meter runner. And they are coming around to this turn, handing off to their 800-meter leg. The St. Johnsbury runner has done well to stay in contact with the field, but what a run out of the I-270 crew there. The Kian Tanya Tang really showing the speed that can make a big difference in the middle of a race.
You talked about the accordion effect, and I love that sort of mental image because that's exactly what happens. You can have, a stud on your 400, but unless you have pretty good depth across your other mid-distance legs, it doesn't take much, and it can happen in the space of just an 800 for, those gaps to be shortened way back to where they were during the 12. So sometimes you see that separation happening in the middle of the race, but keeps things really exciting as a spectator to see the tactics and the cat and mouse at play.
And you can see, especially in the championship style racing, like I can't count the number of times you'll watch a race at Penn Relays where, all the drama happens over the first 3 legs of the DMR, and then 100 meters into the final leg, they're all packed up and turned into a sit and kick mile.
You got to think that the 4 and the 8 runner of those situations are just thinking, I did all this work for you. Like, come on.
Well, and that's kind of the beauty of keeping these sections time-based. There's no way you can, sneak out a championship race if somebody in this slower section is going to run faster than you. So these guys all got to keep it honest if they want any chance of landing pretty high up in the overall standings.
Well, and just in the space that we had that little chat, there's been a lead change again as St. Johnsbury reclaims their spot at the front. This is Carson Ames running this 800-meter leg. And a really great third lap there for him. He's into his final circuit before he hands off to the 1,600-meter runner who was set to be Emmett Johnson for St. Johnsbury.
We've got a lot of changing pace here as some hard-kicking 800-meter runners are really mixing this one up as that's coming around the turn here. It looks like we have the teams from Bridgewater and Torch who have outkicked the St. Johnsbury runner and handing off to their baton to the leaders.
Yeah, I think that was Josephine Olugbenya with that enormous final lap in that 800 to put his team back in the front here. That's Torch. And on paper, again, that's Jackson Kane taking the stick around the track for the 1,600-meter leg here.
And Emmett Johnson of St. Johnsbury has attached to that Bridgewater team there, and hopefully, if he's still thinking about that heat win, he can kind of use him as a slingshot to get around and reel in that Torch TC runner that at least, still early, 300 meters into this anchor leg, has maintained a probably 20-meter lead on the field, but it is far from over as we come into the final leg of this distance medley relay. And they're already running a bit faster than Heat 1 as they came through into the final leg, 5:59.25. So that's 2 seconds faster than the Heat 1 exchange.
Well, this is the Torch team up front there from Folsom, Pennsylvania. And Jackson Kane right now with the baton on this leg is a 4:24 miler from indoors this year. So again, our anchor on the last heat was a 4:14 runner.
They're a Delco crew, right outside, right near my parents' now hometown of Swarthmore, Pennsylvania.
There
That's
you go.
the Philly area that I know best as the Torch crew takes it around. They're coming up on 800 meters of this 1,600-meter leg, still with a strong lead over the chase pack here. The what looks like the Bridgewater runner has held off the chasers and maintained a bit of a gap here. That looks like a 2:09 or so first 800 for the Torch runner.
Well, and that would be a great opening half mile for him. Again, from our notes, he's got 4:24 as a best and looking to maybe run a PR out of a relay, which would be great. The time to beat 10:21.08 thrown down by Lower Marion out of section number 1, and now we are inside a quarter mile to go for Torch out of Pennsylvania. He's getting some good feedback from his teammates on the infield.
You know what this is? This is the Philly locals tuning in will understand the rivalry here, but this is a mainline versus Delco rivalry from Heat 1 and 2 here as the Torch team continues to lead and chasing that ghost of the Heat 1 time to beat.
We're coming up on bell lap here for our leaders. 2 laps to go, I should say.
Yeah,
I think
bell lap outdoors. You're hearing that outdoor mentality.
Well, there was some confusion, I think, because the officials originally flashed the fingers indicating 2 laps to go on the last lap. There was a bit of a slight issue with our timing system there. So anyway, now we are well inside a quarter mile left, approaching 300 meters to go here. And all of this lonely solo work up front.
But still looking really strong. His form has stayed together. He's keeping his cadence up, and with a big glance over his shoulder with a lap to go, he's not chasing the competition right now. He's chasing the clock.
Well, 9:44 with 200 meters remaining. Again, 10:21 the time to beat out of the last section. Everything indicates that should be well within his wheelhouse here as we see the turnover picking up and almost another gear found here with 100 meters to go. He's been running completely solo. But turning over now, this is Jackson Kane for Torch Track Club under the New Balance arch and into the home stretch for the final time. He's going to cross the line in about 10:15.75.
And that is a 4:16.50 solo split for Kane. So he's going to be thrilled with that. His teammates, his coach, they're going to be thrilled. That is a really, really strong run. And it cannot be exaggerated how hard that is to do when you're just out in no man's land doing the work all by yourself.
And with fewer runners to chase down from a lapping perspective than we saw in the other heat. So really a solo effort. And a solid 6 seconds faster than the next fastest miler, which was courtesy of Anthony Verdi from the iJams.
And I have to
School
say,
in Maryland.
Kane did not look super pressed in that last lap. Like, he's definitely got more in the tank there. And, this is, the last race of the indoor season for a lot of these teams, but they're also thinking about outdoors too. And I think that's a big takeaway sometimes is you have that end of the season breakthrough, and the first thing you think about is how you can keep that momentum going into the next block of training and racing.
Absolutely, yeah, that counts for so much. Hopefully these guys will take a little break and regroup, get some rest, and get pumped for the outdoor season, of course, as we head into an Olympic year. Excitement's already high. And we're going to keep the action rolling here with our third of 4 timed finals in our boys DMR. Times in this section a little more spread out, ranging from 10:15 to 10:29.
And the DC cadets enter with the fastest seed, followed by Marshfield, Real Training, St. Peter's, Natick Track Club, Mountain Brook Track Club, the Carolina Cavaliers, Corning Track Club, Towson Athletic Club, Fairport, Duval, and the Rapid Track Club.
Well, the cadets come in with about a 10-second advantage on paper over the rest of the field, but it's clearly an estimated seed time because it's 10:15, 0:00. So we'll wait to get some confirmation here based on the various legs as to what these teams are capable of. Pace lights, again, set to that 10:15, and that could be a strategy that's a fairly new one that you and I didn't have when we were competing, certainly in high school and college, but these pace lights, you can kind of have them set to whatever you want if you're able to put in that time that you haven't run yet.
And of course, for these relays, it's it's not just set to 10:15 and 4,000 meters of running. They're set individually for each leg. They'll go faster for the 400, slower for the mile, and that's another advantage of going to these big stages, these big races for these high schoolers that have never run with pace lights before, and the technology that is available. It all adds together, the quality track, the great atmosphere, to just delivering every possible factor that can contribute to your best performance yet.
Absolutely.
And there are a couple Massachusetts teams in this one, Marshfield High School and then Natick Track Club, both locals. They've probably raced on this track 4 or 5 times already this season at the very least.
That hometown and home track familiarity counts for so much, and I think especially we've been talking about the environment and being able to keep your head on a swivel, but also keep it on straight. Frankly, when you get to a meet like this for the first time, and just having that little bit of security blanket of I know how to turn these corners, I know where these line markings are, I know what it feels like to get the track hack out of the way in a facility like this that can count for so much. And now a real change of pace up front. I think there was a bit of a lull in the middle of this race, and the pace lights got away from our leaders a little bit. So that is the Real Training team who have decided to take things into their own hands. And with just over a lap remaining, they've put a significant margin over their competitors.
And that is St. Peter's chasing and covering that move. The Real Training team, as the back of their uniforms clearly states, comes from Colorado. And they are likely to finish this one off with a first place handoff to their 400-meter leg. A really strong first relay leg out of the Real Training crew. Using that kick to give their 400-meter runners a clear stage, and I think the DC cadets are going to have something to say about this order of finish in this one, as their 400-meter runner is out like a rocket and has his eyes on the Real Training leader, already moving from 4th to 2nd over 200 meters. Colorado team hanging on as long as they can, but the DC cadets are coming on strong, coming into this 800-meter leg. There will be a tightly grouped trio here with the Marshfield team, the DC cadets, and the real training crew.
And they are just neck and neck at that exchange. Marshfield, DC cadets, and real training. And again, all three of these on paper very close. The cadets a bit of a wild card because they seeded themselves so fast, but there's a mere second separating the next several teams on time. So the cadets continuing their lead up front with their 800-meter leg, but there is nothing to guarantee that they are going to end this way. They're being stalked closely by real training and Marshfield.
And as you can note, these are the top three seeds in this field, so they are performing up to their expectations so far. And what we'll hopefully see is that the battle that the anchor legs are going to have is really going to propel them, all three of them, to a fast time. These Section 3 guys, they're probably pretty pissed that they didn't get put in the fast section and they got something to prove. As they come through with 200 meters to go.
And they're well behind those pace lights, so they know the work they have to do to get back up on them. A move around on the outside there by Marshfield, the local school here, with Kyle Bean running their 800-meter leg and putting in some good work here, keeping his eyes fixed on that back of the red kit in front of him. One lap remains for this leg now as they'll hand off to their anchor 1600-meter runners. But as I say that, the cadets seem to have
really found another
gear and decided that they are done playing around.
And the cadets will hand off to their anchor leg with a good bit of a lead over the Marshfield crew. The real training team has kept themselves in it, and St. Peter's in fourth place there has done a good job of getting themselves back into this one, that's for sure. And as the cadet anchor takes it around the first time with maybe a 30-meter gap on a trio of chasers, we'll see if that can hold, and if so, for how long for the DC team. As that looks like Career Arnold anchoring the team.
Yeah, Career Arnold has a 158.55 800 best and a 424 1600. So again, fairly far back from those pace lights, still at 10:15 tempo, but lots of room back to the next group. Now, he's being chased down by a pack of four, and we know how much energy there is, how much momentum you can gain from working as a group to try to hunt down a sole leader up front. Lots of racing still to go here, so there is time.
And the Mountain Brook team has moved up into third place, so they are trying to make a mark for themselves as they try to close that gap on the leaders. As they come around here, the gap has stayed relatively close so far, but that's the Mountain Brook team from Alabama now back into third as the real training team takes up the mantle of chasing Career Arnold's lead as he comes in with 4 laps remaining, 800 meters. He's hanging on to the lead, but he's got some work to do if he's going to chase that leading time from Section 2 of 10:15.75, and it looks like it is getting tough as he comes up to 700 meters to go.
This is such a tough thing to do. You know, you're going to suffer no matter what at the end of partway through a mile, but when you have to do it alone by yourself like this, knowing how much is on the line with your teammates cheering you on from the infield. I mean, this is just painful solo running all by yourself with the fear of being caught ever present in your mind. This anchor runner doing a great job, though, of maintaining his composure, keeping that gap pretty strong back to the chasers.
Yeah, if anything, the gap has grown a little bit over the last couple of laps. So I think even though Arnold is slowing a little bit, I think the chasers from Marshfield and Real Training are slowing as well as they come up on 400 meters remaining. We're going to see who's got something left for the kick at the end of this distance medley relay championship section 3. And it remains the same as we've seen for the past couple laps. We've got Arnold out on his own, trying to eat up the track in front of him with Real Training and Marshfield chasing. Little glance over the shoulder for Arnold. He's definitely feeling the end of this race right now, but he's got the bell coming up, and he's got a chance to bring this thing home for his team.
And that always gives you such a good boost when you hear that bell and you know that you're into that final lap, especially on an indoor track. You know, his last quarter was a bit slower. Understandably, again, he was all by himself, and there's a challenge now on behind him with Real Training moving very quickly up to 100 meters to go, but I think they've left it too late. They're either going to just get them at the line or run out of track. The cadets doing all they can to hold on. I don't think they're going to relinquish this lead. They're going to come home with the victory in section number 3 at 10:23.66. But a huge close there by Kyle Toothaker out of Real Training. That was an enormous final lap for him.
Yeah, both Real Training's anchor and Towson's closed in 4:22 for 1600. The fastest splits on the day. Corning also got a 4:22.10 out of their anchor. And even Rapid Track Club down in 9th place got a 4:21.99. So, you know, for all those guys, you know, you want to be able to deliver what you can for your team on the day. And getting close to that 4:20 mark is always a sign that you're, you know, on the cusp of really breaking through to that next level.
Well, you know that, you know, the anchor for the cadets was pretty much alone on picture for most of that race, and to see how close the anchor for Real Training came at the end gives you a sense of how fast he was moving. But we move now to our final and fastest championship section of these timed finals for the boys DMR. This is where we're going to see some fireworks again, both on the track and on the sidelines.
And I will say, I am cracking up at this. I don't know if you can see fully on the camera here, but the walkout intensity that these relays are getting with our team from Rocket City and Whippet coming out, Racing City, so getting the intro on the big screen here. It is quite the celebrity treatment these teams are getting.
And they do this just for the championship section. So there you saw number 8, that was Nittany Track and Field. And here, wearing hip number 7, is Calvert Hall College. They're going to be anchored by Cameron Davis. Wearing hip number 6 is going to be Benton High School out of Illinois. They've got Gavin Ganesio on their anchor leg.
The Jersey boys out of Union Catholic coming down the track now, seed 5. They've got a 10-12 seed, Valley Project Track Club, also a New Jersey-based team.
And they're your national record holders, so you know they've got a big target on their back. But don't count out Phillips Academy out of Exeter, New Hampshire. They've got hip number 3, and they've got Tamrat Gavanas on their anchor leg. And then Westfield Track Club out of New Jersey will wear hip number 2.
And coming out of the top seed, the team to watch, we have Ridgefield High School out of Connecticut. Those polka dots are hard to miss, that's for sure.
They sure are. Look good, feel good, and in this case, look fast, feel fast. So again, the times here ranging from 10:02 to 10:24. 10:02 courtesy of Ridgefield. But we have a 10:06 seed from Westfield and several 10:10 up to 10:14 seeds as well. This, I think, is going to be a true race, and you know that teams have put their very best runners on track for this 12, 4, 8, 16 combo, fastest section, championship boys, DMR.
And we will see on the anchor legs, a bunch of these teams have a guy who can run in the, 410 or even faster. And if they're going to be in contention for the title, we might see some seriously fast splits. As the race gets underway with the 1,200-meter runners, Ridgefield takes the lead on the inside as they run the break. And that looks like the Racing City team right on his shoulder, stripes versus dots.
Well, and Racing City performed so well last night in that championship boys 4x1 mile. They were 6th as a team, and they have 3 of those 4 returning for this DMR, only swapping out their 400-meter legs. So they've got some sting in their legs already, but also, having shaken out the nerves with a really solid performance last evening on this track, they've got to be feeling good coming into this DMR.
Yeah, and you can see the lead here with a pretty big pack. Everyone is still in contention here. It's early, but right now it is very much anybody's race in this distance medley relay fast section championship. And while the team from Racing City continues to lead, everybody else is lined up, licking their chops, ready to unleash that kick and get it to their 400-meter leg.
Well, it's Rocket City behind Racing City, and Rocket City, another team that went head-to-head with our leaders last night in that 4x1. They are returning 2 of their 4 as well. So these guys have already gone up against each other at this Reggie Lewis Center once this weekend. And now, as I say that, on the outside, it is a big move by Rocket City. Rocket City has Charles Hunter Pearson listed as their anchor, as their leadoff leg. And they will be in a slight advantage position heading into a quarter mile to go. 400 meters, and everyone is really still in this thing.
And
now Racing City regaining their lead, and to their inside, I think that's Westfield. So lots of back and forth, cat and mouse. And with 200 meters to go, Westfield back into the lead. Westfield with Tej Meda as their leadoff leg.
And we now see Ridgefield, the pre-race favorites, Charles Levitt, covering the move by the Westfield runner, sticking right on his tail. So Westfield and Ridgefield handing off stride for stride going into the 400. And that's Emmanuel Guyanillo, and for Ridgefield, Aiden Nelson. But wow, Guyanillo has blown this thing wide open in only 100 meters.
But a big move here on the outside behind him for Valley. That's Valley Project.
And Nelson for Ridgefield, he's going to want to just hang on to the back of that Valley Project runner as best he can and try to mitigate the damage that the Westfield team has absolutely wrought on the field right now.
Well, Guyanillo will hand off to the 800-meter leg with the better part of a 4 or 5 second advantage over Ridgefield, and that is a cushion that you want to be sitting on.
50 flat for the Westfield runner there. That is a fantastic split. They have a exactly 3 second advantage at the exchange. We'll see if they can hang on to that. But the Ridgefield team followed closely by the Valley Project crew. That's a couple runners on a mission here. That's Calvert Hall that has attached himself to the chasers as the Westfield runner out in front. And it is halfway through the 800-meter leg. The gap has shrunk by a little bit, but not a ton, as the Ridgefield runner tries to reel in the leader for Westfield. We believe that's James Gildea, chased by Magnus Manley from Ridgefield. And going into that anchor leg, Ridgefield does have a 409 guy in Steven Hergenrother on the anchor, so if he can be close to that front, he'll be able to contend for the win, as Westfield continues to lead thanks to Gilday. But the gap has shrunk, and with one last exchange on the docket, it looks like it is Westfield's race to lose right now, but all that could change quite fast as they hand off to these 1,600-meter legs. As they come through a really strong run by Gilday to get the stick around with a decent cushion here.
Well, and he's handing off to Avery Keith, who's a Princeton commit out of Westfield High School, and he's a 4:13 1600 runner from earlier this month, I should say. So we know that he's in a position to feel really good anchoring this team.
And believe it or not, this is some Princeton on Princeton racing, because Hergenrother is also headed to New Jersey next year to compete for the Tigers.
Oh, you love that. A friendly rivalry, if you will, but certainly...
Well, we know they're living together next year.
That's right. Wanting to throw down on each other here in their final year of high school and their final New Balance National Indoor Championships. And I think we're going to have a really good race on our hand, because there is still 6.5 laps for these anchor legs, and the close happening just off screen. You can see that our leader right now, Avery, is ahead of the pace lights, but just barely.
And Keith has the slower PB on paper, but he's also got a couple seconds advantage on Hergenrother.
And he's going to need those, because Hergenrother is making that gap quickly disappear with every stride. He's going to have to work hard, keep those eyes up, and pace himself. You don't want to do it all at once, but you know that you need to keep chipping away at that lead. Do you want to be the chaser or the chased in this scenario?
Always the chaser.
Always the chaser. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. I think it's such an advantage to just know how much you have in front of you and to have that target out there. And I think the other thing too is just the ability to run by yourself when you're running scared with the weight of your teammates' expectations on you. It's a hard thing to do. It's a lot of pressure. And as these runners compete for the championship, the stakes could not be higher. As Keith takes them around through halfway, they came through in 7:56, so that's about a 2:04 first 800 for Keith, and what looks like something like a 2:02 for Hergenrother. So these guys got out and got after it, and the gap has shrunk, but it hasn't shrunk that much, and we're starting to see Keith come back to Hergenrother now a little bit.
Well, and you got to know that Keith is getting that feedback from coach and teammates on the infield, who have been running back and forth across this facility trying to offer information and encouragement. He knows the threat behind him. He knows that he's coming. And he also knows that those pace lights are quickly disappearing in front of him. So he's got to keep the foot on the gas here. Inside 3 laps to go here at the Reggie Lewis Center in the fastest section of the championship boys DMR.
And this tri-state battle between the team from Connecticut and the team through New Jersey continues, as they will have 400 meters remaining coming around this turn. And Keith continues to just drive away, keeping his composure as best he can. And as they both have to navigate some lapped runners, this is going to be an absolute nail-biter coming down, as the championship title is determined once and for all over the final 300 meters of this race, and it is going to be a race.
This is a barn burner. You can see the injection of speed here. He's in his sights, and they are almost neck and neck. Hergenrother versus Keith with 1 lap to go, 9:31 on the clock. It's going to be a fast race, and it's going to be a tight one, but Avery Keith has no interest in letting Hergenrother go.
You could see him try to respond as Hergenrother swung around, but will it be enough, as with 100 meters to go, Hergenrother is looking strong, opening into his stride. Keith is fighting every ounce of his body, willing himself to that finish line as the sparks fly. And as they come into the home stretch one last time, it's Hergenrother of Rootfield High School taking the title. 10:01:13, an incredible run.
And a 4:04 1600 final leg there. 4:04 for Hergenrother to the answer of 4:09 thanks to Avery Keith. 4:09 a spectacular time, but 4:04 for both Hergenrother and Genesio. And we should say that Isaac Opperman ran 4 flat to bring his team of the Nittany Track and Field to 4th place. But it is this gentleman on the track right now who closed it for his team and brought home a victory here at the 2024 New Balance Indoor Nationals.
What a performance and what a fantastic race. You know, the DMR is all about that full team effort, and at every point in the competition, these guys were throwing down. They were stride for stride at the first handoff, and they were stride for stride at the finish line. And as these guys come down the stretch, you can tell the grit on Keith's face after doing so much leading, the determination. You know, I don't think even Hergenrother thought this race was in the bag at any point on that home stretch. He knew Keith was right on his shoulder, and as they crossed the finish line, it's just so clear that both runners gave it their all and left it all on the track.
So a new national lead of 10:01:13 for Ridgefield. Westfield Track Club second in 10:01:92. A nice improvement for them as well. And then 10:09:33 for Benton. And that will conclude our boys DMR action for the day. But don't worry, because we've got all kinds of work happening next on the women's side. The girls DMR 3 timed finals coming up next. Another quick look here at those championship boys results. All of these teams under 10:23 in the top 10, and 7 of them under 10:20. So stellar performances all around as we move on and keep the excitement high for section 1 of our girls DMR. So this is Arlington Track Club, the DC Cadets, Devils Track Club, EHT. Real Trainin', Nittany, Rocket City, the Saints, Plainsboro, Sayville, Warriors, Holliston Track and Field, Fairport TC, HVTC, and the Cadets.
And it looks like it's the DC Cadets in the lead in this pretty crowded field. 15 teams is a lot on track for a relay, and they are tightly packed at this point. As they come around a long train here. Coming up on 400 meters of this 1,200 meter leg. And for those of you just tuning in, we are watching the championship of the New Balance Nationals Girls Distance Medley Relay. All the times will be stacked up against each other, so whether you're in Section 1 or Section 3, you've got a shot at this national title. And we will see as the race plays out who has got the juice, who's done the training to come out on top. This incredible field assembled will be competing for the title over 1,200, 400, 800, and 1,600 meters in this distance medley relay legs. And it continues to be the cadets, followed very closely by the HVTC team and a whole bunch of other chasers as they are halfway through this leg. And they come through, coming up on 400 meters to go in this 1,200. The cadets continue to hold the pole, but the HVTC team has been challenging them the whole way through. as HVTC and the Plainsboro team now make a strong set of moves to the lead and open up a little gap on the field with 300 meters of racing. They are stride for stride. The Plainsboro team out on the shoulder of the HVTC team doing a little extra running, but not showing the strain as they come around for the final lap of the first leg. It's actually the HVTC runner that's in second place now as Plainsboro moves to the front, led by Zui Chinchakar, who looks really strong, bringing her team this first leg of this first section of the DMR. And Zui is going to hand off to her teammate here coming up, Bria Davis Owens, to run the 400 leg. And we will shortly see these middle distance runners hand off to the speedy sprinters as they get a big gap in the first exchange here. It looks like the 1,200 meter leg will give a three, almost 4 second lead to the Plainsboro team thanks to Zui Chinchakar's 3:44.42 split. As Davis Owens looks calm and composed, getting the stick around to her 800 meter leg. There is a group of 4 chasers there with HVTC, Holliston, Hopkins, and Real Training, all trying to close that gap on the lead that Davis Owens has maintained over the course of this race. And Davis Owens will be handing off to Fatima Aratsu for the Plainsboro Track Club, running the 800 meter leg. And that's Aratsu. Slightly smaller gap, but still a lead as she gets the baton and is out in front, with Hopkins Athletic Club already quickly reeling her in. We believe that's Grace Gutowski for Hopkins chasing Aratsu. And Hopkins has eaten up the gap very quickly in this 800 and now has a great spot right on the shoulder of Aratsu. The Hopkins crew is very close, comfortably tucked in now as the rest of the chasers, including HVTC and Real Training, try to get up with the leaders. And we'll see if the Real Training crew looks full of run. They want to swing around and take this thing to the front, but will they hang on as they hand off to the anchor leg as the 800 meter runners continue to push out there with 2 laps remaining. The leader from Real Training, that appears to be Kendall Medine of Real Training, Colorado-based team, looking strong and confident with now a bit of a gap on the chasers. HVTC been tucked in that second spot for most of this race in various combinations. They will hand it off here to their anchor legs in 1 lap as the 800 meter runners come around for the second to last time. The Real Training team continues to lead and are chased with a pretty consistent 10 meter gap as both runners go into their kicks. And it looks like the Real Training team will maintain that lead headed into the final lap, but it is not insurmountable, and this is still anybody's race in the first section of this DMR as the teams come around the turn, their anchor legs lining up and getting ready to rock and roll. As the Real Training team gets the handoff, about a second up on their rivals, the HVTC team. And that's going to be, we think, Caden Justice and Amelia Ogawa battling it out. Although Justice has wasted no time getting a lead out over the HVTC chasers. They are out in front and not backing down as they come around the turn with 7 laps remaining. Justice and Ogawa have a huge gap on the rest of the field, so it will likely be a two-woman race unless something crazy happens over these next couple laps. And the real training crew continues to lead, looking strong, composed, trying to run their pace, their race, which is always the challenge as a solo leader at the front of a race. And now Ogawa has gotten back into contact, and it will be interesting to see if she hangs on to the back of Justice leading this one, or if she swings right around and tries to take this race by the horns as they come around. It does seem that Justice and Ogawa are going to be stride for stride in that order, as Ogawa has tucked in right behind her rival. Smart move when you're trying to measure 8 laps of effort perfectly and not overcook yourself too early in the race. And 600 meters in, she's now up on the shoulder, swinging wide on the turn, almost clipping the heels of Justice, which makes me think that she is full of run and wants to get moving here. But Justice holds her off once again, and they keep that 1-2 positioning coming up on halfway in this race. And as they come up on halfway, it is Justice, Ogawa, and a huge, almost the full length of the straightaway back to third place here to the Hopkins team for this crew, running really, really strong. Justice has appeared to open up a little gap. It's almost as if maybe the effort of catching back up to the leader has taken its toll on Ogawa a little bit, but she's trying her best to keep that form, keep grinding away, and knowing now that you've got less than half the race left, you've got to hope that you can hold on and then dig out a kick that will deliver that heat victory, as Justice has just been like a metronome up front, just stride for stride, clipping away at these laps with 600 meters remaining. And Ogawa, maybe the sign of a little trouble here is the gap has to rocket into the first place overall standings with 1 heat remaining, and with quite the gap from first to second, third, fourth, fifth. They're chasing the pace lights more than they're chasing the leader at this point, as that chase group is about probably 80 meters behind. Karen's in the lead right now, who is doing yeoman's work, just leading and keeping the pace up front all by herself. That is Karen's out in front with daylight behind her, trying to deliver this thing for her team, and keeping in mind that the time to beat is 12:13, and the real time to beat might not have been run yet, so she's got to keep this thing fast. She's got to keep that tempo going, know her own effort, know her own energy, and pace herself, as we have the chase crew of what looks like Union Catholic, Tabor City, Westford, and the DC Cadets are all packed up, trying to work together. Now it looks like Tabor City is taking on the chasing duties, but Karen's up front is all by herself, and that does not look likely to change any minute now, as the Charlotte Country Day team probably wishes they were boosted into that first heat based on the way they're running right now, because they are the fastest seed in Heat 2, and they are running with a chip on their shoulder, showing that they deserve to be in the mix for this national championship.
Well, and you mentioned that the time to beat likely hasn't been run yet, and I can tell you that that is absolutely true. We have some incredible performances on deck for our final championship section. So our leader doing well to keep in mind that there are going to be some really, really speedy times resulting from our third and final section. She's got no one chasing her on the track at the moment that she can feel, although, again, good movement by the duo behind her. She's well ahead of those pace lights, but with 4 laps remaining, she's got to stay strong and focused here and try to keep pressing as much as she can on her own from the lead.
And the Tabor City crew is doing real work to try and catch these leaders, and it's not fully over yet. That 80-meter lead we talked about before has probably been cut in half in the last couple laps as the Tabor City anchor here, Eliza Brand, really is working hard to catch that leader, and it looks like that may be paying off any minute now as we have Karen's leading Brand, but by way less than she was a couple laps ago, and Tabor City is now back in the conversation for this Heat 2 win as Karen's continues to lead. We'll see how she responds to having Brand up on her shoulder, but right now it looks like this is all of a sudden a 2-woman race as they come around with what will be 400 meters remaining when these runners cross the line. Coming through, and Brand has decisively moved to the front here. This is fearless running on the part of the Tabor City anchor. Karen's hanging on. She's going to want to do everything she can to hold off what now is the hard-charging third placer. That looks like Union Catholic. But it is incredible the run that Eliza Brand has had to really turn the tables on Charlotte Country Day and put Tabor City in a fantastic spot as the bell rings and she comes around one last time to set a mark that, is certainly going to be, if not in contention for the win, in contention for a top 8 or top 10 overall mark as these runners come around for the last time. A couple lapped runners out on the track there. And Brand has just been merciless in opening up that gap on Karen's, who has done well to hang on to second, but I do see the Union Catholic, and I think that might be the Westford runner coming through. But it is Eliza Brand crossing the line, 12:05.35. What a run. Tabor City Track Club. Karen's hanging on for second. Union Catholic closing hard for third. 12:05.34 for Tabor City. That is a sub-5, a 4:59.02 1,600-meter split for Brand on the anchor leg. Talk about putting the team on your back.
No kidding.
Not letting a gap get to you, because she was determined, and look how happy her teammates are. They are absolutely thrilled.
I love this joint celebration, and you said it earlier, sometimes you can absolutely run your very best when the pressure is on with a team. Real determination on her face. I think also a good amount of fatigue, rightfully so. Getting across that line in first, and a great time to boot of 12:05. But we mentioned these times are going to be challenged mightily in our third and final section.
Okay, we're getting the sparks out again.
Oh, we're getting the sparks out.
We're getting the fireworks.
In every way possible, because let me tell you, we've got some absolute studs on deck here in our third and final section of the Championship Girls DMR. And of course, as you mentioned, these gals get the classy entrance. So we're going to be announcing them in order of hip number and with some fireworks going, meaning that following the celebrations of these ladies on the infield, we'll call here in hip number 13, it is Cub Athletics. Wearing hip number 12, this is going to be Ridgefield High School out of Connecticut. Their boys just won the DMR, so they know that they've got some good adrenaline pumping through their veins, hoping to repeat what their male counterparts did. Wearing hip number 11, this is going to be West Springfield Track Club out of Virginia. Wearing hip number 10 is going to be the Jets, and they are representing Lexington Catholic High School. Wearing hip number 9 is Mountain Brook Track Club. We've seen them quite a bit so far. They're out of Alabama. Wearing hip number 8, we're going to have Haverford Track Club out of Haverford Township. Wearing 7 is Impulse Track Club from Padua Academy out of Delaware. Wearing hip number 6 is going to be IMG Academy of Bradenton, Florida. And now things get fast because Kinetic of Saratoga Springs is ranked number 1 this year. They're going to be joined by Cozy Elite from the Webb School in Knoxville, Tennessee, wearing hip number 4. And then hip number 3 is Real Trainin' out of Niwot, Colorado. They are being anchored by Addie Ritzenheim, of course, the daughter of Dathan Ritzenheim. She's got a 450 1600 PR. But these two are the teams to beat. The Carolina Cavaliers, they won the 4x1 mile championship relay last night in a new national record out of Cary, North Carolina. And they're going to have the company of Flower Mound High School out of Texas, who was second in that 4x1 mile championship relay, breaking their old national record as well. Only problem was it was eclipsed by the Cavaliers. So this is going to be the Flower Mound Texans up against the Carolina Cavaliers.
And I would say, you know, those two teams are the favorites on paper, but we can't count out Saratoga Springs, the legacy that program has, the countless national titles, particularly in the relays that they've delivered, speaks for itself, and they always seem to be able to put together really strong teams. But once again, Flower Mound is fielding a pair of future Ducks.
That's right.
In twins Nicole and Samantha Humphreys.
Yep, they'll be bookending for Flower Mound. And again, all 4 of the Flower Mound athletes, that is Nicole Humphreys, Adeline Bennett, Alexandra Fox, and Samantha Humphreys, are returning from last night's 4x1 mile relay. So again, they've got the sting in their legs a little bit, but also a lot to prove here on track. They came in as the defending national record holders last night. They went home as second place finishers here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
So they got a miler coming back for the 400. That's fun.
Right, yeah. Nicole Humphreys, who is going to lead them off, as you mentioned, an Oregon commit. And of course, this is a 1,200-meter leg, and she's got both the speed and the strength. She's a 446 miler and a 206 800-meter athlete. So you know that she is able to hang with a slow pace to fast pace, whatever it may be. And you see her moving along on the outside there, down the back stretch, trying to get. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the Cavaliers. So the tall figure in 4th is Humphreys, who's trying to position herself well. So the Carolina Cavaliers being led off by Justine Persano, who is going to NC State in the fall. And she's got a 251 1,000-meter PR as well as a 451 mile. So another example of a strong and fast athlete. And that was a 69 opening quarter, which is really strong running by this trio up front. But everyone taking order behind them in kind of a long strung out line. That is Kinetic, the pink breaking up the 2 blue athletes there, again out of Saratoga Springs, ranked number 1 in the country this year. And they don't want to be forgotten in this conversation. You
can always tell when the race gets strung out like that so early that they are not turning this into a tactical affair. They are going out and sending it. And so it's going to be a real battle. You know, we have to be thinking about the current national leader is 11:46. I would bet that's on borrowed time. The national and meet record is 11:32.68. That's a couple years old now, and with the caliber of talent we have in this field, it wouldn't be a surprise to see that coming under threat, particularly as they are getting out and getting after it so early in this 1200 as Pisano continues to lead. Fearless running. Coming through 800 and 220, that's a pretty good run. And
that's really good running. And again, ahead of those pace lights, which are set for the national lead, that 11, actually I believe that would be set for the national record, which is 11:32.68. That was set by the Pioneer High School out of Ann Arbor back in 2022. That is also the meet record, and both of these teams deeply capable of threatening that here today. Persano very happy to continue leading out the challenge from Nicole Humphreys. So it's future NC State versus future Duck, and it is those two ahead of the pace lights into their final lap here. We'll get some splits en route to let you know how close they're going to come. We should mention Carolina Cavaliers winning and setting that new national record last night. That means that all 4 of their girls had to average 4:51 for each of their miles to break that record, which is absolutely astounding running. And These two are neck and neck. Flower Mound trailing the Cavaliers, but not by much at the exchange. That's going to be about a 3:28, 3:29 on the clock.
That's a great run out of Persano. Great run out of both of those runners.
Well, and the Carolina Cavaliers now taking off. The only change to that quartet from last night's 4x1 mile win is this woman right here, Tatiana Blake. She is absolutely cruising along in this 400, putting a gap.
I was going to say, she's on track to lap the folks in the 1200.
That's right.
You don't see that too often.
And that was a big opening lap of about 27, 28 seconds. And she's putting Fox to work. Sorry, Adeline Bennett, I should say, in second for Flower Mound. She's a 2:13.800 runner, so a little out of her depth here. But as I say that, it looks as though Tatiana Blake might just be starting to tie up a little bit, allowing Bennett to get back in contention.
What a run from both those runners, too, though. That is serious speed, and they have essentially broken this race wide open. There was a little bit of a gap going through, but that 58-second split for Tatiana Blake.
Yeah, I got about 59 flat, which is really astounding running. 59 high, 60 low for Flower Mound's Bennett.
Yeah, it is going to be a battle royale between these two runners as Carolina continues to lead. Clearly, their coach is telling them, get out front and hold that lead, which is such a staple of indoor track running. And as the Flower Mound team marks them stride for stride, it is going to be quite the race getting into this final 400.
Well, as they approach the halfway mark of this 800 leg, again, the Cavaliers happy to really control this race from the front. And Stella Kermey is going to Virginia in the fall. She's a 2:10.800 runner herself. And she's against Bennett right now, who is a 2:13.800 PR. So these two in close company with about 300 meters remaining of their leg.
And it does look like the third placer there is shortening the gap a little bit, not a ton, but enough to just give her anchor leg a chance. That's, I believe, the Impulse crew in the pink and blue. And as Kermes opens up a little bit of a gap on the chasers in the Flower Mound crew, this is going to be quite the finish.
And I apologize, that is actually Alexandra Fox now for Flower Mound, trying to hold on in the closing meters of this 800-meter leg. But at the handoff, a few seconds advantage here for the Cavaliers. That was about a 2:12 for Stella Kermes. Similarly, a 2:12 for Alex Fox, which is very impressive. But here's where things get really interesting, because the Cavaliers are being closed out by Charlotte Bell, who is going to Georgetown and has run a 4:44 mile, which is very impressive. Problem is, she's being hunted down by Sam Murphys, who's about 5 seconds better on paper over that mile distance.
Ooh,
and this is what you were talking about. The gap can close, and now it's just a two-woman race.
And they are moving. That first lap, I thought they were like outrunning an 800. And, whether they're thinking about the national record or just thinking about battling each other for the win, it is clear that they are not turning this into a kicker's race. They are going for it.
Absolutely. This is going to, I think, probably come down to just sort of a battle of the ability to not let this freak you out, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. I know that the Cavaliers have really liked this front-running position. They ran this way yesterday as well. They've clearly asserted themselves at the front of this race at every opportunity.
I don't want to interrupt, but that is a 67-second first 400. That is sub 4:30 pace, which is blazing fast. Maybe too fast. We'll see what the second half of this race looks like. And one person to keep an eye on is the Impulse Track Club anchor, who has maintained a little bit of a gap, but thanks to the 2:10 leg from their 800 runner, they are certainly well positioned for third place, and if these leaders went out a little too hot and start to really struggle, she could be a factor. But right now it is a continued battle between Humphreys and Bell as the Carolina crew continues to hold the lead, continues to drive away at that time. Are we going to see our second national record in 2 days? That is the question that we will answer in 800 short meters. As Bell comes around, we'll get you something resembling that looks like a 2:18 first 800. So they've slowed a little since that blazing first 400, but they are still moving.
And that's understood. That's expected. It's sensible. And, you know, it's the middle of this race where you can sort of let things lag just a little. Maybe take order of what's happening around you, check in with the body, see how you're feeling, and gather yourself, knowing that you're going to need, whether you're either one of these women, a very strong final 400 meters. Bell, she's been at the front of this thing from the beginning. Humphreys not letting her go. She is not giving her an inch. You can see Humphreys kind of looking down on the back kick of Bell. And this is probably the biggest gap that's formed throughout the race so far, and it's no more than 1.5 meters. But inside 600 meters now, and Charlotte Bell starting to crank the gears down.
And this is going to be a battle, as Bell has opened up something like a little bit of a gap, but this is not over, and Humphreys is marking her move as they have 400 meters to go.
And just for the record there, they ran that 1200 in 3:29, which was the same time that was run by the opening legs, the opening 1200 outright. So these gals are cruising, and I think Sam Humphreys just doing everything she can not to let this gap get any bigger. She knows she's the faster miler on paper. Bell here, little check over her shoulder, just wondering where the danger is. And they have just over 200 meters remain.
I don't want to jinx it, but I'm looking at the clock and doing some math, and I think this national record is as good as gone as Charlotte Bell comes into the final lap full of run. She has absolutely shut the door on her competition. A really strong run from Humphreys, but it is the Charlotte Bell show, as Carolina has been at the front of this race every step of the way. That's Charlotte Bell coming down the home stretch one last time.
11:32 the time to beat. We're at 11:13 on the clock.
And they are going to obliterate the national record for the second time this weekend. We will have a new national record in the distance relays as the Carolina Cavaliers, thanks to a 4:37.49 1600 meter split from anchor Charlotte Bell, take the title. 11:17.50. Incredible run. Three teams, Flower Mound High School 11:20 and Ridgefield 11:23, under that previous national record mark. That is just the Ridgefield team, I think, might have clicked erroneously.
Brilliant finish here.
But still just an incredible race. The Cavaliers pulling away. Cool as a cucumber. She didn't even look bothered. Somebody needs to tell her she just won a national title.
Well, it's her second. You know, it's old news by now. She's used to it. And we should mention, you know, for the second time in as many days, Flower Mound High School out of Texas finishes second in a championship relay, also under the former national record. They've just been outdone on both occasions by the Carolina Cavaliers. 11:17.50. That is a mark that is absolutely obliterated the old national record. And 11:20.65 for Flower Mound, and then Real Training, all the kudos in the world to that quartet. 11:37.67. Three teams under 11:40, and tremendous final miles there, 1,600 laps, I should say, for each of those runners.
As they go off to college, something tells me we will not be seeing the last of these girls racing head-to-head, because they have just been incredible competitors, you know, for years on the high school level, and the best is yet to come for sure.
Well, that marks 3 relay national records that have gone down in the last 24 hours here at the Reggie Lewis Center. in Boston. Full results on screen there. All of the runners, all of the top 10, I should say, for the Girls DMR Championship under the 12-minute barrier. Absolutely sensational running. And the atmosphere is truly electric here at New Balance National Indoors. This is where the magic happens. It is the fastest party on the planet. And we're not even halfway through this thing yet. So there's going to be a lot of excitement yet to come.
What an incredible day. And if you're just tuning in, we are not done with championships being decided, as we have plenty of action coming up, from everything from the sprint medley final to the girls high jump to the girls 5,000 at the end of the night, crowning a new national 5K champion. Next up, we're going to have a sprint medley as well as the
middle school and freshman 60 meters yet to come. Those are the finals. And we are going to hand you back over to Serenity Douglas to take us through the sprint action as we continue all of the tremendous performances here at the Reggie Lewis Center. Thanks so much for tuning in.
All right, and we are back at New Balance Nationals Indoors. I'm Serenity Douglas, now joined up here in the booth by Jasmine Todd. Yes, the Jasmine Todd. She's going to help me call some of these races. Jasmine, are you ready?
Girl, I am ready. Hey, you guys, we are out here in Boston at the Reggie Lewis track facility. I am excited to watch these 60s.
I honestly same. They did so well earlier in the prelims, and I didn't realize it was a prelims. They had decided a little bit later, if some of the people at home are confused about it too, they decided a little bit later to make it a prelims and then go ahead and do a final. So, yeah. And I'm excited to see a final because you can run against your top competitors lane by lane, unlike, the time final yesterday in the 400 where you just kind of got to, guess where you are.
Yes, 100%. And it gives them the advantage of having some reps under their belt as well.
Absolutely. Here's some lane assignments. That's Terrence Dorsey, Chase Hoover, Winston Schroeder, Stephon Lyon, Lamar Thompson, Gideon Newton, Isaiah Christian, and Caden Whiteside. And right in the middle of your track, that is lane 6. That is Gideon Newton. We saw him in the 400 yesterday. It's from Hoover Elite, 7:19.
7:19. These boys said we are ready to go.
Ready to go for sure.
And again, that is Gideon with a 7:19. Stephen Lennon with a 7:23.
Now, like I said, he was in the 400 yesterday, and we're going to get a replay here. He was all the way in lane 6, and he stayed down. He stayed strong. Stephon Lyon right to the inside of him was trying to gain a little bit, but he showed out for that one. And here's those final results. Gideon Newton, 7:19. Stephon Lyon, 7:23. And Ramar Thomas, 7:30. And here are the girls from middle school. Here's the start list for you guys. It's Sanaya Williams from ATL Zoom. Haven Smith from St. Louis Blues Track Club. Cameron Daly, you know, Jasmine, she's actually homeschooled.
Homeschooled.
We don't hear a lot of homeschoolers anymore. Vanessa Waite, lane 4. Parker Coes, lane 5. And, oh, Lord, I don't want to mess with this name. Chisrema.
Chisrema. I would go Chisrema Stevens.
Chisrema Stevens. Layla Wiseman and Peyton G. Let me get a meet record for y'all. Since these girls have been moving fast, we might as well keep our eye on a record. It's Alexia Jones from 2023, 7:65.
So we've got 2 returners from last year's final, Parker Coes and Zion Bullard.
They're standing behind their blocks, and they are ready for this final. It can really go either way. Parker ran great in the prelim, but Vanessa White got her in the prelim. So they're right next to each other in these lane assignments.
These ladies are side by side. So I know that's going to give them a nice push going into this final. Behind closed doors right now, we got the Bullets coach in my way. I'm trying to watch this race.
Bullets Track Club out of Maryland. Chisaram, we were okay. We were right on. Stevens.
And this is your middle school girls 60-meter final.
And these girls have been taking it so serious. And that's what I like to see, as young as they are. But what are you thinking about when you're in the blocks? Because you sprinted a lot, Jasmine.
Girl, getting in those blocks, I tried to put everything out. Before getting in is when I do all of the thinking. I'm thinking, I want to push. I want to make sure I'm pushing off both feet, not just that front block. I want to make sure I'm pushing off that back block and staying down low and driving.
And they are off. And this one is a tight race from the very beginning. But it looks like hip 3? I can't tell who that was at first. But that was
looks like hip number 3. Vanessa Waite with a run of 7:60. Cameron Daly with a 7:64. And Haven Smith following up in that third place position with a 7:66.
And that'll be a new meet record from Vanessa Waite, 7:60. The meet record before was 7:65.
Girl, 7:60 is fast for middle school, okay?
7:60.
Those ladies were running. Shout out to all of our middle school winners.
And there's that final result for you. Vanessa Waite, 7:60. Cameron Daly, 7:64. And Haven Smith, 7:66. Oh my God, that's so fast. I don't think I could run that fast.
Girl, my 7:60 in middle school?
In middle school. going to keep on moving right along. Here's the boys. Freshmen, 60 meters. Lane 1, Cole Garrison. Lane 2, Shahid Demetrius. Lane 3, Aiden Kobiak. Lane 4, Christian Davis. Lane 5, Christopher Quick. Lane 6, Jet Dewars. Lane 7, Ian Israel. And then rounding it off is Isaiah Rogers in lane 8.
Can we just talk about having the last name Quick as a track athlete?
That's what I'm saying. Look at some, and then Jet.
Like, hold on.
Now, once again, as they're introducing you, what are you thinking about mechanic-wise?
Mechanically, everything again is really focusing on the importance of pushing off of that back block, maintaining a low hill coming out of the blocks, and wanting to make sure that we are pushing for about 4 to 6 of our steps.
So the block starts are the most important thing.
Block starts, especially in the 60, are going to be the most important thing. Not everyone can be Noah Lyles and have a really fast top end speed at the end of a 60-meter dash. Most people are really hoping to get their block starts in and have a really good start.
And they're down right now.
And these men are underway.
Christian Davis was getting some pushback there from Christopher Quick. And it'll look like it will be Christopher Quick at 7:02. Blazing Christian Davis right behind it was 7:03.
That was a tight race. Oh my goodness.
Ridiculously fast. Now the meet record was 6:85. They were just off of it. But oh my goodness. These are freshmen.
These guys are just ready to go.
And there's that final result for you. Christopher Quick, 7:05. Christian Davis, 7:03. And Isaiah Rogers, 7:11. Okay,
And now we'll have the freshman girls 60-meter final underway. These ladies are getting into the blocks. In lane 1, we have Lavender Kazoak. In lane 2, we've got Maya Bolden. 3, Caitlin Lee. Skylar Cunningham in 4. 5, Kalia Bing. 6, Tiffany Garrett. 7, Oren Wright. 8, Jade Maxime.
Now, something about Oren Wright. In that prelim early this morning, she came out here and blazed it. Now, she came into this meet seated 786. So she was already a good athlete coming in. But she was not playing around at all. She ran 787 in the prelim. I know. If y'all could have seen Jasmine's face when I just said that.
Like, hold on. Baby girl said, I am here to show out. We are at New Balance Indoor Nationals, and if I'm here, I am going to give it my all.
787 from Oren Wright. She's in lane 7. She's out of Kansas City, Missouri. And they hear the rock music going on right now. But you kind of still have to stay relaxed. Like, I still got a race to run. Yeah.
It's a fine art of finding that adrenaline and staying calm when you're about to get into these races.
Absolutely. And we saw a couple of, I guess you could say, false starts or movement in the blocks in the prelims. But, you know, these are kids. Nobody's getting disqualified out here unless it's maybe overly dramatic. You do it too many times. But nobody was getting disqualified earlier. Things may be a little bit different now. So hopefully we won't see any movement. We'll see a clean start.
Hopefully we can get a clean start out of these ladies. And that is a clean start for them.
And then right on the outside, but right in the middle, actually.
Lane 4.
Lane 4. Skylar Cunningham, ATL zoom.
And she zoomed. She went out and zoomed to a 7:59 officially.
And she actually holds the meet record already. As of last year was 7:53, so she was just off of her own meet record with 7:59, 7.5, Jasmine. And these girls, look at her in the middle of the track.
This is another look, and she pushed out really well, and she has great top end speed. So I'm excited to see what she does going into outdoors.
Absolutely. And look at her getting all that love, which is exactly what she deserves.
Well deserved.
And there's those final results. Skylar Cunningham, 7:59. Caitlin Lee, 7:79. Tight one with her. Maya Bolden, 7:79. Rounding out the top 3. And y'all can see that the crowd is out here to see these 60s. To see all of these sprinters.
This crowd is spectacular. There is a lot of bodies in this facility today.
Absolutely. And if you're just now joining us, the middle school girls and boys and the freshman girls and boys just wrapped up in the 60-meter dash. If you guys want to go back and watch that, it's on New Balance Nationals Indoors YouTube channel. All of the latest races. Serenity Douglas joined by Jasmine Todd. We've had so many amazing races. We saw a couple national records in the DMR that just wrapped up too. National records yesterday. We're on day 2 of a 4-day meet here at the Reggie Lewis facility.
One of the coolest things about being here in Boston this weekend is it is a very busy weekend of track and field out here. Not only do we have New Balance going on, we also have the NCAA Indoor Championships going on just down the street, not too far, which is a great experience for these kids because once they're done, if they have time, they do have that accessibility to go down to the track and watch.
Absolutely. And you get to go and talk to those athletes. You get to take pictures with them, ask them for advice, possibly, if you get the chance. And obviously, not distracting them too much because they have a competition to win as well. But I like that it shows the athletes that these collegiate athletes are not too far out of reach. They're here
absolutely.
too. And they have to compete as well. You're going to see them in their raw emotions that you only see when you're watching online.
100%. You get to see that live and in action. And coming up underway is the Championship Boys Sprint Medley.
Love the Sprint Medley. Sprint Medley is 2-2-4-8. I love that there's an 800 in there because, yes, the 800 is a sprint.
That is absolutely a sprint, and especially with how fast these ladies and gentlemen are running now, I used to think that was a middle distance race, and not anymore. This is an all-out sprint.
Absolutely.
Jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. We've got the vibes going on in the facility, guys.
Sure do. And this race is starting in about 8 minutes here. Here at the New Balance Nationals Indoor Track at the Reggie Lewis facility.
Serenity, you've got a little bit of a track background behind you as well. Have you ran on a sprint medley?
Ooh, this is a good question. Sprint? Yes, I did. And you know who had to give it to me? Julian Alfred.
Oh, my. Oh.
Yeah. So you best believe I was running for my life. I'm pretty sure
you had no choice but to run for your life at that point.
It was
wow.
Either she gave it to me or I had to give it to her, and I was like, Juju, don't move.
Do not go out too fast. I'm going to need for you to hold on.
Yes.
Let me make sure I got this baton in your hand.
Absolutely. And to top it off, I ran a lot of 4x4s as well. Obviously, going to Texas, 4x4 is known there. And I had to get it my freshman year. I had to get it from Chrisanne Gordon.
Oh, my goodness.
Seeing her, and she always used to blow out of, her cheeks blowing up out of her mouth. And I was like, oh, I'm so scared. Sprint medley relay, though. It's one of those things where it's fast, a little bit tapered off with the 400, and then even more tapered off with the 800. You're not jogging, but I don't know, kind of getting it from a sprinter. You're like, oh, I kind of want to, I'm hyped now. I want to sprint too, but you're like, no, I have the 400.
Absolutely. Like, wait a minute. I actually have to run a 400. And not only that, I love when it gets down to the 800 because once you get into that 8, it is very technical and anything can happen at that point.
Absolutely. And there's one of 12 finals for this SMR. So y'all better buckle up.
All right, buckle up because we are in for a ride.
And those of you who are just surfing the web, all of a sudden found New Balance's YouTube channel, and you're wondering what the heck is going on. Why is there a bridge on a track, and why is there a bank? What is this? I don't know what this is. This is New Balance National indoors here at the Reggie Lewis facility in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined in with Jasmine Todd. We're about to call these boys sprint medley relay. One of 12 relays. I'm sorry, 12 heats.
12
heats. How do these teams have that many athletes?
I have no clue.
To just put it together like
I've got no clue. And it looks like we're actually going to get started a little bit early here with Heat 1. So in lane 4, we have Tsunami Track Club, 5, IMG Academy, and 6, the DC Cadets.
And just like that, we are off. They are staying in their lane this whole time around. This is the 200 part.
And running the 200 is so interesting indoors because you have not only one curve, you got 2 curves, and they're banked at that. You really have to work these curves when you're running a 200 indoors.
And then on paper, this is IMG's second leg, Denver Tucker.
Running a great leg, going to put them in a great position as they run into this 400. That is Zachary McNeil of IMG. Oh, sorry. Mikhail McKylan of IMG Academy.
Now this is the 400 part. IMG already getting out so strong. He looks so relaxed and so tapered, and you can see the wide shot now. He has gapped his competitors as he moves into that bell lap. There's only 2 laps around for the 400.
Bono. And he will be running the 800 portion.
As you can see, there is a shift in the athletes when they hand it off because it goes 2248. And it looks like that's the Tsunami Track Club coming up on IMG Academy, closing in. When did that happen?
That is why I say watching this relay is so interesting because you can run so well in the 224, but once it comes down to the 800, how good of an 800 runner can you put on that anchor leg? It gets very tactical.
Absolutely.
So these guys will be running 4 laps around this 200-meter track.
And this is a final already. So you're running for time. Obviously, you're running against your competitors. But you want to run the best time that you can, put your best foot forward so that you can walk away with the win because you really don't know yet. 12 other heats still have to go.
Exactly. So you want to give it your all no matter what because you want to make sure you have a fast time coming in. You don't know what these next few heats are going to have in store.
Absolutely. And Luca, I know he just feels that pressure on him from Elias. Right into the bell lap. This is when they're going to start to kick. Something about those mid-distance runners is that they have that ridiculous kick.
Man, I don't know how they have that kick, but they definitely have it. And you saw that gear shift once that bell rang.
But IMG, he's been holding them off. Because, usually when you feel that pressure on you, you feel like you're being chased. But he is finishing so strong.
Absolutely.
Through the line right about now. 3:37 unofficial. And that's IMG Academy 3:37.86. And they came in 3:40.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So a nice little PB for them.
Yeah. This is the place to do it. It's New Balance Nationals. And look at how fast he was finishing there at the end. Not like you just ran an 800 at all.
Absolutely. He ended up running that 800 in a 1:37.91.
And we're moving on to the second heat here. That's Fairport Track Club, Austin Prep, I-270 Track Club. You better rate your set.
Okay.
Gitterland Track Club and Golden Eagles. Now this is the 200. They're staying in their lane the entire way around. You got to go up on the bank just a little bit to hand it off to your second leg there. Can't tell who's in the lead.
Gotta be
just
tricky.
yet. Yeah, it is pretty tricky, for sure. It's still pretty even. It's tough to say. And now they can cross over into lane one.
And these fellas are running hard.
Yeah, that looks like Gitterland. They have that Georgia G on them. That UGA G on the back of them. You okay? And he just handed off to Trevor Whitney, who has the 400 leg for them.
So again, those 400 runners will have 2 laps around this track.
Oh, he has company.
And they are running.
And that's Tyler Spillane taking that lead right from Trevor Whitney, just like that. And he gapped himself also. If you're going to take that lead, you better take it confident.
Absolutely.
Golden Eagles setting up his teammate really good.
And coming into that last 50 before they hand off.
Good lead. You see how they shut it down a little bit because this is the 800. You're feeling that adrenaline because your teammate is coming at you. You're feeling good. You're in the lead, but hey, I have an 800. I have 4 laps. You guys had 2.
Right, you had 2 laps. You're bringing in a lot of speed, but remember, I can't leave here with all that speed. Because absolutely not for an 800.
My biggest thing when I would run the 4x4 was always make the handoff clean and make sure I give it to whoever I'm giving it to exactly how I got it or better. That was always the toughest
Absolutely.
thing. You don't want to be known as the leg because it's very apparent.
Yes.
You don't want to be known as the leg that lost the lead.
That's always, oh my goodness. That is always the key. Just don't lose that lead. Do what you can to maintain it.
And the Golden Eagles have just separated themselves at this point. And let's keep our eye on that meet record, which is 3:27.42. They're in good position right now so far.
In great position. We are entering that bell lap.
At this point, he's just racing against himself.
And it's crazy to watch it because he picked up that speed knowing. Yeah. And this is what we talk about when we say you're running against the clock during these heats because you don't know what those next heats after you are going to run.
Absolutely. And I know he hears the crowd as he comes through that New Balance bridge there. This is the last stretch for him. He's really just trying to muscle it out, get that time, and that's exactly what he does. 3:28.38 for the Golden Eagles. They came in running 3:39, Jasmine.
3:39. They just ran a 3:28.
No, that's actually ridiculous.
What? Congrats to them. That is huge.
That was huge. And what a finishing leg. And that's Luke Shanglin. Finished it off so strong. Look at him.
Really working those arms. He looked so relaxed running.
Doing it for his teammates. That's what relays are all about. You get the extra adrenaline from, the fact that you're doing it for your teammates. It's not just you. And it's fun.
Absolutely. Relays are always fun. It takes away that pressure.
It does. Adds a different type of pressure, but it's still really fun.
Yes, absolutely.
And they won by over 10 seconds there. Second time from I-270 in 3:38. Way to blow a field out.
So into this next heat, we will have the Connecticut Mustang Track Club, Union Catholic Track Club, Wachusett Track Club, Carolina Cavaliers, and the Sherman Track Club did not show. And these guys are underway with that first 200.
Look at lane 6. Muscling it out. Goodness.
Muscling through that, really working that curve. You want to come off that curve like it is a slingshot. It is so important to work coming up the curve so that you can just easily come down.
Oh no. Carolina Cavaliers, the handoff is so important, and he was not able to find his teammate. The lead has been lost, but it looks like they're trying to make it up here.
It's so important when you're trying to do that handoff. You do not want to get out too fast.
You don't want to get out too fast. You need to keep that hand still because you have a breaking momentum. Now, he was able to make up a lot of room there as they go into the 400. 400 is being done by Carter Waiters. It looks like Wachusett Track Club still in front. Carolina Cavaliers, that's just so unfortunate to see. It was looking like his teammate was just moving his hand a lot, and you got to connect it, but it's really done. It's a two-man job.
Yes, it is absolutely a two-man job. And it does look like there is a yellow flag down at that track, so we will find out once we get those official results of what the determination of that was.
As they hand off to those 800 runners now, this is the final leg. Have you ever won an 800, Jasmine?
Girl, what? An 800? Is there an 800 runner over here? Because it was not me. Have you?
I did in high school once. I did. In one time, maybe it was like a good 220. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to you, because there's just no way, okay? Absolutely not. As a jumper, you could barely get me to run a 200.
Barely even.
200 is my limit. Anything over that, no siree. And it looks like we still have Wachusett out front and the Carolina Cavaliers riding the tail.
And that's what you do. You tire the front man out. Let them do all the work. Because the Carolina Cavaliers are just being bouncy. He's staying right on his shoulder, and here is the time for him to pass.
Make that move. And you can see that gear shift immediately. He did a great job of riding him around And now he said, you know what, we've got about 150 meters left. It's time to go.
And guess what his last name is? Lightfoot. Yeah.
All right, Lightfoot. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but you got to be able to hold
You
it.
have to hold it. You've got to run through that line. That is heart and determination right there.
Unfortunate from James Lightfoot because Washtett's track took that one with 3:38. Watchasett track. I wonder if they're based out of Wisconsin. Sounds like a Wisconsin name.
Sure does.
I just moved from up there, you guys, so don't yell at me.
Watchasett Track Club with a 3:38.94. Connecticut Mustang Track Club 3:39.07. And unfortunately, like I said earlier, we did have a yellow flag out there based off that unfortunate handoff from first leg to second leg, and so the Carolina Cavaliers were DQ'd.
Oh, man, that's tough to see. We haven't seen a lot of disqualifications because, like I said, like these are still just kids, but to have run all 4 legs and still be disqualified just hurts so bad. I feel really bad for them. But those zones are so important. If you're not connecting, okay, you guys are going ahead and messing up the handoff, but you have to stop running.
Yes.
Because then that just ruins everything.
And we are now underway. This is Danbury Track Club, Manchester Track Club, Walpole Track Club, Real Training, and Natick Track Club.
This is heat 4 out of 12. Now, just because you see the guy in white right there all the way out in lane 6, that does not necessarily mean that they are in the lead. It's still very even around here. You just can't tell just yet because they haven't broken in, because he is getting some pressure now.
Absolutely. Those boys are running up on him, and it looks like we are going to have a race.
Yes, absolutely. They hand off at the same time. That's Walpole Track leading right now. Danbury Track Club following right behind. And this is the 400 leg. So they still have 2 laps to go. Well, 1 lap to go now as they're coming around. And it's looking like Walpole is getting some pressure. And I think that's Danbury there making his move. 1 more lap to go. You got to be able to hold it, though.
And again, everything always comes down to this 800. So even with that lead, how good of an 800 runner are you going to have anchoring you?
Absolutely. And it's actually Manchester in the red there. About to hand off first. It's still tight, though. This has been a tight one all the way around.
Race. So those 3 teams up front is Manchester Track Club, Walpole Track Club, and Natick Track Club.
Still all pretty even. And running with that much company on you the whole way has to be exhausting. Like, I cannot catch a break.
I don't know if you could let up on this race.
No, because Walpole Track Club has just taken the lead. Manchester's unfortunately boxed in. Not a good place to be, especially not an 800, especially not in indoors. You got to watch out for that rail.
We've got 4 boys battling it out.
And then Danbury coming out of nowhere,
We
really.
have seen a lot of changes in
We have
this
seen
heat
a lot
already.
of changes, and I like the way Danbury took that lead as well. He didn't just pass, he passed and cut in.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what you have to do, and that's that smart racing that you do at track meets like this. Because
And I think he did it in the right position, too, on a straight as opposed to fully on a curve.
yes, I've been seeing a lot of the curves ones, and it doesn't work as well. He throws rhythms off, even for the one trying to pass.
Absolutely. And we are now into that bell lap. And that is Danbury up front. Christopher Bishop with about 100 meters to go.
Danbury Track Club owning this one, and they did not have the lead from the beginning, and they ended up muscling it out regardless. 3:37 from Danbury Track Club. And they came in with 3:38, so that was a good personal best for them. I think they moved a little bit too late. They decided to make their move in anchor leg in the 800, but I mean, he ended up gapping them.
He did. He was able to apply that gap in there. And I mean, it's always nice to leave with the PB for your group. So
Yeah.
still some good work out there for them, but probably could have had some better moves going into that 800. And we are now going into Heat 5 of 12. Somerville, Red Devils Track Club, St. Johnsonbury Track Club, Classical, and Wolfpack. I like the Wolfpack. I went to Chandler High School, and we are the Wolves, so we always called ourselves the Wolfpack.
Wolfpack. We've been seeing some really good, like, mascot names. We saw, like, the Warriors. We saw the Spartans, the Vikings. That's the type of names we need in track meets.
Agreed. I love how creative you can get with them. And we are underway with that first 200.
And look at the crowd as well. As well as looking at the racing, look at the crowd. It is so packed. You don't see an empty seat in here. But this is exactly what these athletes need to run these extremely fast times. Perfect handoff from them.
I really enjoyed that handoff.
It was so clean from
It was
Wolfpack.
very clean.
It was so clean.
And what I like is they didn't do a 4x4 handoff with the upper hand. They did the 4x1 handoff, which is an underhand pass.
It's tougher, for sure. And the pack has just kept that lead as we're handed off to the 800-meter runners or the 400-meter runners now.
And he's coming up that curve. And he's got 1 lap to go.
He has some pressure on him from Somerville, making some gains. Somerville deciding to go on the backstretch. That's such a risky move to move as early as that, but if you can hold it, by all means do it. It gets a little boring on the backstretch anyway, so you might as well make it interesting.
Right. Make it a little interesting for us. We like it.
And he has been able to hold it as he's about to hand off to his man for the 800-meter lap. A little bit of an interesting handoff there. I think they went underhand for an 800 runner. Look at Wolfpack sitting there in second. He is so tall, just bouncing. And I know Somerville can just feel him on him.
Absolutely. And close behind, we've got Classical trying to take over.
You know, I was saying yesterday that that's always the best time to try to pass. When two teams are worried about each other, I'm just going to sneak in.
Absolutely. Let me be the one to kind of sneak in and take over for you guys. Thanks for putting in the work.
Thanks for putting in the work. Let me go ahead and shake the table a little bit.
And I'll take that back. That looks like St. Johnsonbury Track Club that has now taken the lead.
All right. He's about to come into his bell lap here. Let's see if he can hold it. 200 more to go. Wolfpack is out of view, but it looks like he is starting to pick it up just a little bit. He might be able to catch him. But St. Johnsbury Track Club is really just running away with this one.
I mean, he was able to put in a pretty good-sized gap in between him and his competitors.
Mm-hmm. And if they were going to make up any room, they should have done it already. You cannot wait until that last lap. This is only 200 meters. And it looks like he is about to cross the line. 3:35.38 unofficially from St. Johnsbury Track Club. And they walk away with that nice little W.
And right now, it is the Golden Eagles with that 3:28.38 that are still sitting in that first place position. The time to beat is 3:28.38. And I think that's the beauty of being in some of these later heats is that
Absolutely.
you get to see the mark that you're trying to get.
You do. And they set the tone early, the Golden Eagles, 3:28. Now, these heats are supposed to go slowest to fastest, but we all know that this is track and field. That doesn't matter at this point. Each athlete is trying to walk away from New Balance Nationals with a personal best, with a new height. So all of these athletes have just been doing so well. And we saw the Golden Eagles, and I'm pretty sure it was Heat 1 we saw them.
Heat 2.
Heat 2.
Very early
on.
And going into Heat 6, we've got Falcons Track Club, Weston Monsters, Titan Elite DC Cadets, and in the Falcons Track Club, their second group did not show. So they've only got one team running in this heat.
Okay, all clean handoffs. It looks like Cadet out there in the red, all the way in lane 6. Now, it feels good to be in the lead, I'm sure, but you can't see anyone. You don't know how close they are. You can't take your foot off the gas nonetheless as he switches over into lane 1 now.
Absolutely. Once they're out front, that is, you're just running scared at that point.
You are.
You just got to run and do your job.
Because as you can see, he got some company at the end there from Titan Elite.
And they're coming off that second curve of the first part of their 400, that first lap. They are now in the last lap.
I love Buddy's running with a do-rag.
With a do-rag.
A
Okay.
golden do-rag. If that's not a signature look, he said, I'm going to run fast, but I'm not trying to get my hair messed up. Sorry,
He
guys.
said, hold on, let me make sure the hair looks good for after. And we are now entering the 800 for these boys.
So many different leaders in this race.
And they've got 2 laps to go. Titan Elite out front.
My mom just texted. Shout out to my mom for watching the broadcast. She knows absolutely nobody in this track meet, but she's watching just to hear me. So hey, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for tuning in. And if you were wondering where to find this New Balance Nationals YouTube channel, you can find all of these races for free.
For free?
For free.
Man, we don't hear that often in track and field. For free.
that was tight and elite. Who would have thought? Because it was cadet at first.
This race had so many changes.
So many changes. That's what I mean by all gas, no brakes. You cannot let your foot off of it because you never know who is going to end up being. That's tight and elite. Booked the win, 3:35.85. They came in with the seed on paper, 3:38.06.
Which overall puts them in that third place fastest time.
And look at that lead. It seems like he had each job.
Right. Just had to get the job done. Absolutely. Had to maintain.
And look at them. Oh, look at the teammates.
I love to see it. That's the fun part. Once the race is done and you get to take those team photos. So now we are in Heat 7 of 12. Billerica Track Club running Rebels Track Club, Bronxville Track Club, Kingsway Track Club, and the I-27 Track Club. And if you are just now joining in, this is the Championship Boys Sprint Medley. We have 12 heats for the boys, and that is a 2-2-4-8.
And it's still pretty even. Might have looked like I-270 handed off first, but look at, I think that's Rika Track Club. At least that was on their chest.
Running. Yes, it is. Billerica Track Club. And he ran a great 200.
And he's happy with his leg.
As he should be. He made sure they had a great lead going into this Ford.
Billerica Track Club now with the monster lead, but this is the 400. So there's technically 2 laps for you to get caught or for you to hang on. And he is heading into that final lap to Billerica Track Club. And with a lead like that, I know the pressure is on him.
Jacob Peck, he's got a good lead going in to hand off to his teammate, who will then run the 800.
And they have now handed off to that 800-meter leg, which is the final leg of the sprint medley relay. Billerica is still in the lead here. You see them in that lime green. We have Kingsway Track Club sitting in second. Bronxville Track Club sitting in third. Now, Jasmine, I know you did long jump. Were you ever on a 4x4? You out there in Oregon. Did Coach Johnson ever throw you on a 4x4?
You know, the funniest thing is after I graduated and I saw Coach Johnson for the first time, he looked at me and said, I don't know how you manage to not run one single 4x4 at your time here at Oregon. Not one 4x4.
Interesting. That's not fair.
I've ran on the sprint medley. I've done the 4x1, but no 4x4s.
Not even at a small invitational meet?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Coach Curtis saved me quite a bit.
That's actually amazing. That's a talent.
That is a talent, and I didn't have to hide. Most of the time when you hear people do this, it's because they've hidden. I didn't have to hide. I was in plain sight.
Have hidden, faked an injury, but not you. Plain sight. And honestly, the baton gives you powers because look at Bronxville from the Bronx.
Bronxville trying to come and take that lead, and he did going into that curve.
As he's coming into the last curve, he sees the finish line. He is straining. Great finish by Bronxville Track Club. It is not about how you start, but it is about how you finish. 3:37.83. Bellarica in track club, you know, they did good, really good. They had an amazing 200-meter leg, and they still finished off with second. So, shout out to them too.
I've always wondered if they were to switch this relay around
No.
and put the 800 first. How would the outcome of these races look?
Well, you know, Jazz, when I was at Texas and Coach Bailey was there, she decided to have, it was a fun thing that we did when we just came back from maybe Christmas break. We all did different events, but nothing that would get us too hurt. So I did the steeplechase. Now, it was like an 800-meter steeplechase.
If you guys could see how I just looked at her, because the steeple.
Yeah, I did the 800-meter steeplechase. I did like the 60 hurdles, you know, something little.
And unfortunately, in this 8th heat, we seem to have had a false start. But the teams that are running right now is Warriors Track Club, Rams Track Club, Eagles Track Club, another team for Eagles Track Club.
And Jasmine actually
Haverford.
looked like a block flew off.
Oh, no.
A block pedal. You got to secure the block. Out there.
That's the thing with
in
these
lane
blocks.
6.
You have to make sure the pedals are secured.
And the officials are up there helping out lane 6. He's out of camera right now, but it looks like a block literally flew off. When he pushed off, I know that must have been kind of scary for him, like what just happened? Did I just push off that hard? But he seems to be fine now.
That might even mean that he actually used that back block.
Yes.
I might be happy as
That
a
was
coach.
from
Like,
Haverford
okay.
Track Club. Yeah.
Now I know you're pushing. You're using that back block.
I'm going to get reset here. But how do you come back from that? But it is a little scary. Like now, are you sure that they're, well, this is why runouts are important.
See, for me, I would have absolutely been like, hold on, let me get one more run out before we actually get in to make sure this thing is secured.
And I think that's what they're trying to ensure. They stood them back up just to really make sure everything is good. We wouldn't want any disqualifications. Luckily, the athlete was okay. And even the fans, because as you can see, they're popping their head in right under that New Balance sign and watching these races. That could have hurt somebody.
Adding a nice little dramatic effect right now, and we are actually now underway with Heat 8. But back to you guys doing the other events. I like that idea, though, because it does give you a mental break in track when you get to do something different.
Yeah, honestly, it was fun. It was fun to get to do something else. Some people threw shot put. The funniest one. Seeing people try to do high jump. Nobody knows how to flip.
This is a very drama-filled heat. We just watched the baton get dropped.
Who dropped the baton?
I want to say that was...
This has been a lot going on, but this is indoor track for you.
I want to say that was lane 4, which is the Eagles Track Club.
Looks like things are still rolling for them, though. You look at that gap from Rams Track Club out there in the front all alone. He only has one more lap to go.
And we will now start the 800 portion of this relay.
And his stride is just so long. He's bouncy to be running at 800.
Very long stride.
Very long. I just feel like running at 800 indoors is so difficult because it's not just 2 laps. It is 4.
4 laps. It's a mental challenge.
It is a mental challenge for sure. Trying to time them out can
Absolutely,
be pretty
and
tough.
trying to figure out your pace and actually knowing and understanding that not all of these athletes have indoor facilities to get that feeling and actually learn what it feels like to run at 800 indoors.
Absolutely. And that was something in Georgia. Being from Georgia, there's no indoor tracks. And it gets kind of cold in Georgia. Obviously, nothing too crazy, but yeah, not having any indoor tracks, having to go to Tennessee, Kentucky.
Right.
Yeah.
Having to travel quite a bit. And that was the Eagles Track Club with a 3:33, passing the Rams Track Club just at the end. Rams Track Club actually ran a 3:33 as well.
I want to say that's the fastest we've seen so far. Or no, Golden Eagles is still at
Golden
328.
Eagles still holding on, and
So-
that is out of Heat 2.
Eagles Track Club up in second with 3:33.01.
They were truly racing the clock in that heat. We are now entering Heat 9 of 12 for the championship boys sprint medley. West Orange Track Club, Noble, RFH Dogs Track Club, North Track Club, and Revolution Track Club.
And they're off. Look at those arms. Come on, AB.
Man, they are shooting up that curve. Clean handoffs.
Ooh, looks like he's swinging out too wide.
Very wide.
But he gave it off in a good position. It's now Revolution Track Club, North Track Club in second, right on his heel. Revolution is the one in that AB. North Track Club is the one in the white top who just took the lead.
And not far behind coming in is West Orange Track Club. Trying to make up some ground before handing off for the 8.
Hand off to the 800-meter runners here.
That is still North Track Club and Revolution Track Club. They've got a pretty big gap going into this 800.
Now, Jasmine, you are a long jumper. A pretty good long jumper. In fact, an Olympian. Have you checked out any of long jump events today? The boys went earlier this morning. I want to say the girls are going right now. The freshman girls are going right now. It started at 4:30. Have you checked it out at all?
I actually hadn't checked out the long jump, and that was one of the things I kept doing last year. I was like, guys, so let me give you an update on what's going on. So while we're on it, let's talk about the freshman girls long jump right now. In the lead, they just started, they're just getting underway, but currently in the lead is Yolanda Calhoun, and in second is Morgan Hunley. Yolanda has jumped a 5:14 right now with that lead, and so you guys know me as a jumper, I am definitely going to give you guys some updates on that.
You want to go over there and jump?
Girl, please. I have been trying to go jump, okay?
And it looks like Revolution Track Club came back right there at the end. 3:32.69 from them. Gets all the support from his teammates. How can you not? He ran a great leg.
That was a phenomenal job by Revolution Track Club. Overall, that puts them with the second fastest time of the day. Still, I am just... Shout out to the Golden Eagles to be able to hold on to that time. They really went out there and dropped the ball. Like, hey, you guys have to come for this.
But Revolution Track Club, they were going for it. That last leg there, he wanted that 3:27.
Absolutely.
He looked great. Just weren't able to pull it off, but they're in second right now as we head into section 10 out of 12.
And this will be the Halo Harriers Washington TWP Elite, Menacing Track Club 252 Elite, the Run Fast Track Club Louisiana.
Out of Louisiana?
Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. Okay, Southerners. And that yellow out there in front looks like Jesuit.
And he ran a great 200.
And the team you see in the front that says Jesuit, that is the Halo Harriers in the front with that yellow.
And not far behind them, looking to kind of overtake and take a lead, is the Run Fast Track Club.
The Run Fast Track Club. Look, keep it nice and simple. We have a track club, everybody, and we're here to run fast. That's
Right.
it.
That is it. So we're telling you exactly what we're here for.
That's it, the end.
To run fast.
That's all. And Halo Track Club actually got the baton in first there, but he still has plenty of company right behind him. Now this is the 800-meter leg, so you want to preserve some of your energy, but the 800 meters has become a sprint, Jasmine.
Oh my goodness. I'm like, how do you preserve your energy while running fast?
Yeah, you don't. You just run fast.
At this point, just run fast. Go all out.
And it looks like a change of lead there. That's hip 4. Menacing Track Club. And 2 more laps to go, a 400 to go here. He still has all of that pressure on him.
It's a lot of pressure, and it looks like the Halo Harriers are about to try to take over the lead. It's just a little difficult going into that curve. As we mentioned before, it's a lot harder to pass somebody.
If you're going to do it, you have to go ahead and do it.
And he does it coming off the curve.
Right into the bell lap. That's Alex Maury. He took the lead right over Samuel Anderson, still sitting in second.
And on the infield, you'll see the teammates out there cheering them on.
And now he's starting to separate himself. There's still a little bit of time. Hold on. Hold on. Will he be able to hold on?
And he does it. That will give them the time of a 3:30.84. And that now puts them in the second place position.
Man, but nobody's catching that first place. If you're just tuning in, out of Heat 2, it's the Golden Eagles for the sprint medley relay with 3:28.38. That was a great run by the Halo Harriers, though. They're there to represent Jesuit on their chest there, because look at the way he finished. He had some company a little bit at the end there, but he said, company is no problem. I'm going to go ahead and dip in everything. 3:30.86 from them.
And we are now in Heat 11 of 12. So we will have one more heat after this. This is the Carolina Cavaliers, the DC Cadets, Panthers, Wallingford, and Westfield Track Club. And again, that time to beat the Golden Eagles of a 2:28.38. Currently, they have a little over a 2-second lead.
Section 11 out of 12. I love seeing the 200 get run here.
Me too.
Looks like we have some cadets in this one, the DC Cadets. We've seen them already. We're seeing them again. They brought out the athletes. Let's see how well they do.
I just want to know, how many kids do you guys have on your team?
Yes, Lord. Looks like the Carolina Cavaliers have the lead now. Look, once you get a little bit of taste of that lead, you're not trying to give it back.
At all. That's when you're trying to tell everyone else, you have to work to take over this lead.
Absolutely. And he's about to go into the bell lap of his 400. And it looks like it's Amari Barrow from Carolina Cavaliers. He has to be able to hold on, though.
And he's got a little bit of company coming to the outside of him.
Amari Barrow. Looking like he got passed up right at the end by the Cadets. DC Cadets. That's Keenan Frisbee.
And we've now entered that 800. So because this is a 200-meter track, that means they've got 4 laps around.
They have 600 more to go. He's getting all that company on the backstretch there. You cannot fall asleep on the backstretch. It gets tough back there. But you cannot fall asleep because that's where a lot of people like to make their move early on. He's not letting them get it. It's pretty tough to pass on the curve there. Carolina Cavaliers look like they were trying to pass. You're not able to do it as well. If you're going to do it, you got to just
You have to go for it because you're
you
burning a lot of energy in the process of trying to pass somebody up.
right, DC Cadets. He's going into that final lap. He wants to start kicking now because he has company right on him.
Right on his shoulder.
It looks like hip 5. That's Wallingford. And he is going for it on that backstretch. And he is going to do it because he took that lead and he cut in, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. Do not stay in lane 2 when you do it. But let's see if he can hold it. He's coming through the last stretch now. DC Cadet still on his heel. And he is able to do it. Another 3:30 time, Jasmine. 3:30.85.
3:30.85 for Wallingford. And that puts them with the third fastest time of the day. And we will have one more heat of the championship boys sprint medley.
Wallingford was just kind of like a silent killer there. Just sitting in third place pretty much the whole time for all the legs. And then he came and he made his move at the perfect time. He saved it up. And look at him. The baton gives you superpowers. That's
Absolutely,
what I always say.
it sure does. Sometimes I wish that I could just have a baton in my hand while I run an open 100.
Open 100. And there's those results from Section 11. Wallingford taking that one 3:30.85. DC Cadets, they're doing a crazy intro right now. As you can see, the lights are starting to go off because they're doing a nice little intro for this final heat. Section 12 out of 12.
And this heat is what we will be supposed to be considerably fastest heat of the day.
That's Union Catholic right there. Now I gotta brag on Union Catholic a little bit. They're home to Sydney McLaughlin from New Jersey. Yeah. But Bullish Track Club is right after them with a nice little introduction out of Michigan. Bullish Track Club has had athletes after athletes.
Such an amazing program.
And then last but not least, McNair Mustangs. What a name, the Mustangs for track and field.
I am excited to
Me
watch
too.
this one because I just know we should see some fast times produced out of this. They want to run faster than a 3:28.38.
And look at those stands. Still packed.
Stands are super packed. You see the stands are actually standing for this heat.
Including us.
Including us.
Section 12 out of 12. And once again, for those lane assignments, it's Patriot Track Club in lane 2. DeMatha Catholic in lane 3. Union Catholic in lane 4. Bullish Track Club in lane 5. McNair Mustangs in lane 6. Now the fastest seed on paper is Bullish with 3:23.
No surprise.
Yeah. Right out of Michigan. Now the meet record is 3:27. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
So we might see that meet record go down. And these boys are in their blocks.
And that lead-off leg from Bullish Track Club, that's Matthew Goins. But up there in lane 6, that's Mason Samuels. Trying not to get caught. Bullish Track Club has pulled up. He is grabbing his hamstring, but he's going to try to finish. But we got to keep on moving right along here. The Mustangs have handed off in first. Looks like we had a fall there, too, from Union Catholic. So much going on.
And again, another dramatic heat going on.
Looks like Bullish Track Club will be out. I do not see them anymore. Their first leg pulled up, holding his leg. But Union Catholic, we got to talk about them. They are in the lead right now, as they just handed off to their second 200-meter runner. It's unfortunate to see out of Bullis. high expectations for them.
We've got 1 lap to go for the 4.
And that looks like the Mustangs. He decided to come up in the inside, but that's because Union Catholic
They gave him the room.
Yeah, he gave him the room. You cannot give them the room. The Mustangs now has the advantage because he is in the inside, and he will probably pass off first now.
You always want them to have to work to take over. You don't ever want somebody to cut in on the inside. You want to make them have to work and go around you on the outside.
Absolutely. And he is regretting it as he just handed off that baton. We see him in the infield. But now they are still 1-2, the Mustangs and Union Catholic. This is the final heat of this championship sprint medley relay. That's McNamara Mustangs up there, getting all of the company from Union Catholic, sitting right there on his toes.
And that's always a scary part because you're not too sure how the other 800 runner is going to run. Are they going to be technical about this?
Yeah.
Do they have a strong finish? What's going to happen?
Are you just being strategic? Are you sitting back there because you don't have the kick?
Exactly.
Are you sitting back there because you know you have the kick?
Exactly.
But we're just going to see if the Mustangs' kick can be stronger. You want to kick? I'm going to kick too.
Right.
True.
And they're going to be coming off this curb, going into their bell lap. And you're going to see these boys really start to kick.
The crowd is going crazy. The Mustangs, he's kicking. Union Catholic going right with them. There's still time to pass. See, he has swung out now to lane 2. He may have used that energy a little bit too soon because now he's on the final curve. He's going to try to use the bank to his advantage. You see the lights now as they are going from under that New Balance bridge. Union Catholic trying to push the Mustangs is falling apart. Wow. Union Catholic will get that one. 3:29.16. They're going crazy.
29-15. But you know what is absolutely amazing? The Golden Eagles still have that number 1 time out of Heat 2. So they will actually take the win at the end of the day today for the championship boys sprint medley.
That is so crazy. This is what happens when they are timed finals. You never know who you're going to get. You assume that it's all the fastest guys, but you can see Union Catholic. He wrapped around. He said those fireworks are exactly what I needed.
Exactly. Added that little bit of adrenaline to get him going, and he said, I am here to fight for my team. I can't help but wish that the Golden Eagles had an opportunity to
race. The Golden Eagles, also Bullish Track Club. You know, prayers up to that athlete.
Absolutely.
Who ended up dropping out in the first 200. He was holding his leg. It's unfortunate then because we wanted to see them race, but definitely hoping that the athlete is okay.
And coming underway.
There's the full results. Golden Eagles, 3:28, taking that win, like you said, Jasmine. Union Catholic Track Club sitting in second with silver, 3:29.15. Third, the Mustangs, 3:29.26.
And now following that championship boys sprint medley, of course, we have to go and follow up with the girls sprint medley.
That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. And now we get to have even more fun with the girls, and we will have 13 heats.
13 heats. And if you're just now tuning in and you're wondering what the heck is going on, I'm Serenity Douglas, joined in the booth by Jasmine Todd. This is New Balance Nationals indoors at the Reggie Lewis facility here in Boston, Massachusetts. A beautiful facility hosting all of these spectators. all this room for them. I love seeing the New Balance bags. I remember getting my New Balance bag. I remember my mom, she would go and secure it for me, and she would hold it for me until the end of the meet. So once again, shout out to my mom, because I remember racing in this meet as well, but while it was still at the Armory.
Same.
Yeah.
You know, we were just talking about that. I was asked if I've ever competed here at the Reggie Lewis facility, and I said no. Actually, when I was competing, New Balance was out at the Armory at the time.
Absolutely.
So it's great to be back, actually, at a New Balance meet, competing. We both competed in high school, and now we're watching our future compete.
Absolutely. And just like we were saying earlier, things have not changed with New Balance. Even at the Armory, it was packed.
Absolutely.
You know, not much room to move around because it was that packed. And even here, so many people have come out. Wherever New Balance goes, people are going to follow.
And that is where the party is at. Nobody parties better than New Balance.
That is absolutely right. Because welcome to the fastest party on the planet.
All right. All right, you guys, and we are underway with the Championship Girls Sprint Medley. Here in Heat 1, we have the Trojan Track Club, the Carolina Cavaliers, and the Ball Panthers Track Club. And they are closing in from this first 200, handing off to the second 200, which will be followed by a 400 and an 800. This is a timed final, so you want to give your all. And right now we have a battle of the Ball Panthers and the Carolina Cavaliers. And one more lap to go for these ladies. And this is the Ball Panthers with the Carolina Cavaliers riding right on their tail, going into the final handoff. The Borough Panthers Track Club is running pretty comfortably out front. We can see Trojan Track Club trying to make up some ground in this 8. And we are now about to enter into the bell lap for these ladies. So you'll start to see them pick up their speed. Borough Track Club extending that lead. Coming into the last 50. And the Borough Panthers Track Club will take that win with a 4:16.99. And again, these are all a timed final. We will have 13 heats.
And that's the Borough Panthers Track Club. First place, 4:16. They came in running 4:20, and as you can see, their excitement from it, because they're walking away with the personal best after that effort. And look at Piper Mathers, finishing off strong with a nice little smile at the end. She's like, I'm done. I get to see the rest of my teammates, but I am finished. So happy to be done. And we have section 2 already on the track. We are rolling through it here. St. Anne's Warriors Track Club, Fairport Track Club. Section 2 out of 13. It goes 2:248. Now feeling bad for St. Anne's all the way back there. They got a tough lane assignment, but you never know because it's all staggered. You're all running the same distance. And that's Warriors Track Club. With a name like that, you got to be fast. Warriors in the light blue bottoms there. With a nice gap. This is still the 200. You're about to hand it off to the 400-meter runners, Allison Graham from Warriors Track Club. Actually, that is Fairport Track Club. That's Mary-Kate Rutnicki running the 400 for Fairport Track Club. And this is 2 times around. Nobody in view just yet, but as you can see, there's Warriors Track Club right behind with Allison Graham. She has some room to gain. It's definitely possible as they're going into that 800-meter leg. Fairport Track Club is still in the lead here. It is 800 meters, so they taper off a little bit. But they got 4 laps. You cannot be sprinting the same way your teammates were. You have 4 times to go around. Now, Warriors Track Club has made up that gap already, but has she made it up too early? She may just be trying to go ahead and get it out the way. Very risky to pass in a turn, but it's going to pay off for her as she swings around and uses that bank to her advantage. She said, come and chase me, Warriors. Come and chase me. We got 600 more to go. Fairport Track Club, still muscling it out. She's so tall, so she's using that height to her advantage. She's super bouncy. And that lead is just opening up for her. And she's about to go into her bell lap here. One more lap to go, the 200. Now this is her last lap. She really just has to muscle it out here. She chose that lead early, and it is paying off as she comes into the last 50 here. The victory is already hers. She just has to pass the line, and that's exactly what she does. 4:16.77. She's like, woo! All right. That 800 was long.
You know what? I understand. I don't know that feeling, but I can understand it.
You know, I get it. I get it. Her teammates right there to celebrate the win with her. Good run by them. They came in with a seat time of 4:20. Look, that is pain right there. Look, she just won an 800. Do not try to rush her up. Let her breathe.
Like, absolutely not. You guys are going to let me sit here for a minute. I'm not walking this off.
I'm not walking it off. Can I breathe first? And then we can talk about walking a little bit later.
So in this next heat, we have Port City Track Club, DC Cadets, the Ocean City Track Club, Conrad Track Club, and the Blazing Ladies. I like that name.
The Blazing Ladies.
Blazing
I love it.
Ladies. Come on.
Out there in lane 6. That's the Blazing Ladies.
And they said, we're coming in blazing.
And they're actually not going to hand it off first. It's going to be lane 3, the DC Cadets, who hand it off first to Cameron McMurray. And Cameron McMurray right there with the white top, red bottoms. She's trying to get to that break first.
Got through that break, and she is running a great 200.
Very smart of her. She's about to hand it off to her teammate who's handling the 400. That's Tracy Bryson.
So we've got the DC Cadets out front, the Blazing Ladies in second. They have a pretty big gap between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th position.
DC Cadets starting to open up that lead, but anything can happen.
Coming into that last 50, still with a pretty good position for her team.
Yeah, you can see her up there all alone. But the Blazing Ladies still right behind. You got 4 laps to catch the girl ahead of you.
Exactly. That's kind of why these gaps, I'm never really shocked at this point.
Yeah.
It's kind of, how can you run the 8? How good are you at the 8?
Absolutely. And speaking of that, look at the Blazing Ladies. Look at her stride pattern compared to DC Cadets. She is moving and gaining on her quickly.
Really starting to close in and comfortably.
She's closing in very comfortably. She's going to swing to the outside. She wants to go ahead and take care of it early. Let's see if DC Cadets lets her do it. Passing the finish line there. And DC Cadets did. Maybe she's just trying to stay on her hill there because the Blazing Ladies have taken over that lead now. And that's Alexandra Swink from the Blazing Ladies. Still extremely bouncy. Her knee lift is crazy to be running a whole 800.
To be running an 8, she is very bouncy and looks comfortable.
She does. Still a 400 to go, though. And it looks like DC Cadets was passed. Looks like hip number 3 or 4 there. Coming up in the pink. Uh-oh. That's Connor Track Club. As they're headed into that bell lap.
They really came from behind.
She came from behind, and that's why you can't get too comfortable. And that's Liv Sherry. And she took that lead, and it looks like she's going to take that win as she's coming down the last home stretch through the New Balance arch there. Now
Really
it's just
using
her.
those arms.
Yes, it is just her and the clock. 4:16.12. Connor Track Club. Good run. And that's one of the things, it's kind of bittersweet being on a relay sometimes because it's like, look, I did my job.
Right. I did my job. I did the best that I could. After that, it falls on the rest of your team.
Absolutely. And Connor Track Club takes section 3 of 13. Look at her. She's like, I'm just going to go ahead and swing in there, handle business, cross the finish line in first.
Swing in and get a nice little win for my team, and that also gives them the fastest time of the day so far of that 4:16.13.
And that's actually a PR for them. They came in 4:18.95 seat time.
Wow.
That was a really good run by Liv Sherry. She was gaining the whole time, inch by inch, just chucking away at their lead, and they didn't even realize it.
Didn't even realize it.
I didn't realize it.
Heat 4, classical, wheel training. Cumming Track Club, Austin Prep, and Hilly's Track Club is a did not show.
They're zooming down the track. That was like Austin Prep in that inside in lane 4. I'm sorry, in lane 5.
And they're going to hand off first. A little bit of a miss trying to hand off that baton. She was kind of swinging it a little bit, trying to hand it to her. You have to be patient when handing off that baton.
But nonetheless, Corning Track still has that lead. She's getting to the break first. She's getting some pressure on the inside, but she got that break and she is muscling it out. But she has some company right on her heel as they're going to hand it off to the 400-meter runners. That's classical in her inside as they head into the 400. That's Lilia, 400-meter leg. She went ahead and swooped in, took the lead.
It is quite a tight pack for these ladies.
It is. Corning Track Club in that inside on the rail is not the best place to be. And then Austin Prep comes swinging around.
Brilliant move.
A little bit of a stumble there in the back, but Austin Prep, they're not worried about that because they got out of that mix and they separated this field now. Austin Prep now with the lead. That's Isabella Tomic. She took that lead and she's bringing it in for her teammate. Once you see your teammate, you know that you are home free. Just get it to your girl.
Just get it to her, pass it off, a clean handoff. And that is Real Training riding right up on Austin Prep.
What's interesting about this type of relay, with the sprint medley relay, you never know the strengths of each team. When it's just a 4x4, when it's just a 4x2, their strength is that 400 or that 200. But here, you don't know what type of hitters these girls have. You don't know what type of secret weapons these teams have been building, which is why we've been seeing a lot of teams, a lot of 200 girls getting the rest of their relay in a really good spot. But then it's the 800 runners that really take it home.
Absolutely. You've got to put a lot of trust into that 800 runner. And if you know you don't have a strong 800 runner, you really have to push on those first 3 legs.
Maybe giving them a lot better lead.
Yes. Austin Prep and Real Training battling it out.
And it looks like Real Training is going to go for the pass on the curve, but she did it at a pretty good time where it's coming off of the bank, so she's getting slingshotted off there.
And you see her start to really open up that stride.
And she's coming up on one more lap to go. You have one more 200. That's the good thing about it being indoors. It's like, okay, one more lap. That's just a 200.
It's just 200.
So these 800 runners, that's nothing.
Like, you guys train for this. I assume you guys run more than 800 meters at practice.
Way more. That's that real training. I love these names because, like, people are getting creative.
Yes. It's always so fun. Every time we come, we get to see the different names of some of these track clubs, and they can get really creative.
Absolutely.
Between that and the uniforms, I love to see it.
And it looks like they're going to go away with the win, but they're trying to go away with the top time, and they'll do it. Real Training, 4:11.62. Who's going to beat it? Who's going to beat it? Well, we'll see. That was just section 4.
That is the time to beat section 4. We saw it with the boys. It only took them to be in heat 2 to run that fastest time of the day from the Golden Eagles. So I wouldn't be surprised if Real Training can hold on to that fast time for the day.
Absolutely, but you know who we have in this next heat? And we're going to get a replay for you here. The arms were pumping for her. She looks fantastic. And she looks strong. Yes, you could see that she started to get tired there, but it's all about how you use it. But in this next heat, we got Motor City. You know, Motor City is nobody to be played with.
At all. Motor City, okay?
Yeah, Motor City out of Michigan. But here's that final result. And then we're heading into section 5 out of 13. Like we were just saying, Motor City in lane 3. Now, Motor City, they have a new look. They have pink into their uniforms. I like it, too. They have some arm sleeves, too. Real cute.
You look good, you feel good, you perform great. Okay?
Yes.
So I love to see
great.
it. And it makes it easier to see them on the track.
Absolutely. It does. Very distinctive. Not many teams are pink.
Not very many.
So when somebody's wearing pink, you automatically want to say, who is that? And that's Motor City Track Club with the New Balance kit. So shout out to them. We're at a New Balance meet. New Balance kit.
New Balance kit looking really good in this heat. We will have Riverdale Baptist, Motor City Track Club, Quincy Track Club, Osborne Park Track Club, RFH Dogs Track Club.
And they're underway here now. And this first one is a 200. Look at lane 6 moving. She's getting real close to that line there. That's RFH Dogs. But look out for her in the inside from lane 5. That's Osborne Park. Looks like they're going to hand it off first. It's pretty tough to see because they're not breaking any staggers yet. That's how it is in a relay.
So let's see as they break this staggered in now. These ladies are now able to come into that inside lane.
That's hit 5, Osborne Park. That's Bianca McIntosh. She ran an excellent leg. She comes right up on her teammate there as they're headed into the 400-meter leg here. Now, I don't know if you can see Miss Zumi back there.
In the back, because she is
In the back,
coming in.
hip 2. That is Rhina Johnson. She is gunning for Osborne Park.
She is looking to put her team into a better position to hand off for that 800.
Absolutely.
But still, Osborne still out there with that lead.
Yes, it's a battle in the back, but Osborne Park has still got it. As we're about to head into the 800-meter leg pretty soon, she's coming around the last curve now, but like we were speaking of before, it's all about this 800-meter leg, if we're being honest.
100%.
So we're talking about Osborne Park, but who are we going to be talking about at the end of this 800?
I mean, Osborne did a great job of making sure they had a good lead going into this 8.
And with each camera view, you can see the crowd so packed here at the Reggie Lewis facility. And Osborne Park still in the lead here. But we got RFH Dogs sitting in second. And Quincy Track sitting in third. Now, they are starting to gain on her. Like we said, you have so much room to gain because there's 4 laps, and they're starting to close in on Osborne Park there. That's Elena Mullins still trying to hold on, but she is starting to feel some pressure from Isabella Rodriguez. Isabella takes that lead as they're headed into the last 400 of this race.
And it's typically within this last 400 where we really start to see them rally forward going into that final bell lap.
They start to pick up the pace. It's not just one apparent kick. It's really momentum, moving them into each lap. You pick it up pace by pace, a little by little. But that is still Isabella Rodriguez trying to hold off that crowd. But we have Miss Tall Lady, looks like hip number 2, Riverdale Baptist coming out of nowhere.
Tall.
But while we're talking about them, we got to talk about Quincy moving with her.
Wow.
Motor City Track Club moving with her. We have a big pile right now as they're headed into the final curve. But it looks like Quincy Track Club has taken that lead. That Selma Bottom. She took that lead, but Osborne Park is right there on her hill.
Right on her. Can she hold it? And she does.
4:15.89.
Job well done to those ladies.
She's very happy about that. Great embrace from her teammates there. She held on really, really well. She made her move at the perfect time. Took that lead, 4:15.89. That puts Quincy Track Club in second right now overall.
And that was heat 5 of 13.
And look at her. Pumping those arms. She was not getting caught. And that smile at the end there.
Smile
she said, yeah,
says
come and
it
get me.
all.
Come and get me. And there's the final results from Section 5. Quincy Track Club takes it 4:15.89. Osborne Park right behind her out of Virginia. 4:16.04. And RFH Dogs.
That was
4:18.
such a tight race.
It was a tight race. The 800 one has been the most exciting. I will say.
Absolutely. As we get into Heat 6 of 13, we have Newington Track Club, Westford Track Club, Phoenix Track Club, Holliston Track and Field, and USA JA Track Club.
Yes.
I like that
That's
combination.
USA Jamaica Track Club.
I
I've
love
been seeing
that
them.
combination.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Oh, but it looks like we have a do not show from USA Jamaica. I was wondering where that gap was coming from. Where you at?
Right, where'd you guys go? Come back.
The Holliston Track. But she turned on the Jets too.
It's such a unique thing to cut in for a 200.
Yeah, absolutely. Must be very difficult, but she's about to hand it off to her teammate, the Panthers. That's Holliston Track and Field. She handed it off to Annabelle Lynch for this 400-meter leg.
And one more lap to go. And you see these ladies cheering on their teammates.
That's Holliston Track Club still in the lead in that red uniform there. The Panthers going down their back. They're about to go into that 800-meter leg. She sees her teammate. That's Maggie Kuchman, who's about to take the baton and try to secure it for them with this 800. 4 laps to go. And she is getting that company that looks like Hip 3 Westford Track Club from Abigail Hennessy, who's riding her heels, making Maggie Kuchman do all the work there.
You know, sometimes you just like to do that. I'm going to let you do the work, and I'm just going to tag along right behind you.
Yes.
And these ladies are packed in for this 8.
Taking over, I can't even say taking over that lead because so many girls, they really want this win. That's Hip number 2.
I like that they're keeping us on our
Track
toes.
Club. Yes, they are. Newington Track Club. That was Catherine Bulk. And she's under that pillar, so she knows that she is almost there. All she sees is straight finish line. 4:10, and they just take that top spot. Newington Track Club, at the end there.
Tired.
She was just tired. Listen, we get it, girlfriend.
I mean, and being that fatigue and then trying to run up a hill and slow down at the same time.
Slow down. You're happy you just won. She's good, though. They got the win, 4:10, and they have the new number 1 time, 4:10.06 from Newington Track Club. There she goes.
What an awesome finish. She came in strong. And we are now on Heat 7 of 13. This is Braintree Track Club, Run Fast Track Club, Wudgensert Track Club, EO Panthers, and then LB Bruins Track Club did not show.
Look at that red hair blazing.
I'm loving it. And the uniform, the checkered uniform.
Yes, the checkered uniform from Run Fast Track Club in lane 4. But it looks like that is lane 5. Watchaset Track Club. Muscling it out trying to hand off first, and it looks like they do.
They
Up there
will
at the top
hand
of the
off
bank.
first, but we have to look out for Run Fast Track Club.
Because look at that. She passed from the inside. What you said, didn't even know what to do with that one. An amazing
Wow.
leg from Run Fast Track Club. Oh my goodness.
And they know that they have to run against the clock. They are racing the clock, so they want to make sure they are putting out a time.
that was a blazing 200 from Sade Gray. Goodness. Now we're into our 400-meter leg from Run Fast Track Club. This is Makaria Harris.
She is running strong.
She looks great. And she comes around last 200 here. This lead is going absolutely nowhere. We're going to hope that her 800-meter teammate has this one in the bag because Run Fast Track Club has been looking powerful.
Absolutely. And her counterpart is down there waiting for her to bring it in. She was down there laughing with the official a little bit. All smiles before you run an 8.
All fouls. That's crazy. 4 laps.
4 laps and you're down there smiling.
She's about to hand it off to Carlise Davidson. Taking it out very moderate, I will say, but her stride is long, so don't let it fool you. And their lead is strong as well.
They've got a very nice lead.
But I want you to look at her stride pattern compared to Wachaset Track Club in that red. Hip 5. That's Naomi Witt. Her stride pattern compared to Carlise Davidson.
She's got a lot of frequency coming
yes,
in.
and she's starting to gain just a little bit. When you could see that one's rhythm is a little bit faster and that lead is closing just like that, she may have taken it off way too conservative for Run Fast Track Club. Because Wachaset, just like that, has taken the lead, but she just needed somebody to go off of.
You know, I'm curious to see if one went too fast or the other one a little too conservative. How are they about to play this game? It's like a checkered game.
Absolutely. And she's keeping her right in view. And that's Naomi Witt. Still looking pretty comfortable up there in the front, but she doesn't know how close Carlise Davidson is on her. She's just riding her. She said, yeah, you can go ahead and take the lead. And they are now into the bell lap just like that. Keep your eyes on the checkers. We think that she's just sitting and waiting. You never know. Naomi Witt may have a kick as well.
And you could see her start to open up her stride a little bit more and that frequency. She's slowly starting to pick it up coming into this final curve.
Absolutely. Carlise Davidson, you were playing with us. Because look at her. She took it out so conservative and she started to open that stride up, pump her arms a lot harder, and she is going to go away with the win and with the new top time. 4:09.19. She was chilling.
Just straight hanging out there.
You know, and I know her coach is going to get on her for that. Like, girl, you didn't have to be caught.
You did not have to be caught at all. You could have ran a little faster than that.
Absolutely. But look, it may all be a part of the strategy. She knows something we do not. She knows the secret straight out of Louisiana. That's Run Fast Track Club.
And for all we know, she may have some other events going on this weekend. Since
Absolutely.
we are still going through Sunday.
We are
Plenty of
still
time.
going through Sunday. This is only day 2 of 4. Glad you mentioned that, Jasmine. As we are heading to section 8 out of 13, more than halfway in. There's those final results from that last heat, but we're going to keep it on pushing. West Michigan, 2. Freedom Track Club, 3. Weymouth, 4. Raiders, 5. WETC, 6.
WETC, I want to know what that stands for.
Me too. Ooh. They're coming around. This is the 200 here. looks like West Michigan already started to make up that stagger. It's pretty tough to tell because they're all the way in the back, but they actually handed off in first in lane 3. And in that bright pink in lane 6, that's still WETC Track Club. And that's Tristan Hughes. She's going to break in first.
You see she's grimacing a little bit. She's
is.
really trying to put in that work.
She is. We love the effort. And she gets tripped up a little bit. She runs up on her teammate. But it's the bright pink versus the bright pink here. Right behind her is the Raiders Track Club. Staying on her hill. This is the 400-meter lap.
So they will have 2 laps around this track.
Like I said, bright pink versus bright pink. Nothing has changed so far. That's still WETC out there in the lead. That is Sky Seaman.
I'm just loving the pink, especially with Women's History Month going on.
Yes. And she opens up that lead as she hands off to her 800-meter runner. That's Ava Milner from WETC, still in the lead here. This is section 8 out of 13. WETC still looking very strong out there in the front.
Really maintaining that lead.
You know, we've been seeing this pink. There's a lot of pink in this heat. Now, Jasmine, you remember the main thing for me. When I ran in New Balance, I was like, I gotta have me a cute uniform. Ma, we have to have the latest New Balance look. I think even back then it was Saucony. I was like, I gotta have the newest Saucony look. My uniform has to match my shoes.
Yes.
You know, I want to put on an arm sleeve because the arm sleeve gives me superpowers.
It was just, if I was stepping out, it was a fashion show.
Absolutely.
I was going to step out looking cute.
If you don't know, Jasmine Todd always comes, she always jumps with something else crazy. I'm like, girl, how are you jumping with butterflies in your hair? I love it, though, and especially because you do it as a tribute. If you have not seen it yet, go to Jasmine Todd's Instagram page. You get a whole lot of inspiration of just competition and glam.
We gotta love it. A fashion show on the track. I think the ladies just love to do it.
A fashion show on the track for sure. And it looks like WETC just got passed up. It looks like hip number 2, West Michigan, has taken that lead. That's Emily Tomes.
She has taken that lead and extended it.
And she's going to cross the line at 4:10:23. WETC was running so good until the very end there. The lactic acid started to jump on her back. But shout out to West Michigan.
Yes.
Winning that section, and her teammates dancing 4:10:22. She's like, I got your waters, you guys. And we won, you guys.
She's like, don't worry, we won. You put in the hard work. We had some of the easier legs to handle.
And look at her teammate cruising to victory there. And they're sitting in 4th place position.
We are moving through these heats pretty fast. We're already on heat 9 of 13.
We are. Section 9 of 13. Ooh, this one has the Lawrenceville school in it. I wonder if that's Georgia. There's a school in Georgia. There's a city in Georgia, actually. Lawrenceville. I love that all of these track teams from all over
all coming together. I love it. So we've got Kingsway Track Club, the Lawrenceville School, Motor City Track Club. Again, we'd love to see it. Running Falcons and Track Life University. That is one of my favorite track club names.
I like that one. We're judging you guys on your athleticism, your uniforms, and your track names, even sometimes your last names.
Absolutely.
We like to see it all. And Lawrenceville School is actually in New Jersey. Okay, a local. We didn't say the New Yorkers in New Jersey. Locals up here. Looks like all the way out in lane 6. Section 9 of 13. Yeah, that's
Track Life University.
I like it. Track is life. That's why.
Exactly.
And
Eat,
I know.
breathe, sleep, track.
Eat, breathe, sleep, track. That is not the truth. And I must say, look at the guns on her.
Wow.
As she handed it off in the lead, Track Life University. You see the bright pink right behind them.
And this will be the 400 portion of this relay. If you guys are just now tuning in, this is the championship girls sprint medley. Heat 9 of 13.
Lawrenceville Track Club has wiggled their way into second place there. But Track Life University is still going strong with this 400-meter leg. That's London Johnson. She's using that prolonged legs to her advantage there.
And we are now starting the 800 portion, the last leg of the relay.
It looks like Motor City Track Club. We have just seen all these different types of uniforms from them. I could tell the coach definitely spoiled them with their New Balance kits. You love to see it because this is a very special meet. This is the meet to do
This is absolutely the meet to do it. They're giving me Oregon vibes, all the uniforms.
Oh, yes, we know about good old Oregon with all y'all's uniforms. 7 different uniforms over there in Oregon.
To see it on a high school level is absolutely amazing.
It is. It is. It looks like Track Life University is still right there on her. They have a 400 left to go. And she takes that lead. 2 more laps to go.
And you see the teammates over there cheering them on.
A little bit of stumble there. You cannot get too close to that railing. It can be tricky for sure to navigate, especially in a longer race.
Yes.
You have so much time to move around the lane and, get caught up even when you didn't mean to. And that bell is going off because this is the final lap. Track Life University is trying to finish strong here. Only a 200 more to go. But that's hip 3. The Lawrenceville Track Club right behind her.
And as they are coming off that final curve, it is still the Track Life. The Lawrenceville following right behind.
Looks like Motor City Track Club is going to get this one 4:08.69, and they just jumped into the lead.
Where should she find that gear after 800?
That gear. Her teammates are going crazy.
What?
Now, Motor City Track Club, if you do not know, they have had 2 relays run already, and they still have another relay, Jasmine.
Oh
in
my
the
God.
final
How
section.
many kids do you have on your team?
How many kids do you have on your team? Motor City Track Club out of Michigan.
But they just ran the fastest time of the day with a 4:08.60.
Yes, and look at that kick.
This kick is absolutely remarkable.
Leah Thomas. And you can see her teammates going crazy there. You did it, Leah. You did it, girl.
It's all worth it.
And there goes those final times. Motor City Track Club 4:08. That was a fast heat. Track Life University 4:09.12. The Lawrenceville School 4:09.25. I like the Ohio State.
They said we're going to capitalize that because it is going to be the. So now we are on heat 10 of 13. We've got Bullis, Woburn Track Club, Framingham Flyers Track, Courageous Track, and Mount DeSales Track Club.
The stagger was already made up. Framingham Flyers.
Now, if you guys haven't been to a New Balance meet, Bullis is known for coming here, and they bring a squad with them.
do.
They are standing up in these stands right now.
And look at Bullish Track Club right now. That is Mackenzie Shuggs. She took that lead, and she is not giving it up. She's going to be handing off to Cameron Edwards. She already can see Cameron right now. Cameron needs to get out because her teammate was coming in fast.
Beautiful handoff. Absolutely beautiful handoff.
Now we're starting to hear that number one thing at track meets. Girl, they used to make me nervous when they're hearing it. And am I the one being hunted?
Right.
And it looks
Who's
like
hunting me right now?
yes, because she was being hunted. That looks like hip 5. Courageous Track Club, and she has been courageous trying to pass on the curve, and she is sticking with Bullish Track Club. She's going to slingshot off of that bank here.
Courageous, and Bull is battling it out on this backstretch.
Now this is the 400 leg.
Oh my goodness.
This is the 400 leg. I need to see these splits because I know they got some personal bests out of here. This Courageous Track Club couldn't pass all the way as they hand off to the last leg. Bullis is still in the lead here. That's Zoe Brooks. She's taking it out pretty tough. She still has 4 laps to go because this is the 800-meter lead. This is the 800-meter leg, Jasmine.
This was a very fast 400 split for a lot of them. All of them running 57, 57, 97, 57, 58, 57, 38.
That was
out of there.
It looked fast. In Bullish Track Club, look at the look on her face. She is focused. That's Zoe Brooks. Courageous is sitting in second. Looking to keep that second place. It's out of frame now because Bullish Track Club, she's getting the round of applause as she's coming around the home stretch because she has a 400 left to go, but she is being hunted from Framingham Flyers Track Club. They are trying to catch her, but Bullish Track Club, they brought the squad out here. She needs to hold on. It's looking like it's starting to hurt as Framingham is coming up and they're going to try to pass.
Framingham using that height to her advantage.
Absolutely.
She is very tall, long legs, big stride.
Absolutely, but do not sleep on Bullish Track Club because now they have one more lap, a 200 left to go. But it is starting to hurt for them.
Yes, you can see.
Framingham Track, the Flyers. She is flying down the backstretch into that bank, into the last home stretch for her, right under the pillar. Bullish Track Club gets passed now by Courageous Track, but that will be all Framingham. Taking that lead with 4:07.46. Now we said each heat is going to keep getting faster, and that's exactly what happened. Yes, she completely fell out. She's fine with it. She's like, look, you guys, I'm just going to rest here for a second.
I'm tired. I lay right here.
I'll lay right here. I am fine. It didn't hurt at all. I just want to lay down. 4:07.46 from Framingham Flyers. That was Caitlin Laz on that last leg. You're finally getting a little bit of a smile from her. I know it hurt. Girl, I know it hurt. Her teammates are happy, though.
4:07.46 is the time to beat today. And we will now head off into Heat 11. Radar running, Charlotte Country Day School T, Carolina Cavaliers, IMG Academy, and Bison Track Club.
Section 11 out of 13. We are almost done with these sprint medley relays, y'all.
We went through these fast.
We did.
Girls are underway in that first 200 of the girls sprint medley.
And goodness, IMG is out so strong from the very beginning. That's
IMG,
Julian Warner.
IMG is such a unique place to be. It specializes in sports, and so to see them out here doing their thing is absolutely amazing.
Yes, IMG Academy is a wonderful school. I've heard a lot about them even in high school, so it's great to see them out here representing for track. I usually hear about them in football.
Yes.
She's going to hand it off to her 400-meter leg. That's IMG Academy handing it off to Tyler Lowe in those bright pink socks.
Bright pink socks, and she is moving.
IMG still looking strong here in those bright pink socks. She's about to see her teammate pretty soon, and that's going to help her out a lot. And handing it off in the lead. Oh, she stumbles there a little bit. But now we're on the 800-meter leg from IMG Academy. That's Elena Black for the final leg. She is going to try to bring it home for IMG Academy. They have a monster lead. This may have been the biggest lead that we have seen so far, Jasmine. This is more than a 100-meter lead. For IMG Academy, once again, that's Elena Black blowing the field out. Sitting in second place, as you can even see in view, is Radar running. That's Harriet Healy running their 800 for them. But it's all IMG Academy. That is all Elena Black.
IMG has about a 50-meter lead in front of these ladies.
It has to be bigger than 50.
Well,
it's
grown.
Yeah,
it's grown since I said that. She started making that gap bigger.
And she's heading into that bell lap now. At this point, it's just trying to bring it all home. Nobody's catching her. And as we're wrapping up these heats, Jasmine, it has been great seeing these running events. All of these young girls competing like vets here, because look at IMG Academy about to cross the line with a new, 4:01.58. This is the new lead for the SMR, but that was section 11 out of 13. So we might see it get faster.
I can see us getting faster, especially because as we anticipate, heat 13 see it to be our fastest heat of the day.
Yeah, for sure.
So that 4:01 from IMG Academy puts them at the fastest time for the day. And we are now on to heat 12 of 13. Union Catholic Track Club, DC Cadets, Patriot Track Club, South Dade Express Track Club, McNarma Mustangs.
And those are the results. IMG Academy, 4:01.58.
The time to beat for
The time to beat. And these ladies are down in the blocks. It's going to be a fast one. I can feel it.
I could feel it happening. These ladies are moving
Already.
That's why these have been going by so fast. The ladies just been putting
for sure.
down.
That's South Dade Express Track Club. The handoffs have to be clean. They were not quick enough because they are being caught by lane 2. That is Union Catholic with the bright red hair. In that inside. But South Dade is not going to give it to her easy. She is right on her heel. Now this is a race as they hand it off to their 400-meter runners.
And these ladies are moving.
They are moving. I'm like, is this the 400-meter race?
I'm
Okay. Okay. And you can see them behind a fight for second place, right behind Union Catholic. The DC Cadets have now moved up into second place as they head into the final lap. And just like that, DC Cadets, that's Samaya Yorish, she takes the lead from Union Catholic. Union Catholic may have taken it out a little bit too hard. DC Cadets trying to give her 800-meter runner the lead because now it is the anchor leg and she has started to gap them as she's about to hand it off to her teammate. Hands it off in the lead. DC Cadets, she hands it off to Natasha Mosley.
And off Natasha goes. But there are ladies behind her that are just as hungry for this win.
Absolutely.
It's a little scary being out front when you have no one around you. You don't really know how fast to go. Am I running too fast for my 800?
Absolutely. And that's you just having to know yourself. But it's pretty tough to know yourself at this young age. You're still learning yourself.
Yes.
A trick that I would do, I would always use the Jumbotron at Hayward Field to see where I was at. But unfortunately, these ladies do not have a Jumbotron. So they just have to trust themselves. I don't know, listen out for their coach's voice. You can always hear your coach's voice out of anybody.
That is the one voice you can always hear. Your coach and maybe your parent.
Yes. I always heard my dad's voice for sure. But DC Cadets still in the lead here. And it was actually the Mustangs who pushed their way into second place. And they are gaining on the Cadets here as they're now with 400 left to go. They have been blazing this time. We need to keep our eye on the time here. The time to beat is 4:01.58. Let me go ahead and get a record for you guys because we might just be on record watch. The record is 3:59. Meet record.
3:59.
And the Mustangs take the lead as we go into the bell lap. DC Cadets was caught. And that's Mustangs runner Amber Wimbish. Her stride is just so long, she looks like she's jogging.
Running a great 800 for her team.
But she has a herd behind her, and she is still in reach here. She has to keep powering through. She puts her head down. Her arms are pumping. She wants this thing bad. She wants that number one time, 4:01.72, and she just misses it. IMG Academy from the last heat is still in first with 4:01.58. But great run from the Mustangs, 4:01.72. Now they came in with 4:02.52. And Jasmine, we are about to go into the last and final heat. If you guys have been sticking around with us, we have been seeing race after race, just like the one on your screen right now from the Mustangs, all day long. This is day 2 of New Balance Nationals indoors here at the Reggie Lewis facility. We're about to get some introductions going because this is section 13 out of 13. We are wrapping up the Sprint Medley Relay Championship event. It's been great.
It has been absolutely amazing watching this. I'm excited for this final heat because this heat is seeded to be our fastest heat of the day.
And we're about to get some introductions going. What song would you even want to come out to? I think Dreams and Nightmares by Meek Mill.
That's
maybe.
exactly what I was about to say. I feel like I got to come out to Dreams and Nightmares.
Absolutely. Now that's Guilderland Track Club out first. Then Union Catholic, like I said before, Union Catholic home to Sydney McLaughlin out of New Jersey. They're going to be in lane 3. The girls look so official, just like Sydney did when she was here. Then Motor City Track Club, look, they're repping these new uniforms. We have seen new uniforms from these girls out of Michigan. Motor City Track Club.
These uniforms are nice. Where were these uniforms when I was in school?
Where are these uniforms? These are New Balance kids, huh?
Yeah, hold on.
Then another Union Catholic team.
Oh my goodness.
Union Catholic is gonna leave here with something.
Okay, they said we leaving with something.
We from around the way. We're gonna leave here with something. And then last but definitely not least, I would say they brought out the most crowd. Bullis Track Club out of Michigan. This is going to be a battle from Michigan, New Jersey, New Jersey.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Michigan versus New Jersey.
Michigan versus New Jersey.
So let's see which place takes it home. Who could take it home?
Who's trying to walk away with bragging rights? It is Michigan
versus Jersey.
Versus Jersey. Guilderland Track Club is out of New York. So it's Jersey, Michigan, New York.
You know the crazy part is like I just consider New York and Jersey the same area.
Oh, girl,
so
they're gonna
don't
come
come for me. Look, immediately, don't come for me.
They're gonna come for you, Jasmine, because Jersey is not New York.
Look, y'all just so close.
They are close. They are close.
I shouldn't be able to look out a window and see you.
Now, what's interesting about this, we all know how track goes. I'm sure the New York team and the New Jersey team, Guilderland and Union, both of Union Catholics, have raced against each other before here.
Absolutely.
Motor City has absolutely raced against Guilderland and Bullis. I'm sorry. From Michigan, both out of Michigan, Motor City and Bullis. So we got some rivalries going. I actually got a chance to speak to Morgan Roundtree's mother from Motor City. She says she's super excited to go. She says she's so excited because they got these new uniforms, and let's see what they can do. These girls are down in the blocks, and they are ready.
I mean, again, when you get that uniform, you look good, you feel good, you do good.
Absolutely. I always thought an arm sleeve just made me faster.
Man, give me some arm sleeves.
And this crowd is going absolutely insane. It goes 2-2-4-8 Union Catholic out there in lane 5. That's Taylor Cox.
Oh, this is going to be a race to watch. I don't know about you guys, but we are all standing up in this stadium. I hope you are standing up at home.
She is pumping it for sure. Union Catholic out of lane 5 is going to hand off first, but the handoff was rocky. Bullis is right on her hill.
And now they're cutting in right now. Oh my goodness.
They're going to cut in.
Going.
Union Catholic still has the lead. Now it's Union Catholic in lane 5, not the one in lane 3. But Bullish Track Club rounding it off. They're going to try to hand off at the same time here to the 400-meter leg. This handoff was a lot cleaner from Union Catholic and Bullish Track Club. They are 1 and 2 right now. That's Raya Randolph and Kennedy Brown. Now, we saw Kennedy Brown in the 400 yesterday. She ran absolutely fantastic, and this is the time to see how she does.
And we've got 1 lap to go for these ladies in the 400 before they pass off to the anchor leg. That will be at 800. They'll have 4 laps around this track.
And that's Raya Randolph, still in the lead for Union Catholic. As she's coming around that last curve here. Her teammate not yet in view, but almost. She can see her now. But Bullis is still in reach for them.
I just know it's got to be a good feeling. Once you run under that pillar, you're like, I'm almost home.
Absolutely. And you guys cannot see right now, but Kennedy Brown, who just handed it off, she got right back to work and is cheering for her teammate immediately. Cheering for Paige Shepard, running the 800-meter leg for Union Catholic. Morgan Rothwell running the 800-meter leg for Bullis. And then we have Kylie King for Motor City, Jamia King for Union Catholic, and Addison Vellacoop.
And boy, do they look good running this 8. This is not a lackadaisical 8. They are going for it.
And you know what? I think it's safe to say that we might see the meet record go down. It is 3:59.51, and it is definitely in reach. That was set in 2022. Union Catholic out there in the front. She looks so relaxed and composed. That's Paige Shepard.
She's definitely got a long stride.
She has a long, bouncy stride for sure. But we're starting to hear the moves from the fans here. You guys can see the teammates cheering them on. They want this win, and they are hungry for it. They are gunning for Paige Shepard out there in the front all alone. She does not know how close anybody is to her. She's running for her life.
And these ladies are starting to pick it up as they are now about to come in to that bell lap.
All right, the last lap. It does not look like Paige Shepard has picked it up just yet. Bull is still in view. That's Morgan Rothwell still sitting in second, but she just got passed by Motor City Track Club. Kylie King has now moved into second. Kylie King is hunting down Paige Shepard, but Paige Shepard is muscling it out. She has now finally kicked as she is
found that gear.
Yes, she has now found that second, maybe third gear. You see the lights going crazy, and it looks like it is Paige Shepard's race to win from Union Catholic, New Jersey. And that is a new meet record, 3:54.62.
I mean, what a race. They took it out from the jump.
She looked so strong. You thought that she was chilling, but she wasn't. That was just her stride pattern. She was extremely comfortable in what she was doing.
It was very comfortable, very relaxed, and then she knew exactly when she needed to kick.
Fantastic run from Union Catholic. These girls are super excited about it. They just got that meet record, 3:54.62, out of Jersey. They were running with their teammates as well, who ended up getting third, 3:59.99. That was such a fast heat.
That was such an amazing heat to watch. Exciting. What a way.
Motor City, yes.
Championship sprint medleys.
Look at her.
Bringing it in, really driving those arms. What a beautiful race.
And if you are just now joining us, you just saw a replay of Union Catholic going crazy because they just got the meet record of 3:54.62 for the sprint medley relay. It's been a great, sprinting events for us, Jasmine. And here are the full results. Union Catholic Track Club with the win, 354.62. Motor City Track Club, 357.66. And then Union Catholic Track Club, 359. 2 teams in the top 3. That was a show to watch.
And even then, they had 3 teams in the top 10.
Absolutely.
That is depth on their team.
And this is day 2 of New Balance Nationals Indoors, hosting it at the Reggie Lewis Track and Field Facility. If you're just now joining us, you missed a lot. You might want to rewind because it has been fantastic. I'm Serenity Douglas, and Jasmine Todd has joined me here, and they are setting up the wheelchair races right now. Still amazing races to go. I love seeing the wheelchair races. It's the 800-meter championship wheelchair races. Jasmine and I will sign off. Kate Buskirk will hop on for the 5,000s. That's coming up a little bit later in the evening. But some things to look forward to. The girls' 800-meter wheelchair race, boys' mile wheelchair race, and then the girls' 5,000 championship at 6:37. It's been a great time, Jasmine.
It's been a great time. Excited to be here. Make sure you guys stay tuned in because we are not done yet.
It is not over yet. This is just day 2 of a whole lot of fun. Welcome to the fastest party on the planet. Thank you for watching so far. And keep tuning in as we head into some distance running.
This is a grueling 25 laps of this 200-meter circuit. So 3:11 it looks like, 3:10, 3:11 through that opening kilometer. And that is blazing fast running. That puts her on tempo for about a 15:50 5,000 meter, which would be just sniffing at the meet record set last year by Ellie Shea. And she's having to do this work all by herself right now. That's a really tough way to do this. She probably came in thinking she would have Shea at least to chase, if not work with. But working away alone here and having to really maintain focus. As someone who ran this event quite a bit in my career, I can tell you that it is easy to fall asleep at the wheel if you're not dialed in on every single one of these laps. But Abby Faith Cheeseman looks dialed in right now. Form looks good. Nice quick turnover. Moved into second now is Morgan Boonshaft of North Carolina. She's about 4 seconds back on Cheeseman, our leader. And this is sort of the blessing and the curse of being this talented, is that you're basically doing a lot of this work completely solo. For those who have been tuning in for our distance races, you'll know that there are pacing lights on the track. See them at the top of your screen there, following our leader. And those pacing lights are currently set to 6:15 finish time for 5,000 meters. And they're set that way because that would be an improvement for all of the top competitors here, not the whole field, but several of the top competitors on their season's best this year. And as you can see there, Cheeseman is well ahead of those pacing lights. Abby Faith Cheeseman continues to lead. Get a sense there of the gap she has back to second. That is Morgan Boonshaft running pretty much solo right now. You just saw a shot of her in that all-pink kit. At the last lap, she was about 7 seconds back on Cheeseman, and she is also running completely solo right now with a large pack of girls chasing from behind. So, again, Cheeseman having to work completely solo right now. This field is strong enough that it is unlikely that she'll even have other competitors to lap anytime soon. Now you can get a sense of how far ahead she is of those pace lights, and of course her next competitor. Abby Faith, still just a junior, so she's got another year of competition of high school ahead of her. And she went through that 2,000 meter split last lap in 6:27. So fallen off a little bit from that opening 1,000 meters of 3:11. And there you see the girl chasing our leader right now. And that is Morgan Boonshaft with the pack following. They're followed by Addison Dorenkamp, Sarah Lawson, Meyer DeBauer, and Tula Fabush. So some healthy work happening behind the scenes here, but a solid 60-meter lead, I'd say, for Abby Faith Cheeseman right now over the pack of runners behind her. But she looks fantastic. She's really focused. Again, her cadence is high. She hasn't started overstriding. She's about halfway through this race now. She's just got to stay really tuned in and focused on breaking this down lap by lap, kilometer by kilometer. There's good crowd support here in Boston for all of these athletes. We've had a great day of competition here on day 2 of the New Balance National Indoor Championships. Multiple national records have already gone down at this meet. Several meet records, of course, personal bests, school records galore. And unlikely again that we'll see a meet record or national record tonight, but enormous gap back to second right now as Abby Faith Cheeseman is the only one in picture at the moment. And there now you see nearing the top right of your screen the rest of the athletes. But about 100 meters, half a lap advantage now to Abby Faith Cheeseman as she is well on her way to a victory here, barring disaster. The pace lights have just caught up with her for the first time, so you see those green lights ticking away behind the back of her feet, and that means that she is on 16:15 pace, which would be an improvement on her seed coming in. But it's the first time that she's had the company of those pace lights throughout this race. I'll tell you that, again, behind the scenes, Morgan Boonshaft has been caught by the pack, so there's currently a pack of about 5 girls working hard together to try to keep their tempo going. But Abby Faith Cheeseman, rounding the top of the track here, again, with the pace lights as her only company, is going to have the advantage pretty soon of lapping some athletes. And in fact, you see her tempo quicken a little bit as she spots an athlete in the orange there who she's about to overtake by a full lap. And she's probably feeling pretty grateful for that, to be able to have these other runners to work towards, someone else in her field of vision, because up until now, there's been no one else. She went through 3,000 meters there in 9:45. So very solid. Another lap that has slowed a little bit, but she's over 2/3 of the way through this thing now. .945 puts her right on 16:15 pace, and that is what those green pace lights are set to. And now Cheeseman's going to have an opportunity to swing wide a little bit, but at least have the momentum of catching other athletes, as she is coming up on 8 laps to go here at the start-finish line. Abby Faith Cheeseman trying to stay focused. I can tell you this fourth kilometer is absolutely the hardest mentally of a 5,000. You've still got quite a bit of running to go, but you're starting to feel all that cumulative fatigue from the running so far. So she's done well to stay on those lights, continuing to tick away and pass several other runners. 7 laps remain now for Cheeseman. And she is motoring. She looks absolutely fantastic. As I said, she's had an excellent career thus far. Only a junior, lots of running left. Won the New Balance National Outdoor 2-mile last year in 10:02. And that converts to a 9:22 3,000 meter. She just went through a 9:45 for 3,000 of this 5,000. So that's incredibly impressive. And now she's approaching the 6-lap mark, still on those pace lights. She's been absolutely consistent, 39 and 38 seconds a lap for every single one of her laps of this race. Not a single lap has deviated outside 38 mid to 39 mid. And as she powers away down this home stretch, she will be at 4,000 meters. She has 1K to go when she crosses the line here. And that is 13:01 on the clock. That was her slowest lap so far, 40.1. but she is determined, having put in so much work so far. 13 minutes of solo running. So much so that you just saw to the left of your field of view there, she is about to catch the chase pack, probably in the next lap or two. Abby Faith Cheeseman of Bell Buckle School, the Webb School of Bell Buckle in Tennessee. She was New Balance National Champion outdoor in the 2 mile, looking to add 5,000 indoors to that repertoire. This has been gutsy, focused, determined running by the junior. And when she approaches the finish line here, she will have 3 laps to go, 600 meters remain for this star out of Tennessee. And now you see that pack just ahead of her with the pink of Morgan Boonshaft in your field of view. There's the pack. Those are the next best athletes behind Abby Faith Cheeseman. So she is about to lap every single runner in this field. 2 to go, 400 meters remain for Cheeseman. That was another 40 low, 42nd lap for Abby Faith Cheeseman, and she is now about to overtake the rest of these girls with just about 300 meters remaining. Into the home stretch for the penultimate time, swinging wide around every other competitor in this field. She has heard the bell. She has 1 lap to go. And I just hope that the girls ahead of her understand what's happening, because that is Sarah Lawson who seems to have taken off in the blue kit just ahead of her, but it is the shorter figure there of Cheeseman who is about to win the New Balance Indoor Nationals 5,000 meter. It's going to be a stellar time. It's not going to be under 16, but it's going to be very fast indeed. Abby Faith Cheeseman crosses the line as the winner and goes down hard. Just looks like she tripped over her spike there. 16:19.82, helped up by one of our officials. 39, 38, and 40-second laps throughout the entirety of this 25-lap race. Absolutely incredible. Your 2024 New Balance National Indoor 5,000-meter champion, Abby Faith Cheeseman, under 16:20. That was such a gutsy run. She is rightfully fatigued by that, but looks pretty happy. Hopefully that fall didn't take too much out of her. Records are meant to be broken, and here comes Cheeseman powering down that home stretch after doing all of that work by herself. We should mention kudos to the young woman in that blue kit who was just behind her. That is Addison Dorenkamp, who really took advantage of the momentum of latching onto the back of Cheeseman as she passed her. She ended up placing second in 16:52.77, and Sarah Lawson held on for third in 16:55.83. So we had 3 athletes go under 17 minutes in this championship girls 5,000, but a happy and tired Abby Faith Cheeseman. Cheesing for the camera, and she will go home with another national championship to her name. Tremendous results across the board. Top 3, as I mentioned, under 17. Tula Fawbush right at 17 flat. 17:04 for Maya DeBrouwer. 25 laps of this indoor track is no small ask. And we should mention that for Maya DeBrouwer, she's only a junior, so I believe she is in the under 18 category. And if that's true, that may have just been a new national record, Canadian national record for her. We'll get confirmation of that. But we are underway on track with the second of 3 5,000 meter finals for our championship girls division here to close out night number 2 of the New Balance National Indoor Championships. Competitors in this field include Ari Lawrence, Lucia Rodbro, Sydney Collier, Kate Lorsch, Sawyer Nicholson, Gail Vacutis, Tiffany Sachs, Kylene Brady, Caitlin Thomas, Sloan Wasserman, Sydney Tackett, Allison Cosper, Lila Garbett, with a few scratches at the last minute here. So was to be a heat of 21, but it looks like we're down to about 17. And a couple of runners, including Sydney Collier and Addison Moore, come in with 17:20 seeds. So that is what those pacing lights are going to be set to. And that is Shannon Zugelder of New York, who is taking the early lead here. 17:08 are what those pace lights are set to, and that would make top 6, which is podium finish. So these girls know exactly what they have to run to get onto that podium into the top 6. 17:08 is not outside of the realm of possibility for several of these girls. So this is Shannon Zugelder with Caitlin Thomas working together, both out of New York. And then a bit of a gap back to our chasers, which include Sydney Collier, Ava Cole, there you see coming into picture there, Lucia Rodbro, Gail Vacutis, and Kylene Brady. These girls will surely have gotten a boost from having watched the gutsy solo performance of Abby Faith Cheeseman out of the fastest section. So your leader thus far has been Shannon Zugelder, and she's got a 17:32.67 best, and that is from 14th place finish at New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year. Again, those pace lights set to a podium finish of 17:08. Our top pack was through that first kilometer in 3:17:51. That is Zugelder and Thomas, with Collier now on that pack. So it is a group of 3 working well together here. And they are off to a cracking start. So that 3:17 opening kilometer would put them on about 16:27 pace. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them slow a little bit. But great start for this trio. And again, that's Zugelder, Collier, and Thomas. That's Collier running the furthest distance on the outside, and it's great to have a group to work with, but she would do well just to find a way to either tuck in the front or kind of mid-pack of these other two. And I promise she can't hear me on the track, but it sounds like she took that to heart. She's moved into the lead, tucked in on the rail now, and looks like she's starting to turn things over a little bit here. It's another 40-second lap. So again, just as we saw in the first section, these girls are very consistent. Sydney Collier, just a junior out of Skyline High School in Washington. It's a long way for her to come. And she's got lots of 5,000 meter experience as a cross-country athlete. Also a 17:48 finish for 17th place at Nike Outdoor Nationals last year. But she's also a steeplechaser, so finished 3rd at the USATF Under 20 Championships last July in 11:14. She's showing that cross-country and steeplechase strength right now. Those steeplechase athletes are usually excellent over the cross-country course and also over these grueling indoor races. 25 laps of this 200-meter circuit is not only tough on the body, it's also so hard mentally. You gotta, as I mentioned in the last heat, really stay focused, not lose that connection to your body, to which lap you're on, where you are in the race, break it down by lap and by kilometer. But Collier now running very much solo ahead of the early leaders Zugelder and Thomas. She was through 2,000 meters in 6:41, which is fairly consistent running, not much of a fall off after that first K heat. She's well ahead of those pace lights right now, which again were set at 17:08. That's what's required to become top 6 overall. And she will have 12 laps remaining as she hits this finish line. And again, lapping runners en route to what appears to be a fairly dominant performance. Halfway through in 8:24. So again, that puts her right at 16:50 pace, which would be more than enough to get her into a top 6 position. Now look back there just to the right of your screen as she passed in that all black is second place right now. That's Shannon Zugelder. Laps remain. But all of a sudden, again, to the top left of your screen there in that black kit and those orange shoes, Collier is going to find herself with some competition because her gap has shrunk. You can see there the distance back to second place in the all-black kit wearing hip number 12. That is Shannon Zugelder, and at the last split, there was only 2 seconds separating these two after Collier had opened up a much more significant lead earlier on. So it's Washington versus New York, with Zugelder having made contact again and stuck onto the back of Collier through 3,000 meters here in 10:12. That was a 43-second lap for Collier, so she's starting to feel the effects of this pace. Now they're working together, and you can see the pace lights just trailing behind them by a few meters. And 10:13 would be about 17 flat for 5,000 meters. Shannon Zugelder doing what you should do when you want to pass someone. Put in a surge and don't look back. So those pace lights just starting to catch up now with Zugelder as she is approaching 1,500 meters to go. There you see Sydney Collier doing all she can to try to close that gap back on our leader. Zugelder, an 18:43 5,000 meter cross country runner, and really showing her strength here. She's again run 17:32.67 to place 14th at the New Balance National Outdoor Meet last June in Philadelphia. Still on pace to better that here today. And she's going around Sawyer Nicholson right now, the smaller figure on the inside in that yellow and red kit. We should mention Sawyer Nicholson out of Ontario, Canada, is only 12 years old and working hard to try to go with our leader, although she's been lapped. She's in some excellent company. Sawyer Nicholson broke a world age group record this past fall in the 5K on the roads, running 17:28 as an 11-year-old. So that gives you an idea of just how star-studded this field is. And there's Zugelder wearing hip 12, and that look back about 10 or 15 meters to second place. Sydney Collier, who's just coming into top of screen now. Less than 5 laps remain in section number 2 of this championship girls 5,000 meter. And after some quicker early laps, Shannon Zugelder has really settled into that 42-43 sort of pace per lap here at the Reggie Lewis Center. We'll check over her shoulder there just to see how much of a gap she has back to Sydney Collier. You can see her shoulders coming up a little bit. She's starting to feel the fatigue here, but as she gets to the start-finish line, she will have 1,600 meters to go. She went through 4,000 meters in 13:48. And that keeps her right around 17:17 pace. So swinging wide around these other athletes, trying to use their momentum to slingshot herself back close to the lead. Or close to those pace lights, I should say. They look a little out of contention for her now, but you can see the grit and the determination. She's powering with that upper body. She's got 3 laps to go as she crosses this line. 600 meters remain for Shannon Zugelder, who's done all this work by herself in a nice 42.5-second lap there. So she's picked things up by a small margin as she can feel the finish line getting ever closer. Kate Loescher has moved into second for Colonial Forge Track Club. So there's still a good battle on behind our leader here, but Zugelder taking a quick look across the track just to sort of see and scope out where her competitors are. She has a 6-second lead on the next place athlete. And she's got this thing all but wrapped up with 300 meters remaining for the Star Point New York athlete. Still just a sophomore, we should say, Zugelder. So lots and lots of running ahead of this fantastic young athlete. And she's going to hit the bell here. 16:38 on the clock. That was a 41-second lap, one of her fastest of the race. And she has just been reignited here, picking up the stride, turning over fast. And again, 17:32.67, her best. She's going to improve on that notably. Finding the power to sprint for home into the final turn. And as she crosses the line, Shannon Zugelder is rewarded with a 17:14 finish. And that is about a 17-second PR. Phenomenal racing for the sophomore out of New York. Sydney Collier comes second, holds on for that second place position in 17:24.26. And a tight battle between her and Kate Loescher, 17:24.42. And this is what 5,000 meter running on an indoor track does to you. These girls are spent. These are our top 3. Sydney Collier in the blue, trying to catch her breath next to our Section 2 champion. That was a really fast final 200 meters for Zugelder. Look at the power in these final meters. 36.27, her closing lap. You always want to run through the line, but I'm not blaming her for not running much past it. 25 laps and a Section 2 win for Shannon Zugelder. 17:14 for the win in that heat. 10 seconds back to Sydney Collier, 17:24.16. Closely edging out Kate Loescher at 17:24.42. And our top 9 athletes from section number 2 all breaking 18 minutes. It's been phenomenal running here on day 2 of the New Balance National Indoor Track and Field Championships at Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. We have 1 race remaining. And that is going to be section 3. .24 athletes set to take to the field here. And this is going to make for a very busy final 25 laps of the circuit. You can see the girls on the start line lining up in 2 lines, and that's not even the whole field. We've got another line of 5 further up the track who will start in separate boxes for the first 3 turns of this run. And underway now with our final event of the evening. There were 24 set to take to the start line, 3 have scratched, so 21 girls. They include Sinead Butler, Hannah Foudy, Eva Cragnolio, Emerson Clore, Hannah Casper, Caroline Saperstein, Ava Gum, Carter Brotherton, Elizabeth Scarpa, Juliette Forstrom, Kayla Kerr, Alexis Ball, Addie Thibodeau, Natalie Spanger, Madeline Germain, Grace Lewis Mosher, Lillian Deskin, Brenna George, Lita Paget, Elena Ali, and Harleen Sindhu. And it's Ava Gum taking things out at the start here for Summum Bonham Running Club. And New York has been representing very well at these National Indoor Championships. Ava Gum of Staten Island, New York. She goes to St. Joseph Hill Academy. And she's got a lifetime best of 17:43.25 outdoors last year. Also a strong 3,000 meter runner, 10:27.04 her best. So Gum being pursued right now by Brenna Jord of IMG Academy. And then Eva Cragnolio of the Born to Run Track Club is a somewhat distant third right now, but these two separating early from the pack. Seed times in this section ranging from about 17:49 to 18:23. Eva Gum with a 17:57 seed, and now taking over the pacing duties up front is Brenna Jord of IMG. She's run 18:09 this season. So strong running up front from an athlete who doesn't have quite as much on paper to show for her speed, but is clearly ready to rock and roll here at the fastest party on the planet. Brenna Jord of IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida. And they are through the first kilometer in 3:22 and 3:23. Jord opening things up now on Ava Gum. And 3:22 is on pace for a 16:52 finish time, which would be absolutely sensational to run sub-17 out of the third section. Brenna Jord, another athlete with lots of cross-country experience under her belt. Lots of finishes in sort of the mid to low 18-minute range on the 5K cross-country course. Also an 11:03 3,200 meter PR from last April. So Jord ever extending that lead. That last lap had about 3-second advantage over Ava Gum. We've seen so many of these athletes really take the race by the horns early on and not look back. There are the chasers you just saw at bottom right of screen. It's now a pack of 3. Ava Gum has been caught by Eva Cragnolio and Hannah Casper. There you see them at top of picture working together, seeing if they can chip away at this lead, but they're going to have to start working on that fairly quickly, as Brenna Jord is not showing signs of slowing. As I said, gutsy running from an athlete who only came into this event ranked number 21 in her section. Not letting rankings define her. As we see Eva Cragnolio now taking to the lead of the chase pack. She's part of the Born to Run group. And our top 2 runners right now, just sophomores, so both Brenna Jord and Cragnolio are only in 10th grade. As we've seen so much throughout these championships, really mature racing by some incredibly young athletes. Brenna Jord ticking down these laps one at a time. And every time she passes under that red New Balance arch, she's got to feel good about having completed one more of these 25 laps, get those out of the way. She's got 14 to go, which feels like an awful lot at this point in a race. With Eva Cragnolina taking charge of the chasers. But Jord with about 20 meters of advantage over the rest of the field right now. There you can get a sense of exactly how far our leader is up on everyone else. That is Sinead Butler, who's about to be lapped. And there is our leader. It's been Brenna Jord throughout this race. A big chase pack behind her. About 5 competitors strung out in a train trying to track her down. 8:41 through halfway, so that is on 17:22 pace as a finish time. And again, that would be an enormous improvement, not only for our leader, but for the rest of this field as well. So coming up on 3,000 meters. I should say 3,000 on our next lap. But what was about a 20-meter lead has been shrunk to about 10 as our chasers have worked well together to cut away at this advantage, and it is now Deskins in second. That is Lillian Deskins from 16 Ways Track Club. That is from Macomb, Michigan. And she's been consistently cracking down 41, 42-second laps, and that is making the difference because our leader, Jord, is running 43s consistently, and it's just enough of a slowdown that she is at risk of being caught here through 3,000 meters now in 10:29, and that is only 3 seconds up on our chase pack of Deskins, Cragnolino, Brotherton now, Carter Brotherton out of Maryland, and Hannah Foudy, homeschooled in Tennessee. And 10:29 is a 17:30 tempo. 9 laps to go. I just wonder if Jord got some feedback from a coach or the crowd that the chasers were getting ever closer, because it seems as though she might have just picked things up a bit there. This is a long way to go at the end of a very busy day here in Boston at the Reggie Lewis Center for New Balance National Indoors 2024. And now with 8 laps to go, it is IMG Academy's Brenna Jord. Dialed in, focused, turning over very well. Less than a mile remains. Jord now working her way around lapped athletes. That was another 43-second lap, and there you see the gap back to second, just at top left of picture. Lillian Deskins still in second place. Deskins comes in with an 18:08 seed time, so she's doing very well to try to crack away at that. But Brenna Jord has found another gear, and really impressive focus and confidence here. As I mentioned, only a sophomore and running with maturity of an athlete far older than she is. That gap had shrunk a little bit over the middle of this race, but it has widened again, and the accordion is being stretched as Brenna Jord of Bradenton, Florida, comes under that arch, and when she gets to the finish line, she will just have 4 laps to go. 1 mile remains. Sorry, that's half a mile. 800 meters remain. Meters for our leader, Brenna Jord. That was another 43-second lap. And behind her, Kragnolina has moved back into second. As you can see, a significant margin of advantage for our leader. She's going to come up on 500 to go here, and it is unlikely that she's going to get caught. Such gutsy running from the girls behind her. Equally courageous effort here by the youngster from Florida. He's going to hit the start-finish line with 400 meters to go, and that must be sweet relief knowing that this thing is almost over. 25 grueling laps here at the Reggie Lewis Center. And less than 2 minutes separate Brenna Jord from victory in Section 3 of our Championship Girls 5,000 meter here at New Balance Nationals Indoors. Getting a boost every time she passes a lapped runner. She'll be glad to never see that New Balance arch, at least not for a while again, after she passes by it with 1 more lap to go. 17:02:03 on the clock, and this has been incredible output from such a young, strong athlete. A 43 once again for that last lap, and Brenna Jord is powering towards victory at the 3rd section of the Championship Girls 5,000 meter. She has a personal best of 18:09. That's going down as she comes into the home stretch for the last time, finds another gear, turns over. All this work has been her, and she's going to cross the line victorious. Stops the watch to boot, 17:44. That was absolutely tremendous running from our leader. Nearly 24 seconds off of her lifetime best, and doing it all by herself from the front. And nice congratulations from coach and from her competitors. Wonderful celebration for these young athletes. Amazing experience. Again, she just was so powerful through every stride of this race. Never lost focus. Had the wherewithal to stop the clock, stop the watch. And with 2 more years of high school running ahead of her, should she want it, she is going to have lots of good things coming her way. So Brenna Jord, 17:44.44, 17:47 flat for Kragnolina Foudy, 17:48. And that means that we had 5 athletes under 18 minutes in that 3rd and final section. Brilliant running across the board. Lots of personal bests. So that means after 3 compiled races, our results are as follows. Abby Faith Cheeseman is your 2024 indoor 5,000 meter champion at 16:19.82. 3 athletes under 17 minutes. Doran Camp at 16:52 and Lawson at 16:55. And look at how fast and close the rest of these times are. So another fabulous day of competition here at the Reggie Lewis Center in Boston. That concludes our coverage of Day 2 of New Balance National Indoors 2024. Join us tomorrow as we kick off day 3. We are going to have a few heats to start and then finals galore as the day progresses. It will be our final day at the Reggie Lewis Center here in Boston before moving over to the track at New Balance for our last day of competition on Sunday. I'm Kate Van Buskirk on behalf of our entire team here in Boston. We want to thank you for tuning in, and we will see you again tomorrow.